This is the text-to-speech podfic reading of It Wouldn't Be an Adventure Without You, by My Head's Gone Numb. Chapter 1, Waning Gibbous. It was dark by the time Remus finally arrived home. The carriage ride had been a long one. Normally he would just apparate, but, after last night he was still too tired, his bones too weary. He ached far too much still. The great, silver moon shone down on him as he struggled his way up the garden path with his suitcase and the Grindylow tank. Merlin only knew what he was going to do with an empty Grindylow tank now. He considered getting some fish. But fish would have to be fed and he could not afford the needless expense. He did not know how long the money he had earned since September was going to have to last him, though he knew far better by now than to assume paid work would be forthcoming any time soon. And, as was all too clear to him in the pale moonlight, his cottage had gone even more to rack and ruin in his 9-month absence. The garden was overgrown, the thatch had new holes in it and the chimney was sitting at a strange angle. And that was just the damage he could see from the outside. He would patch up what he could himself, but some of it may require having to pay someone more specialized to come in and fix. And that would eat into the meager savings he had managed to build up. Plus he already needed another set of robes. The ones from last night, when he had transformed so suddenly, there was no saving them. Even if they hadn't already been old and frayed and darned and patched to within an inch of their life. Even something brand new could not have been mended after being torn apart that way. It would have been beyond Madame Malkin to save them, it was way beyond him. He shifted his grip on the tank and dug in his pockets for his keys, but when he came to twist the handle, the door was already unlocked and it swung open by itself. Immediately he was wary, on the alert. Squaring his shoulders, he stepped inside the dark hallway, dropped his suitcase on the floor with a thud, deposited the Grindylow tank onto the hall table and took out his wand. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice was sharp. "Nice Grindylow tank," a voice croaked from the shadows. "What are you going to put in it?" Remus just had time to feel a wave of relief, and the adrenaline start to ebb away, before Sirius Black stepped out of the shadows, and he felt his heart rate pick up once more. Though he was used to hiding that, the physiological effects Sirius had on him. He had hidden it all through school, and he had hidden it last night, without even having to think about it. Some things you never forgot, like riding a broomstick. He lowered his wand. "What are you doing here, Sirius?" Tired and achy as he was, there was a note of amusement in his voice. He couldn't pretend he was not happy to see his old friend here. After last night, and Peter's escape, he thought he had lost him again. "I'm waiting for you." With a wave of his wand, Remus locked the door, closed all the blinds and lit the lamps. He could see Sirius much more clearly now, see how thin he was, see all the damage Azkaban had done to him. "Yes, I understand that. But why are you here waiting for me?" The other man shrugged his bony shoulders. "I knew you'd be back. After you transformed last night, I knew they'd kick you out. Mummies and daddies not wanting their precious little darlings being taught by the big, bad wolf." There was a growl to his voice, and a look of disgust on his face, the way there always had been, when they were young, and he was suddenly confronted with the type of prejudice Remus had to live with every day. "They didn't kick me out. I resigned. Because if you didn't they'd have kicked you out. Things never change. They never change. I don't know how you stick it out." "I don't exactly have a choice," he said lightly. "Come on," he gestured to the kitchen with his head. "I'll put the kettle on." He led Sirius into the kitchen, and frowned as he saw that the tap had developed a leak while he had been gone. That would have to go on the list of jobs. For now he just filled the kettle up and then tapped it with his wand, it shrieked and emitted a spout of steam. He hastily shoved tea bags into chipped mugs, realized he had no milk in the house as he poured the boiling water into the cups and grabbed his wand again, muttering "Blackio-menti." A fountain of milk cascaded from his wand tip and he directed it into the tea. He stirred the tea, took out the tea bags, picked up the mugs and carried them across to the kitchen table, where Sirius had sat down. Putting one cup of tea in front of Sirius, he scraped a chair back and sat down opposite him. "So apart from the fact you knew I'd get kicked out of Hogwarts, what are you doing here?" But Sirius wasn't listening. He had gripped the warm cup in his skeletal hands, hugging it to his chest as if to absorb all of its warmth into his body. And when he took a sip, a look of nostalgia and pleasure and finally satisfied longing spread across his face. His eyes were closed, and he let out a great and contented sigh. "You always did make a good cup of tea, Moony. When was the last time you had one?" "The day James and Lily." He left the sentence dangling. Remus just stared at him in stunned silence. He couldn't imagine. Of course he knew Sirius had been in prison all that time, or on the run. And though he'd never been to Azkaban himself, he knew enough about it to know that rations were basic, bread and water. Just looking at Sirius's half-starved mask of a face told him that. But he had never really considered. He couldn't quite get his head around the idea of going 12 whole years without a cup of tea. He didn't think he would have survived it. "I'm guessing you didn't have any chocolate in that time either." "Oh yeah, the Dementors handed it out every Friday with our pocket money. If we'd been good." He opened one eye and grinned at Remus. Despite himself, Remus found himself grinning back. "I suppose that might possibly make the top 10 list of stupidest things I've ever said." "Oh, I dunno, Moony, there's some stiff competition." Remus kicked him under the table. "Ow." They both started to laugh, and for a while they couldn't stop. It had been so long, for both of them, since they had sat with a friend they really loved, and laughed at nothing in particular, but just because everything was funny when you were with friends. As Sirius laughed, the ravages of Azkaban seemed to melt from his face, and the boy he had been shown through. Watching him, and laughing along himself, Remus felt his own aches and pains start to recede, just fade in importance, and he felt younger than he had in years. They had always been laughing, once upon a time. And now, together, in this dismal little kitchen with its dripping tap, it suddenly felt like they were finally themselves again. Who they had been and who they were always supposed to be. Not the two broken down and damaged men, old before their time, that they had become. But the boys who had the whole world in front of them. Life had been cruel, to the both of them, but now they were together again and suddenly that didn't matter. They were still Moony and Padfoot. They would always be Moony and Padfoot. Eventually, they sobered up, and went back to their tea. This was the first cup Sirius had had in 12 years, after all. He didn't want to drink it cold. "So why did you come?" Remus asked again. "They might look for you here, might find you." Sirius frowned, his face gaunt and waxy once more. "Did they think you were helping me? Are you in trouble?" "No, no, Dumbledore convinced the minister I had nothing to do with any of it." His face relaxed. "Then they won't look for me here. If I was what they say I am, then out of everyone, Moony, you would have reason to hate me the most. I would have taken the most from you." "What about Harry?" "He never knew James. He doesn't really understand exactly what he lost. And now he's at Hogwarts, and he has those friends. Friends who are willing to die for him, like we used to have. You, though, you lost everything that night." "I know." He couldn't hide the tremble in his voice. Even after all this time, 12 years, it still hurt. Whenever a Dementor had got too close, all year, he was taken back to that moment of discovery. James and Lily dead. Peter dead. Sirius a spy. And Remus was all alone, left only with people who hated him for what he was, who didn't trust him and who wanted nothing to do with him. Whenever a Dementor had got too close he had felt every one of his 12 years of loneliness, and the loss of Sirius. The sting of betrayal. His own broken heart and the crushing of hopes that he had never really dared to hope in the first place. That was what he had never really recovered from. He looked up, and noticed Sirius watching him, calculatingly. What? How much did you hate me? All those years? There seemed to be a tremble in Sirius's voice too. It doesn't matter. I don't have to hate you anymore. He smiled. I'm just happy to have you back. And Sirius would never know just how true that was. But you did hate me. It was complicated. I hated what you'd done. What I thought you'd done. In a way it felt like you had died as well. Because the Sirius I thought I knew could never have done those things, so the man who went to Azkaban, he couldn't possibly be you. He struggled to keep his voice light, to try and make this all seem far less serious and painful than it really was. A lot of the time I grieved you as if you were dead as well, it hurt less that way. That's how I felt. Remus looked up at him in surprise, not understanding. When I thought you were the spy. When Dumbledore said one of us was a traitor and I thought it must be you, that's exactly how I felt. Like it would have been easier if you had died. Less painful. I had a long time to regret that in Azkaban. Well, it's over now. And we both know the truth. The world doesn't though. No. That's why I'm here. He put his empty cup down on the table and leaned forward. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up until I've finished what I started. I broke out of Azkaban to kill Peter and that's what I'm going to do. But, you knew where he was before. He could be anywhere now. But Sirius just let out a bark-like laugh. We both know where he's going. He's only got one place left to go. Voldemort. Exactly. They say he's hiding out in a forest in Albania. Little Peter will be making his way there as we speak. I'm going to stop him before he can get there. Not just so I can clear my name and because the little rat deserves death, but because we cannot allow a servant of Voldemort to return to his master. They say Voldemort is a wreck of a wizard, barely alive. But if he has someone to help him, he could rise again. He could gain power again. Start another war. I have to stop that. I don't want Harry having to grow up and fight the way we did. James wouldn't want it either. We were too young, and it took far too much from us. It ruined our lives. But Harry. I owe it to Harry to give him a better world, if I possibly can. I understand. He nodded his head. Having spent this past year with Harry, seeing so much of James in him, seeing his own circle of friends from his own school days reflected back in Hermione and Ron, and how loyal they were, it had driven home more than ever just how young he and his friends had been when they had gone to war. And how important it was that young witches and wizards never be asked to fight again, that there never be another lost generation. No more broken lives. So, why exactly are you here? Sirius's expression became soft. It was strange to see on his corpse-like face, like he had forgotten softness long ago and this return to it was making his skin crack. His tone became wheedling. Oh come on, Moony, being on the run, hunting down Peter, it's been one long, hard slog all year. And chasing him all the way to Albania won't be any better. But, if you come with me. Sirius. It will be an adventure. Come on, you know it will. As long as we're together it will feel like an adventure. That made Remus laugh, though it was a dry laugh, at the expense of Sirius's naivete. He had often laughed at how naive Sirius could be when they were younger. He had thought Azkaban would have knocked that out of him. Apparently not. Adventures don't feel like they're adventures until they're over, and you know how they end, he said. Until then it's just danger and being afraid, being too hot or too cold, too hungry and thirsty and getting rained on. My being there won't make any difference to that. Sirius had arched an eyebrow. And do you have anything better planned? He asked. No, Remus replied, simply. Well then, he stretched his arms out. He leaned back in his chair, looking like he had already won. Remus remembered that look all too well. You've got no excuse. Well, I haven't thought of one yet, but give me time. Say you'll come with me, Moony. And how could Remus say no to that? How could he ever say no to Sirius? Even after all these years, even after the damage of Azkaban and the ravages of time, he was serious. And Remus was fooling himself if he thought he could ever stand against him. All right. He gave a small smile. Just as long as you promise to never refer to it as an adventure ever again. It's a deal. His face cracked into a real grin once again, and once again the handsome boy he had used to be shone through, the years melted away and it was like he had fired an arrow right into Remus's heart. Chapter 2, Preparations. They didn't do anything more that night. They were both tired, both weak. Remus was still suffering the after effects of the full moon. Instead, Remus showed Sirius up the twisty, creaking stairs to the tiny spare bedroom under the rafters. It's not much, and it hasn't been dusted in nearly a year, but I spent 12 years in Azkaban with nothing but a concrete floor, a straw mattress and a toilet bowl attached to the wall. Your spare room will be like a palace. Oh, I don't know about that, it doesn't come with anything near as fancy as its own toilet. Sirius gave his bark of laughter again. You're right, I've been spoiled all these years and never even knew it. Well, you were always spoiled. Night, Moony. Night, Padfoot. Feeling slightly awkward, though he didn't really know why, but like he didn't know what to do with his hands and like his feet were suddenly too big, he left Sirius alone and headed down the narrow landing to his own bedroom. He shut the door, lit the lamp and looked around. It was exactly how he had left it last August, when he had gone down to London in order to catch the Hogwarts Express. That had been just after a full moon too, and he had been too weak and achy to apparate then, just like he was today. He drew the curtains, pulled his robes over his head and folded them neatly, crawled under the covers and switched the light off. Then he closed his eyes and tried not to think about Sirius, sleeping just down the hall. He was awoken the next morning by a pillow to the face. "Oomph, was it? Wake up, Moony, shove over." He pried one bleary eye open, caught sight of the pale sunlight creeping through the crack in the curtains and then watched in surprise as Sirius got into the bed beside him. "What time is it?" "Early." "Why'd you wake me up?" "I was sleeping." "You were snoring." "I don't snore." "You have always snored." "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" He just stared at Sirius. He looked down at the bed and then back up at the man who had forced his way into it. Sirius looked nonplussed. "What? We always get into each other's beds if one of us wakes up early. At Hogwarts, when we were children." But Sirius still looked none the wiser. "What's your point?" Remus sighed. "Sirius, grown men just don't go around clambering into each other's beds. It's just not done." "Why not?" "Well, because. I suppose they don't want to." "Well, I wanted to." Remus shook his head. It suddenly struck him that, while he had grown up, grown old, these past 12 lonely years, Sirius had been trapped in the same state that whole time. He had been miserable, he had been alone, but he hadn't been growing up. And now he was free of the Dementors, and back with a friend. Rather than moving on, he was resetting to the person he had been before it had all gone wrong. He may have lived for 34 years, but Sirius had not matured past the age of 21. And Sirius at 21 had been about as mature as a normal person at 13. "All right," he sighed and fought down a smile. "Why did you want to? Why are you here?" But Sirius only shrugged. "I was awake." "You weren't, I woke you up. You are a terrible house guest. We have things to do, you can't sleep the whole day away. It's 6:30 in the morning. Exactly, 6 hours of the day are gone. You know, I heard you hadn't gone crazy in Azkaban. That's what people actually said about you. I'm telling you now, you went crazy in Azkaban. He picked up the pillow Sirius had thrown at him, threw it back and then rolled over onto his side. Go back to sleep. He closed his eyes. I'm wide awake. Well, I'm not, sleep. He heard a grumbling, muttering, chuntering sort of a noise. The mattress shifted underneath him, and then he was suddenly very aware of Sirius's warm body lying right beside his own. His eyes opened, his whole body went tense and he held his breath, suddenly terrified to move a muscle. God, even after all these years. He flushed with heat, and tried to will himself back to sleep, to think of anything but the man lying beside him, praying Sirius would notice nothing was wrong. Merlin, this took him back. And then as he lay there, rigid and sweaty and trying to think about the most unappealing things he could imagine, he heard the soft, deep, rhythmic breathing that told him Sirius had fallen back asleep. He rolled over and stared at him, incensed. Oh, he was wide awake, was he? Couldn't let Remus sleep because there was so much to do, was it? He reached behind him, grabbed his pillow and smacked Sirius in the face with it. Oomph! Moony, what did you do that for? Because you came in here, woke me up and then fell back asleep quicker than I did. Your bed's comfy. I was more tired than I thought. As Remus smacked him with the pillow again, it occurred to him that maybe Sirius was not the only one resetting back to the way he had been before everything went wrong. Now he was no longer alone. They slept another 2 hours, and if Remus thought it was strange that they slept beside each other, Sirius certainly didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it, so he tried to think that too. Sirius didn't feel the same way he did, of course. Perhaps if he knew how Remus felt he would have been less inclined to get this close. But Remus kept himself under control, his thoughts, his yearnings and his most wild imaginings, and eventually he nodded off again. When they woke for a second time, the sun was higher and it was a more civilized time of the morning. They went downstairs. There's nothing to eat, Remus said apologetically. I only just got back. I'll get something in later. I think I've still got a tin of biscuits in my suitcase. He went out into the hall where his case was still by the door, where he had abandoned it last night, and carried it into the kitchen. Sirius filled the kettle, while Remus fiddled with the neatly knotted string that bound his battered suitcase together. Wand, Sirius said, holding his hand out. Remus passed it across, Sirius tapped the kettle and it boiled immediately. Remus stuck his tongue between his teeth and dug his nails into the tricky knots. He didn't know what he'd been thinking when he tied these so tightly. Sirius carried on making the tea. Stupid string, Remus muttered. He looked up. Sirius was putting the mugs of tea down on the table. Can I have my wand back? He took it back, took aim at the stupid, stubborn twists of string and said, Defindo. The knot sliced apart, but the suitcase slid backwards a couple of feet, toppled off the table and spilled all its contents over the floor. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You, were really pissed off at that string. Remus tutted, waved his wand so that everything magically got back inside the suitcase and then summoned the tin of biscuits. He put the tin on the table. There, help yourself. It wasn't much of a breakfast, but they drank their tea in companionable silence, dunking the biscuits before eating them. When they were done they had a second cup of tea, because sitting there in the sunshine, together after all these years, drinking tea and eating biscuits was too nice to just stop doing. When he was finally finished, Sirius glanced around the kitchen. Can I have a shower? There won't be any hot water yet. The house has Muggle plumbing. I'll switch the immersion on. Should be ready in about an hour. Right, well, I'll go see to Buckbeak then. Hagrid's hippogriff. Remus narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? I'll just check he's okay. You did know that's how I escaped, didn't you? On Buckbeak? He's in your back garden. Remus rubbed his forehead. I have Muggle neighbors. There's no one for miles around. People walk past. You worry too much. Just, go check he isn't visible from the road, and sighing to himself, he got up to go and switch the boiler on. While Sirius went in the shower, Remus left the house and walked the 2 miles to the nearest Muggle shop. He had put on his second-hand pair of trousers and threadbare Muggle shirt and had taken some notes from the stash of Muggle money he kept in his sock drawer. He was the only wizard who lived around these parts. Well, it's not like other wizards wanted someone like him around, whereas the Muggles didn't know, so didn't mind, and he had got used to having to blend in when he ventured out into the non-magical world. He yelled up the stairs to tell Sirius where he was going, though he didn't know if he heard over the sound of the running water. But, all in all, he thought it was better that he get out of the house while Sirius was naked and wet and, he forced his mind onto a different subject. By the time he arrived back, his shopping clutched in his hand in a plastic carrier bag, Sirius was out of the shower, his hair was clean and he was wearing a set of Remus's robes. "You don't mind, do you?" he asked, when he saw Remus looking. "Only mine are filthy, and they're prison robes." "No, of course not. I've just never seen them on someone else before. I suppose I never realized just what a bad state they're in. How shabby they are. They're all like that." "Well, if people want you to dress better they can get rid of all their awful anti-werewolf laws and let you earn enough money to buy new," Sirius said absently. He was peering at himself in the mirror. "Can I borrow your wand?" Remus handed it over, and watched as Sirius started using it to cut his hair. It had been a matted elbow-length tangle, but now great, 2-foot-long strands were dropping to the floor in clumps. When he was done he vanished the hair from the floor and then ran his hands through the newly cut, newly neat, newly clean hair on his head, ruffling it up, like he was in a Muggle shampoo commercial. Remus watched him breathlessly. Sirius must have noticed, because he stopped and looked. "What?" Nothing." He forced a grin. "It's just a long time since I've seen you be that vain. I've still got the wand, I can hex you." He frowned. "I need one of my own." "A hex?" "A wand. I can't keep borrowing yours. Not if we're going to track down Peter. Not if we're going to stop Voldemort. It's not that I mind sharing with you, Moony, but it'll be easier if I have my own stuff. You're the most wanted wizard in Britain. You can hardly just waltz into Ollivanders and get chosen by a new wand." "No. Well, we need to work out what we're going to do. Getting a new wand will just have to go on the list." "What else is on the list?" "New robes. You don't really have enough for us to keep sharing. And the ones you do have." Remus flushed. "I do my best. I know. It's not your fault. It's theirs." Remus didn't have to ask who Sirius meant by them. He remembered all too well his friend's righteous anger, on his behalf, when they were growing up. Every time they had been faced by something Remus couldn't do or somewhere he wasn't allowed to go or just someone being carelessly rude, Sirius would seethe for him. It made him feel all warm inside to know that Sirius still felt that way. That, even after his own ill treatment, being sent to Azkaban without trial, 12 years with the Dementors, he still loved Remus enough to care about the way the world treated him, and get angry about it. He looked up, and noticed Sirius looking at him, a worried frown on his face. "What is it? How have you been, all these years? Transforming alone?" "Oh well, you know." He shrugged. "It's been like it was before. Before you were an animagus. He looked around the room miserably. "I lock up the house, double enchanted so I can't get out. I put Muggle repelling charms round the edge of the garden so no one can get near and then in the morning I fix up all the damage. They have that potion now. Yes, Severus made it for me at school. But I'm not up to making it myself, you know I'm no good at potions. And I can't afford to buy it. Not that I would want to. I might as well tattoo werewolf on my forehead as walk into Diagon Alley and buy a bottle of wolfsbane potion. I'm sorry. I've not had it as bad as you. It's not a competition. They were quiet for a moment, just looking at each other, their eyes and expressions sad as they both contemplated where life had taken them, where they had ended up and what they had suffered. Then Remus shook himself, and sniffed, "Anyway, don't we have plans to be making?" They took Remus's Atlas of the Wizarding World off the bookshelf and laid it out on the kitchen table, opening it up to the map of Europe and pulling it out so they could both study it. "Merlin, couldn't Voldemort have hidden somewhere a bit closer?" Sirius said, when they had finally located Albania. "How did he get all the way here? He doesn't even have a body. Did you know Albania was all the way down here? It's a bit of an unpleasant surprise. I always thought it was somewhere near Poland. Apparently not. It's right by Greece. That's what the map says." "Bugger." Remus took a sip of his tea. "We can call the whole adventure off. You can just take Buckbeak and go into hiding." "No, if I go into hiding, what am I going to do? Hide for the rest of my life? I've got Harry to think about. And you. And I've got a dark wizard to stop and a war to prevent. I can't be put off because the destination is a bit further away than I thought. It's a lot of ground to cover." He fought to keep his voice sounding neutral and even, and not pay too much mind to what Sirius might have meant when he said he had Remus to think about as a reason to not go into hiding. "You might be better off traveling as a dog. It'll be safer, the Ministry is still after you. I'm sure they'll have alerted the European Federation of Magical Law Enforcement that you've escaped. They'll have a Europe-wide arrest warrant. If I have to travel as a dog, that means I can't go on Buckbeak." "No," he sighed again at the thought of a hippogriff in his back garden. "But I suppose he can stay here while we're gone. There's a paddock at the back with some apple trees in it. He'll be fine, we'll stick Muggle-repelling charms around the perimeter. We'll have to get the train." Sirius traced a finger down the map, past the all-magical settlements that were scattered across the continent. "Down into Italy and then push across into Croatia ourselves, keep traveling down. We'll have to ask if people have seen Peter along the way. What's the German for, 'Have you seen this stinking, treacherous rat?' What is it?" he asked as he looked up and caught sight of Remus's face. Remus had flushed again. I can't afford to buy us train tickets. This route." He traced it with his finger as Sirius had done. "That's the one the Flying Frenchman takes. I can't afford one ticket to the first stop on the Flying Frenchman, let alone two all the way to Italy. Are you mental? I don't expect you to pay. I had bushels of gold in my Gringotts account before I went to Azkaban. Both my parents have died since then. The entire black fortune is mine. You don't have to worry about money, ever again. What do you think I meant when I said I had you to think about as well as Harry? I don't know." Though his heart was sinking like a stone. Not that he wasn't grateful for Sirius's generosity, of course he was, but, if he were being truthful, sharing his wealth was not what Remus had hoped he had meant. He didn't want Sirius's money, he wanted Sirius. "But, how can you get money out? You are, and I fear I've already mentioned this, the most wanted wizard in Britain. I got Hermione's cat to send the postal order for the firebolt. I think you can handle a similar level of responsibility. You can do all the transactions." Remus smiled. "Fine, so, we go to London, get the things we'll need for our trip at Diagon Alley. Though it'll be safer to buy second-hand, your wand, more robes and so on, and then get the tickets for the Flying Frenchman. We'll be having Belgian chocolates and German pastries before you know it. And hunting down Peter," Remus said. "That too. Well, that seems settled then. I guess it does." They waited a couple of days before they set out, until the moon had waned a bit more and Remus was feeling stronger, and the dark circles were not quite so prominent under his eyes. In that time they both laughed more than either of them had in 12 years, perhaps more than they had since before they had left Hogwarts. They stayed up later than they should and drank tea and played wizard's chess, and every day, as he ate proper meals after starving for so long, Sirius seemed to grow more healthy. His face fleshed out, his eyes lost their deadened look, his teeth were whiter, and every morning he somehow managed to look younger and more handsome than he had the night before. He was returning to the man he had been. Coming back to life. And every day Remus's heart beat a little faster at the sight of him, and then sank in disappointment when he reflected there was going to be no similar transformation for him. Sirius may be aging backwards, but, when he looked at Remus, he was always going to see someone gray in line before their time. Not that it mattered, he told himself fiercely. Sirius did not feel that way about him, would never feel that way about him. Of course Sirius was not interested in another man. He didn't understand why he felt that way for Sirius, although he always had, but he knew well enough that it was wrong and no one else would ever understand. Least of all Sirius. What did Sirius care that Remus didn't look 21 anymore? It's not like he had even been especially good looking back when he was 21. He'd always had the circles under his eyes, and the scars. No, he was being daft. He should be happy that Sirius was able to regain his health, and do so quickly. But being a werewolf was too draining, there could never be any recovery for Remus. Their situations were different, and it was stupid for him to want what Sirius had. They presumed that, as he didn't have a wand and because he was widely believed to be dead, Peter would have to travel the length of Britain as a rat. Having to get from the remote Scottish Highlands to somewhere with regular transport to mainland Europe, whether magic or Muggle, would take him a while on his little, ratty paws. So they were not in any terrible hurry to set out. 3 days after Remus had first arrived home, they packed up the few robes he had, his stash of Muggle money, just in case, and the map of Europe, and then they locked up the house, said goodbye to Buckbeak and gripped arms. Remus raised his wand and they apparated to a quiet alleyway off Charing Cross Road. Making sure they were unnoticed, Sirius transformed, and then Remus and his pet dog, Padfoot, checked into the Leaky Cauldron for 2 nights. They would do their shopping tomorrow and catch the train the day after. Chapter 3, Foul Play on the Flying Frenchman. I need 2 tickets, all the way to Majora. Remus had to raise his voice over the sounds of King's Cross Station, the Muggle trains pulling in and out, the announcements over the tannoys, the swarms of harried-looking Muggles hurrying past. He gave them a flustered look. It was a lot busier at this time of day than it was at 11 a.m. on the 1st of September. He'd never seen it like this before. Sirius sat at his feet, disguised as Padfoot, barking at pigeons. He got an amused look, before Remus turned back to look at the ticket wizard standing in the booth. Like everything that belonged to the magical world but was located in the Muggle one, it had enchantments on it, so the Muggles' eyes slid right past it. It wasn't invisible exactly, but their brains just didn't register it was there. Remus was the only person in the train station who could see the person he was talking to, and Sirius of course. "Is the dog going?" the ticket wizard asked, eyeing Padfoot suspiciously. "Yes, of course, that's why I need 2 tickets. Would it be possible to get a private compartment, just the 2 of us?" He didn't know why he blushed as he said that. Well, he did, because he knew why. In his heart of hearts, he wanted a private compartment, just him and Sirius. But that wasn't actually what he meant, and it surely wouldn't be how either Sirius or the ticket wizard interpreted it. He bit his lip and tried to will himself pale again. The ticket wizard shrugged. "Only get private compartments in first class." Well, he shot an apologetic look at Sirius, who just shrugged his dog's shoulders at him. "I suppose I'll have 2 first-class tickets to Majora, then." He saw the way the ticket wizard's eyes raked over him, as if taking in the shabbiness of his robes and his graying hair and the battered suitcase, once again tied up with neatly knotted string. "You can't afford first class." He felt himself flush again. Down at his feet, Sirius tore his eyes off the pigeons and began to growl at the man behind the counter. I think I can decide for myself what I can and can't afford, don't you? Remus said, keeping his voice pleasant. Look, mister, the other first-class passengers won't want you up there with them. What do you mean? His voice had lost its pleasant tone now. Beside him, Sirius was baring his teeth as the growl rumbled away in his throat. The dog, the ticket wizard said, shooting a nervous glance at Sirius. They won't want the dog up there. Is that so? He had the very distinct feeling that this was not what the other man had meant at all. No animals in first class. Company policy. I'd like to see where that's written down. Now it was the ticket wizard's turn to blush. Look, mister, the train leaves in 10 minutes, he blustered. You want the tickets or not? Standard class only. Oh, all right. He carefully counted out the gold he had taken from Sirius's bank account, trying not to faint as he handed the money over. Even at standard class prices, he had never paid so much for just one thing in all his life. Maybe it was because he was a dog, and his face could not show much in the way of emotion, but Sirius seemed supremely unconcerned by the cost. But then maybe it was because Sirius had always been rich. He had bought a boy he had never met, at the time, a firebolt for Christmas after all. Gold didn't mean much when you had so much of it, or so Remus had heard, he had never had any and so wouldn't know. He took the tickets, nodded his thanks to the unhelpful wizard behind the counter and left. Come on, Padfoot, he said, and Sirius lolloped along at his feet. They made their way to the hidden barrier between platforms 7 and 8. Air! A voice shouted after him. He turned to look and saw a red-faced Muggle guard yelling at him. That thing ought to be on a leash. It's not a thing, he's a dog. And he's perfectly well trained. He bit his lip to stop himself from laughing. I won't say he's well behaved. Sirius barked at him in outrage, and he lost the fight not to laugh. The guard was watching him closely, his eyes narrowed and suspicious, flicking up and down, taking the whole of Remus in, especially his robes. What are you laughing at? And why are you dressed like a right weirdo? Because I am a right weirdo. And my dog and I have a train to catch. If you'll excuse us. Where are you going? His eyes flicked to the departures board, Edinburgh Waverley, he said, reading the destination of the Platform 7 train. Are you Scottish? Och aye. The dog sniggered at his feet. Dogs shouldn't be able to snigger. Do I sound Scottish? And what business is it of yours? Now please, I'm in a hurry. And shooting the guard an irritated glance, he hurried away, checking that Sirius was keeping up. They lurked by the barrier hidden between the two platforms, very aware that the guard was still keeping an eye on them. Oh come on, look away, Remus muttered. He looked up at the big station clock. It was now only 5 minutes until the train left. Finally, the guard sneezed, and the man and dog seized their opportunity and slid through the brick wall and out onto platform 7.5. Steam billowed across the platform, so it felt like everything was shrouded in mist. They struggled their way down to the standard class part of the train, Remus checking the tickets until they found the right carriage. He opened the doors and pulled down the steps. There was a slight breeze and the steam cleared for a moment. He just got a brief view of another late passenger, a squat little witch with a wide face, who was getting on at the other end of the train. Clearly she had been deemed good enough for first class. Then the whistle blew and he and Sirius hopped up into the carriage, slammed the door closed and began to make the way down the aisle until they came to their own sleeping compartment. The train began to pull out of the station, and the floor heaved and swayed under their feet. On his 4 paws, Sirius did a much better job of keeping his balance. We're in 22B, Remus said to him, checking the tickets again. Berths 1 and 2. Should be just up here. As they staggered their way up the carriage, minding their own business, they suddenly heard a strangled yelp, and a door slammed shut very loudly and quickly. Remus frowned at Sirius. "Something we said," he said. "Here it is." They arrived outside 22B. Remus slid open the door and ushered Sirius inside before following him in and closing the door behind them. There were 4 berths in the compartment, bunk beds, and Sirius and Remus had the ones on the left-hand side. Sirius yelped and scrambled his way up to the top. "How come you get the top one?" But Sirius only barked at him. Berth 3 had a stout, red-faced wizard already in it, already sleeping, snoring loudly. He wore traditional Austrian lederhosen and smelled strongly of beer. Remus and Sirius glanced at each other. "I think, if we leave it half an hour to make sure no one is coming for that final bunk, you should be safe to transform, not that you're not a more pleasant travel companion this way." He got another bark of outrage. 15 minutes in, the ticket inspector came round to check their tickets. He tutted when he saw the drunk wizard in berth 3 and rooted through his pockets until he found his ticket. 15 minutes after that, berth 4 was still empty, the Austrian wizard was still passed out, and Sirius transformed back into a man and scrambled down to join Remus on the bottom bunk. "Shove over, Mooney." They curled up on the bed together, like they were boys back at Hogwarts, and looked at the map. "First stop is Beetje Heks-Stad," Remus said. "A few miles east of Bruges. We should be there late tomorrow morning." "How long does the train stop for?" "We'll have a couple of hours. Have a look around, ask anyone if they've seen Peter." "How's your French?" "They might speak Dutch." "How's your Dutch?" "Worse than my French." They both laughed. "Well, we can always speak English very loudly and slowly," Sirius said. Bound to work. The countryside whipped past the window, and before long they could see the sea sparkling in the distance. "Does the train go over the top of it?" Sirius asked, peering out. Remus looked at him like he was mad. "Well, it could hardly go under it, could it? The Muggles have a train that goes under the sea." "What?" "I saw it in a Muggle newspaper while I was on the run. It's just opened. There's a tunnel that goes right under the channel and a train runs through it. They can take their cars on it and everything. Sounds useful." They seemed pretty pleased with themselves. "Though I think the French did most of the work. We've not been fighting them for 1,000 years just to let the frogs take the credit for all the hard work, even if they deserve it," Remus smiled. "Too right. You know, I met a wizard from Beauxbatons once. Right snooty bastard he was. They really looked down on us." "I'm pretty sure it was just you he was looking down on, Padfoot." Sirius snatched up the pillow and smacked Remus with it. Remus snatched it out of his hands and smacked him back. The Austrian wizard gave an almighty grunt. They both froze and watched him, but he just rolled over and carried on snoring. "It doesn't even matter, we're not going to France. We're headed into Belgium and then through to Luxembourg." "They all go to Beauxbatons too," Sirius said darkly. By now the train was skipping across the sea. The waves broke in little white caps at the wheels, and the foam leapt upward. Soon their window was covered in a fine layer of spray. Night began to fall. The lamps were lit. The train continued to sway and rock as it crossed the water. The Austrian wizard slept on. A few hours later, and the boys decided it was time for bed. Remus picked up their wash bag, Sirius transformed back into a dog, and they made their way unsteadily down the carriage towards the bathroom. The door was stuck when they got there, and Remus had to use his wand to unjam it. They discovered why as soon as the door slid open. There was a wizard lying on the floor, unconscious. He looked very well-to-do, his robes were very fine, he wore a large gold watch and an even larger gold chain. Remus felt even shabbier than normal just standing next to him. The two men squeezed inside the bathroom, closed the door and Sirius transformed back. Should we try and wake him up? Maybe we should tell a guard he's here. He looks like he should be in first class, Sirius said, nudging him with his toe. I can't believe the ticket wizard wouldn't sell him first-class tickets. His voice had a bitter edge to it. Maybe he's just cheap. With all that gold. Come off it. How did he end up here? And how did he end up like this? He looks like he's been stunned. He got into a wizard's duel in a bathroom on a train. Sirius squatted down and rooted through the man's pockets until he pulled out his wand. Then using his own new second-hand one, he put the tips together and muttered, Prior Incantato. The shadow of a red ball of sparks exploded outward. He was stunned by his own wand. Remus said, surprised. Something funny's going on here. Look, I think we should forget it. We need to brush our teeth, get back to our compartment and pretend we saw nothing. We can't afford to stick our noses in or get in the middle of something. I feel like a Jarvey who only ever learned one sentence every time I say this, but, you are the most wanted wizard in Britain. We don't want to bring any attention to ourselves, not even by reporting other people's crimes. Let's just brush our teeth and go to bed. Let the next people in here find him and sort him out. He climbed over the wizard, took out his toothbrush and toothpaste and began to brush his teeth. Behind him he was aware of Sirius abandoning the unconscious man and then, he was having a wee. Remus rolled his eyes. It wasn't that they hadn't used to go to the toilet in front of each other all the time back when they were boys, of course they did, they shared a dorm and bathroom, and skived off lessons and hid out in the boys' toilets all the time. And some of those castle bathrooms, the urinals were basically one big trough. Over 7 years together they had hardly been precious about their privacy. They had been teenage boys, they used to have competitions to see who could get it highest up the wall. Remus had always won, even when it was all four of them. A high water mark was apparently his hidden talent. There was nothing either of them had not seen before. But they weren't boys anymore. They were men. Only Sirius did not seem inclined to act that way. The longer he was around Remus, the more and more he acted like he was 15 again. And the more and more Remus felt like he was 15 again, and had to fight to remember that no, it was 20 years later, he was a grown-up, and grown-ups didn't act this way around each other. But there was no point telling Sirius that. He had no interest in being 34 and mature and acting like everyone else. He had lost too much time, had too much taken from him. He wanted to go back to exactly who he had been before and start again, or maybe he didn't even realize he was doing it. The sound of the stream stopped. Come on, Mooney, hurry up, I need to do my teeth. Remus spat out his toothpaste, rinsed everything off and then carefully stepped across the unconscious wizard to let Sirius at the sink. Sirius started washing his hands, and Remus eyed up the toilet. He was uncomfortable at the thought of going in front of Sirius but, after Sirius had clearly thought nothing of it, knew it would seem weirder if he caused a fuss, waited until Sirius was done at the sink, kicked him out of the bathroom and then went. He sighed, shook his head, and reached for his flies, hoping that Sirius wasn't watching him in the mirror. Ah, Antalive Aoud is eels. Sirius said, through a mouthful of toothbrush and paste. And in English that would be. He took out the toothbrush and spat. I can't believe how good this feels. Remus froze, the sudden clatter of the wee hitting the toilet bowl sounded deafeningly loud, even over the train. How good what feels? Brushing my teeth. Oh, everything unclenched, and went back to normal. After 12 years. Every time I do it it's like. I can't believe how good it feels. You said that already, Remus said, dryly. He finished up. Sirius was still lost in the ecstatic dreamworld of personal hygiene. When he was done brushing his teeth he washed his face and then dried it on their hand towel and when he came back up, damn it, he looked younger and more handsome than he had before he had started. Remus narrowed his eyes, either Sirius was just irritating, or he was cheating. It was unfair that a man could spend 12 years in Azkaban and then still look better than everyone else. It never even occurred to him that maybe it was just the way that he looked at Sirius that was biased. "Come on," he said. "Let's get back." They returned to compartment 22B. The drunk Austrian was still snoring loudly. Struggling to maneuver in the small space, they stripped their robes off and got their pajamas out. Remus couldn't help glancing at Sirius, as the other man stripped down and got changed. He was still too thin, of course. It would take more than a week to undo all the damage the past 12 years had done, but he was already starting to fill out. His ribs weren't as prominent as they had been, his limbs not as wasted. He was starting to look strong and powerful once again. And his skin itself was still flawless, endless acres of unblemished creaminess. 12 years in Azkaban and he didn't have a mark on him. Remus glanced down sadly at his own body. 12 years ago he had looked awful enough, but he had a lot more scars since last Sirius had seen him like this. Thick, gnarly lines, all raised and bumpy, crisscrossed over his skin and cut through the hair that clung to his torso. Sirius had very little in the way of chest hair. It seemed, looking at how smooth he was, like just another way that he hadn't grown up, just another way that he had frozen in time as an adolescent. Maybe he had stopped and stared too long, maybe Sirius had felt his eyes on him, because his brows suddenly furrowed and he looked questioningly at Remus. "You okay?" Yes, I'm just tired. Ready for bed." "Right." Though to Remus's ears he did not sound entirely convinced. He climbed up onto the top bunk. "Well, night, Moony." "Night, Padfoot." They each got into their berths, and Remus switched the light off. The train chugged away underneath them, barreling its way towards continental Europe even as they lay still and unmoving in their hard, little bunks. Remus stared up at the underside of Sirius's bed. "Padfoot?" he whispered up into the dark. "Yeah. No matter how early you wake up in the morning, you're not getting into bed with me, yeah. The berths are way too narrow. We won't fit. We will if we squish up. Where's your sense of adventure? You promised not to say that word." "Oh right. Sorry. Night. Night." And he rolled onto his side and tried not to imagine him and Sirius squished up together in the confined space of his narrow bed. They drifted off to sleep, the rattle and lurch of the carriage actually working to help lull them into heavy somnolence. And soon Remus was dreaming. He was trying to buy a ticket to get into the Forbidden Forest, but a red-faced man in Letteroben was telling him he couldn't have one because the creatures would not want him in there. He tried to argue his case, but the man only turned into a rat and scurried deep into the trees. Remus tried to follow him, but then the forest was lit up with flaming torches and a whole load of ministry wizards were pointing and shouting and chasing after him. He began to run. He saw out of the corner of his eye a short little wizard, who looked a lot like Peter, hurl his torch right at him. A fireball flew through the air, turning everything a burning red. And then he was woken up by the sound of a loud explosion, and the whole train rattling and wobbling as if it had been knocked off its rails. He sat up with a start, and heard Sirius do the same above him. All down the train he could hear people waking up, yelping and screaming. He lit the lamp and scrambled out of his bunk. Sirius tumbled down from his own and, wands raised, they made their way to the door. "Stay behind me," Remus muttered. "Don't let anyone see you." He slid the compartment door open and peered down the hallway. All the way down the carriage he could see other people doing the same, witches and wizards appearing at their doors in nightdresses and pajamas, their wands raised and their eyes wary. "What's going on? What happened?"
Que se passe-t-il?
Was ist los? Was war das für ein Geräusch?
Is the train under attack? Only the Austrian wizard slept on, oblivious to it all. After a while there was a scraping sound, and the feeling underfoot of the train righting itself again, and then a guard came down the carriage. "Everything's all right. You can go back to bed. Nothing to worry about. What happened? Remus asked him. The guard stopped and looked him up and down. His eyes flickered in a way that suggested he noticed that Remus's pajamas were old and worn and was judging him for it. Nothing to worry about, sir. Go back to bed. But what happened? Yes, what happened? The other wizards in the carriage all joined in.
Erzählen Sie es uns.
Nous avons le droit de savoir.
The guard looked around at all their demanding faces, and tutted. Well, all right, to tell you the truth, something blew up in first class. We don't know how or why, but we have it under control. The train is back on its tracks and we should be reaching Beetje Heks-Stad in the morning. So you all go back to bed, and don't worry about it.
Something has blown up, and you tell us not to worry?
A Belgian witch cried throatily, clutching her night dress to her bosom for some form of protection.
Oh, we can we trust that the train is safe.
She's got a fair point, Remus heard Sirius mutter from behind him. He elbowed him to be quiet. But the guard was bristling with indignation. Oh, really, now, it is nothing to worry about. A one-off, travel this route all the time, never before happened. Nothing untoward. Now go back to sleep. Some first-class passengers will have to be moved down here, and we're terribly sorry for the inconvenience, but really there is nothing more we can do. And he glared at them all until, still chuntering in various languages, they began to disappear back inside their own compartments. Remus slid his own door shut, and turned back to Sirius. What do you reckon? Between an explosion and that unconscious wizard in the bathroom, something's definitely going on. Trust our luck. Here we are trying to sneak our way through Europe and we end up embroiled in the middle of murder on the Orient Express. With added explosions. What shall we do? Remus shrugged. Go back to bed, keep our heads down, hope nothing else happens. But Sirius had frozen. He brought his fingers up to his lips and pressed his ear to the door. Remus copied him. They could hear the sound of footsteps headed their way, and then voices. If you'll just come right this way, ma'am. But you don't understand, a high-pitched voice said crossly. Don't you know who I am? I'm Madame Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic himself. I cannot stay down here in standard class. I am an important member of government. I belong in first class. And I understand that, Madame Umbridge, but your compartment just exploded. Half of first class just exploded. And now this is the only spare bed on the train. Inside their compartment, listening at the door, the two young men's eyes darted in horror towards the empty berth 4. Then they looked at each other, alarmed. Here we go, Madame Umbridge, compartment 22B. Transform, transform. Remus hissed, shoving Sirius away from the door. Sirius vanished and was replaced by the great, black dog, and, still shoving, Remus heaved him up on his bunk and out of sight, before collapsing down into his own bed. He pulled up the blankets, closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. A moment later, the door slid open and, sniffing with disapproval, in walked Madame Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic himself. Looking disgusted with where she found herself, she sat down on the empty bed, not 5 feet away from the most wanted wizard in Britain, Sirius Black. Chapter 4, The Dog, the Hag and Beetje Heks-Stad. Remus barely slept a wink for the rest of the night. He kept turning his head on the pillow to stare at the ministry which just across the compartment from him, and then turning back so he was staring up at the underside of Sirius's bunk. More often than not he was holding his breath. As long as Sirius stays a dog, he kept on thinking to himself, there's no way she can ever know just as long as Sirius stays a dog. But his heart was still heavy in his chest, and he felt sick with dread. Though from the sounds of the grunts and whistles and snuffles from above him, Sirius was completely unperturbed by the turn of events. He was sleeping soundly, lost in doggy dreams. He turned his head on his pillow and looked at Umbridge again. Her wide mouth was hanging open. There was a string of saliva hanging between her lips, and every so often she made a pa sound as she smacked her lips together in her sleep. He shuddered, and looked away again. A moment later, she emitted a loud croaking noise, and then rolled over. He glanced back, and was forcibly reminded of a toad as he saw her there, huddled in the bunk. Whatever had happened in first class, he wished with all his heart that it had not. And however annoyed and upset Madame Umbridge was at slumming it down here with them, she was nowhere near as annoyed and upset as Remus was at her arrival. Eventually, he dozed off into a light and fitful sleep, where his dreams were haunted by toads and rats, creeping out of the shadows wherever he and Sirius looked. He wasn't sure what woke him up the next morning. If it was the sun shining through the window, or the sudden arrival of Sirius in his bunk, shoving him over to the side and curling his body around him. "Are you mad? The ministry hag is right over." "Relax," she went to the bathroom. "We have time." "For what?" "To talk. I thought I told you we wouldn't both fit in this bed. And I told you we would if we squished up." His handsome face took on a smug expression. "And I was right. So, the ministry hag will be back from the bathroom soon. We'll be in our little Flemish town before we know it. What's the plan? Get as far away from the ministry hag as possible and then start asking around for Peter. I have that photo of him. It's 12 years out of date, but... You think he'll have traveled through Beetje Heks-Stad? That's not how you pronounce it. Like you pronounce it any better. My Dutch accent is abysmal, Sirius told him. Remus swatted him with the back of his hand and they both laughed, until they were interrupted by the Austrian snorting in his sleep. They both turned to look at him, craning their necks out of the bunk to catch sight of him on his upper berth. "If sleeping were a competitive event," Sirius said. Then he snuggled back down and turned back to Remus. "What do we do if someone has seen him?" He was, of course, referring to Peter once again. "Find out everything they know. I don't know, this whole thing was your idea. I should be at home right now, if it wasn't for you, having a cup of tea. All alone. In the peace and quiet," Remus countered. "No one to look after you. No one to crawl into my bed and take it over. You've missed me, Mooney. Don't pretend you haven't." Remus bit his lip to try and stop the grin from spreading across his face. But he couldn't stop the heat flushing into his cheeks. He looked down, not wanting Sirius to see, and then he heard the click of the compartment door, and he turned in horror. But Sirius had heard it too, and before he knew it, Remus suddenly had a face full of black fur and an arm flung casually across a giant, black dog. Madame Umbridge stopped in the doorway, when she saw them both. She really was an uncannily short and squat witch, and her likeness to a toad was unsettling. Especially as now she had tied a black bow in her hair, and it sat on the top of her head looking for all the world like a juicy fly. She stared at them. Remus struggled to sit up, and tried his best to look like a respectable, young wizard going on holiday with his pet dog, and not like a 34-year-old werewolf who, moments before, had been cuddling in bed with his wanted mass murderer best friend. He met her eyes, and she seemed to look right through him, right to the wolf. His pajamas were purple and white stripes but, as with everything he owned, they were old and threadbare, and both the purple and the white were turning decidedly gray, and the clear sign of his poverty seemed to tell her everything she needed to know. That he was dangerous. Though he knew he was being stupid, she couldn't possibly know just by looking. She was probably just a snob. "That's a very large dog to have in the bed with you," she said to him, in a sniffy sort of voice. He and Padfoot glanced at each other. "Well, I keep trying to make him stay in his own bed, but he won't listen. You need to take a firm hand when dealing with beasts." She reached her own hand out, as if intending to use a firm hand on him right there and then. Sirius growled and snapped at her. Careful, Remus warned. He's not very friendly. Sirius woofed, and gave him a big slobbery lick right up his face, wagging his tail joyfully. With strangers, Remus amended. He's not very friendly with strangers. He shot Sirius an annoyed glance, but he couldn't really fight the grin of amusement that was sneaking across his face. Sirius licked him again. Well, he seems to be very friendly with you. Remus frowned. Her voice was sickeningly saccharine, and yet he didn't know what the Toad Witch was insinuating, but she seemed to be insinuating something. We've known each other a long time. What's his name? Padfoot. A strange name, why is he called that? I don't know. I didn't choose it. I always thought it was a stupid name. Sirius bared his teeth and growled at him. He seems very intelligent, Umbridge said. This stupid thing. Another growl. It's like he understands every word. Her eyes were calculating, though her voice was still fluting and girlish. It was an odd combination. Oh, he definitely doesn't. My last words to him last night were, "Don't get into my bed, there isn't room," and as you can see. You paid for him to have his own berth. Her eyes took in the shabbiness of his pajamas again. He felt himself flush. Yes. And where are you going? Majora. That must have set you back. We managed. And what is it that takes you to Italy, Mr. Lupin? We're going to visit family. She smiled, sneering and snide. Yours or the dogs? The dogs. The smile vanished from her face, and she looked angry. She was being made fun of, by both this disreputable-looking young man and his dog, and she quite clearly did not appreciate it. She was a very important person in the government. She was probably used to respect. This treatment of her was something unheard of. For Remus, though, being talked down to and disapproved of because he was so obviously poor was nothing new. It had happened to him 3 times in the past 12 hours. And this was how they treated him before they knew about his condition. He was used to it. He hated it, and with Sirius by his side he suddenly wasn't going to stand for it any longer. When they had been young, Sirius and James had always given short shrift to anyone who dared to be rude to Remus. And bolstered by their presence, protected by their love, he had joined in, dared to answer back. 12 years alone had knocked all that out of him. Now he just pretended he didn't notice, or that he didn't hear. He had just spent the past year pretending not to hear Draco Malfoy, a 13-year-old boy for Merlin's sake, make rude comments about the state of his robes. It was less painful, and less humiliating, to just pretend it wasn't happening. But now he had Sirius back, and he didn't have to pretend anymore. He felt like he was Moony again, and if people were rude to him then he would throw it right back at them and enjoy watching them squirm. Or, in the case of Madame Umbridge, bristle in righteous indignation. I. Excuse me, he said coolly. He tipped Sirius onto the floor and then got up, picking up their whole case. We need to use the facilities. So silly of me, but, you're taking the dog? She asked incredulously. He just raised an eyebrow at her. Unless you'd rather he just went in the compartment. She turned bright red. He nodded at her, ushered Sirius out, and they headed down the hallway, to find that, at some point in the night, someone must have come along and sorted out the unconscious wizard, as the bathroom was now empty. They had locked themselves in the bathroom, brushed their teeth, had a strip wash and got dressed, lingering as long as they dared so they didn't have to return to the toadish presence of Umbridge. But eventually other passengers had begun banging on the door, and reluctantly, they had gone back to their compartment where they had spent a tense hour and a half sitting on Remus's bunk, the ministry hag shooting suspicious glances at them, and Remus having to remember not to start proper conversations with Padfoot. It came as a great relief to both of them, when the train finally pulled into the little station of Beetje Heks-Stad and they could disembark. As they stepped down onto the platform, they became aware of a sudden fracas near the back of the train and, glancing to the side, they saw the unconscious wizard from last night, in his fine robes and gold chain, being bundled off by some guards.
But you don't understand.
He was yelling, he was very red in the face.
I am the mayor of Kobolddorf, you cannot treat me this way.
Not get a ticket, mate, no ticket, no travel.
But I had eine Ticket. For, who you say? First class. Es war sehr teuer.
Yeah. What happened to it?
What happened to it?
He wailed.
I was in the bathroom and then, I was waking up. Ticket gone.
Yeah. Remus and Sirius looked at each other, and then shrugged, glad they had not got in the middle of all this last night. The train sets off again at 1:05, Remus muttered to the dog, out of the corner of his mouth. We've got 2 hours and 20 minutes to ask around for Peter, come on. The little platform was bustling with passengers disgorging from the train, and Belgian porters and guards in their uniforms, blowing whistles and yelling and pushing luggage trolleys. The crowd jostled and shoved, and Remus kept a tight grip on Sirius to make sure they weren't separated. His eyes roved around the platform, it was only small, just room for one train at a time, and had a quaint little ticket booth at the end. Beyond that he could see the thatch of the roofs of the all-wizarding town, their crooked chimneys reaching up to the sky and smoke of all colors billowing out. You ought to have that thing on a leash, an unpleasantly familiar, girlish voice said from somewhere down near his elbow. He frowned down at Madame Umbridge, it was her he had been trying to get away from. Padfoot does not need to be tied up, he said coldly. If you'll excuse us. Once again, he took hold of the back of Sirius's neck and hurried them both away, though he could swear that he could feel her cold and calculating eyes on him all the way until he disappeared inside the swirl of noise and robes and general busyness of the crowd. They passed the ticket booth and stepped out into the winding, cobbled streets of Beetje Heks-Stad. The buildings all seemed to lean against each other, the thatch of the roof of one building spilling over into the next, so the whole place had an air of being like a line of dominoes propping each other up and then covered over in a wild haystack. Finding a quiet spot, and with a swift check around for the ministry hag, Remus blocked Sirius from the view of the street while the other man transformed. A second later, Padfoot had vanished, and Remus grinned at the dark-haired man who emerged from the shadows. It's good to have you back. I never went anywhere. No, but, it's different when you're a dog. I can't talk to you properly. Come on, and don't be seen by that ministry hag. Though Sirius was looking so young and handsome by now, Remus seriously doubted his own mother would recognize him from his wanted posters, let alone old Toadface. They walked along to the center of the town, where the buildings stood in a great circle opening out onto a town square, a town circle. Cafes selling mussels or frites with mayonnaise had little tables under striped awnings and were packed out with passengers fresh off the flying Frenchman. Zoot-Alt-Snoop confectioners had trays of the most mouth-watering looking pralines and truffles set out for everyone to admire. There was a wand shop, Tristan Triempa Toverstafmacher, and a joke shop, Knetteren Canals. There was a branch of quality Quidditch supplies which, like the one in Diagon Alley, had the firebolt proudly displayed in the window, a book shop called Krenzen and a large pub that seemed to be doing a roaring trade selling large quantities of beer, which had a wooden sign outside with a picture of a quill dripping ink carved into it. De Inksvartsa Hansafir Sirius read the sign, tripping over the unfamiliar words. The inky quill, Remus told him. How'd you know that? I looked at the picture and made an educated guess. Oh, sounds better in English. Everything always does. Shall we go in? As good a place to start as any. They headed into the busy pub, spotting, as they went, the red face and letteroben of their Austrian bunkmate, now finally awake, and quaffing pints of Flemish red ale. Ducking past him, they made their way up to the bar. It was very busy inside, and they had to employ their elbows to shove their way to the front. Do you speak English? Remus asked the barman, when he finally had his attention. The barman nodded tersely. Excellent, we're looking for this man. Have you seen him? He took out his 12-year-old picture of Peter and flourished it under the man's nose. He'd be a bit older now, though. But the wizard didn't even look at the photo.
You buying a drink?
The two of them looked at each other. Fine, Sirius snapped. We'll have two. He scanned the chalkboard above the bar. Butterbeers? What the hell is a butterbeer? This time Remus's look had a touch of incredulity to it. Really? You've got such a block on foreign languages you can't work that out. The barman sniggered, reached under the counter and clonked 2 bottles of butterbeer down in front of them. Remus paid, though of course it was with Sirius's money, and then he held up the photo again. So, have you seen him?
We're getting a lot of tourists in at the minute, ready for the festival of Met Meg.
Who? The barman nodded his head out to the center of the town square, where there stood a great, bronze statue of a rather wild-looking witch.
Met Meg led an army into hell, so legend has it. It's her festival in a couple of days, that's why the brass band are practicing.
And indeed, out under the statue, there was a largish huddle of witches and wizards all clutching brass instruments and making an out-of-tune racket. Well, Peter wouldn't be here for the festival, Sirius said. He'll just be passing through, probably looking twitchy, kind of sweaty and nervous. Glancing over his shoulder a lot.
Sorry, not seen him. There's too many people for me to keep track.
Disappointed, they nodded their thanks and carried their drinks over to a table. Through the window they could see a group of young witches decorating the statue of Mad Meg in floral garlands, and a group of young wizards building a float shaped like a demon and enchanting it to breathe fire. The brass band squawked on. So, we try the cafes next? Sirius asked. If he's been anywhere it will probably have been for food, he's unlikely to stop and browse in quality Quidditch supplies. Maybe try some of the other hostels, as well. He might have stopped overnight. Good idea. They drank in companionable silence for a while, watching the preparations for the festival outside their window until, Ministry hag. Remus spat his butterbeer out and grabbed at Sirius to get his attention. He somehow managed to grab his thigh, but he didn't have time to feel confused or embarrassed or wonder if Sirius had thought anything of it before there was a black dog sitting next to him. He tried to rearrange his face so he looked calm and unruffled just in case. And sure enough Toadface spotted him. So silly of me, she said, coming over, her tone still tooth-rottingly sweet. But why do you have 2 bottles of butterbeer? One for now, one for later. The bar is too busy to go back to. It would take too much time. She made a sniffy little oomph noise and then walked off. Once she was lost in the crowd, Sirius transformed back. I really don't like her, he said, glowering in the general direction she had left in. I get the feeling she feels the same way about us. Yeah, but, we try and leave her alone. If she hates us so much, why does she keep following us? I think she knows something's up. You think she suspects? What? That my overly familiar pet dog, Padfoot, who can't stay in his own bed, is secretly infamous mass murderer Sirius Black. I'd be impressed if she suspected that. She'd deserve to catch us if she was that good. No, I think she just gets a vibe that we're up to no good. We look disreputable. Well, I am a mass murderer. And you are a werewolf. It's only to be expected that we don't look like upstanding citizens. Do you actually count as a mass murderer if you never even killed anyone? Alright, maybe not, but you are definitely a werewolf. They both laughed, and it took Remus a while to notice that, now Sirius was back in human form again, Remus's hand was back on the other man's leg. He was unconsciously rubbing it. And Sirius hadn't said anything. He snatched his hand away, and earned himself a funny look, which he chose to ignore by taking a long gulp of his butterbeer. But he could feel himself blushing, all red hot and sweaty. Chapter 5, Exposed. Once they were finished with their butterbeers, they left the inky quill and headed back out into the town square. The young witches had now finished decorating the statue of Mad Meg and were using their wands to hang lanterns on twine which stretched from rooftop to rooftop, festooning the whole place with twinkling lights. The young wizards were now trying to move the float through the square, cutting the path it would parade down during the festival. Every so often it would breathe fire, and crowds of tourists would squeal and scramble out of the way. But the pair of them did not have time to watch the ongoing festivities, and so they trailed through shop after cafe after hotel, showing people the photograph and asking anyone if they had seen Peter. But no matter where they looked and who they asked, they always got the same answer as they had in the pub. Peter had not been seen. The town was too busy for anyone to notice him. As far as anyone knew, the small, plump man in the picture had never so much as set foot in Beetje Heks-Stad. It wasn't until they tried the ice cream parlor, Rolf Rademacher's Romeswinkel, after hours of fruitless searching, that they finally struck gold. Showing the picture to Rolf himself, they suddenly saw a look of recognition cross the shopkeeper's face. "You've seen him?" Remus asked when he saw the way the man's eyes lit up. "You know him?"
Ja, I saw him. Older, plumper. Going bald. But was him for sure.
The two men looked at each other in excitement. "He came in here."
He had a double choco mint and raspberry sundae with extra fudge and cream.
"Sounds like Peter," Sirius muttered. "When?" Remus asked. "When did you see him?" Rolf opened his mouth to answer, but, just as he did, the tuba under the statue started up, making the most deafening, thundering, discordant squawking noise. Within a moment, the trumpets and cornets and the French horn had all joined in, drowning out all other sounds. "What?" Remus cried over the din. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." Rolf started to yell, straining to make himself heard, but then the chiming of the hour joined in with the brass cacophony. Sirius looked at the clock, hanging above the counter. "It's 1 o'clock, he pointed out. "Train leaves in 5 minutes, we need to get back." So, reluctant to give up on this slim lead, but with no other choice, they said thanks to Rolf and headed back for the station, fighting their way through the crowds. "At least we know we're on the right track," Sirius said, once they had put some distance between themselves and the noise of the brass band. "Little Peter has been here and he'll be headed down through Luxembourg. We just need to catch up with him." As they reached the ticket booth, they slipped back into the shadows, Sirius transformed into Padfoot once more, and then they showed their tickets, crossed the platform and clambered back up onto the train. When they reached compartment 22B, the Austrian was already laid out on his bunk, snoring again, and Umbridge was sitting on her own bed, reading a tourist leaflet about Mad Meg, which she appeared to have picked up in the Beetje Heks-Stad Museum of Local Witching History. "You two were cutting it fine," she sniffed. "We were enjoying ourselves," Remus said calmly. He and the dog got back onto his bed and tried to ignore her. "It wasn't to be. I spoke to the guard," she told him. "They should have fixed the first-class compartments by tomorrow. I should be back where I belong in the morning. You must be very happy." She glowered at him. He kept on ignoring her. There was a great, creaking, groaning noise, and then the train began to rumble out of the station. They would now be traveling for hours through the Belgian countryside and then through the border to Luxembourg just after it got dark. Remus watched the landscape flash past the window, seeing fields and Muggle towns and even some cities and then yet more fields, filled with cows. He wondered how far ahead of them Peter already was, if he had already traveled this way, if he had already seen these same fields, these same cows. He wished he could talk to Sirius, knowing that Peter had been in Beetje Heks-Stad, that someone had seen him, felt like something they needed the chance to talk about. But between Sirius being a dog and the ministry hag sitting not 5 feet away, it seemed unlikely that an opportunity would arise. He wished that, of all the many magical ways the four of them had developed to communicate when they were trapped in separate detentions, telepathy had been one of them. He had nothing else to do, he figured he might as well give it a go. He turned to look at Padfoot, staring hard at him, his eyes boring straight into the dog's. Ahem ahem. He heard a little cough. He ignored it and kept staring. Ahem ahem. He kept staring. Ahem ahem. Eventually he realized that irritating sound was the Ministry hag's attempts to get his attention. And if he kept on ignoring her, the false coughing would keep on happening. At least it would keep on happening until he lost his temper, snapped and hexed her for it. And then he would be in trouble, as she had told the guard last night, she was an important member of government. And he hoped she never found out what he was. Reluctantly he tore his eyes off Sirius and turned to her instead. "What are you doing?" she asked him. "I'm trying to communicate telepathically with my dog." "Why?" "There's nothing else to do, I'm bored, I feel like talking to him." "But he's a dog." "Doesn't mean he doesn't have anything interesting to say." He turned back to Sirius. But now, wised up to why he was getting stared at, Sirius just shrugged his doggy shoulders at him. He couldn't hear what Remus was thinking, and so Remus sighed and gave up. Over on her bunk, Umbridge noted the way the dog had shrugged, and narrowed her eyes. Hours passed. The skies began to darken, the stars began to come out, and the Austrian wizard suddenly awoke with a start, snorting loudly.
Wo sind wir?
What? Remus asked, furrowing his brow politely.
Wäre wie?
Oh, somewhere near the Luxembourg border, I think, we were supposed to get there around twilight.
Danke.
He looked around the small cabin as if expecting to see someone else.
Und wo ist dein Freund?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Your friend?
The Austrian wizard said. It's just me and Padfoot, he gulped nervously, wondering if the man had heard them talking while he slept last night. Perhaps he had not been as out of it as they had thought.
Nein, your friend back in the town. I see you with him. Tal, dark hair, in the pub.
Oh, him. He was very aware of Umbridge's eyes on him, but he ignored her. He's, he lives in Belgium. I just met up with him for a drink. You were drinking alone when I saw you, Umbridge said. He'd gone to the toilet. Her smile became dangerous. And yet both butterbeers were for you, you said. Thankfully, the Austrian wizard seemed oblivious to any awkwardness he might be stumbling into the middle of. He didn't notice the danger in Umbridge's voice, or the coldness in Remus's eyes. He smiled widely.
It is good to travel and see friends, no?
Yes, agreed Remus, hastily, happy to change the subject. But Umbridge wasn't letting her suspicions go. She smiled again, her wide, froggy smile that held no warmth or friendship in it. And you have friends in Belgium and family in Italy, Mr. Lupin? For one of the most Anglo-Saxon-looking men I ever saw, you do seem to spread your acquaintances around Europe. Well, both the Angles and the Saxons came from the mainland, so that would make sense. He smiled back at her, his was also saccharine. Two could play at that game. She glowered.
It is good you have friends.
The Austrian wizard was nodding.
Good to see. You are werewolf, no?
Remus froze. He felt simultaneously hot and cold and was aware of the blood suddenly ringing in his ears. He felt Sirius freeze beside him and was horribly aware of the way Umbridge had suddenly turned ashen-faced and shrunk back from him, cowering in her bunk, her eyes flashing with anger, or maybe just plain disgust. What makes you say that? He choked on his words, struggling to get them out. His throat felt like it was closing up, like there wasn't room to squeeze the words out.
Forgive mich,
the Austrian wizard said, and he looked apologetic, as if he realized he had embarrassed Remus and was sorry for it.
I meant nothing by it just, my brother, he is bit by the wolf also. You show the same sense, the dark circles under the eyes, you don't have much money because the people will not give you the job. Your face, your eyes, I see the same look as I see in my brother. The hardship, it takes its toll. But it is good if you still have friends. People who love you. Your kind are treated very cruelly. It is not right.
Thank you. I get by, and I have Padfoot.
He must be a great comfort to you at the full moon.
He has been in the past. The Austrian wizard beamed at him, and then at Padfoot.
Good dog.
But in the bunk beneath his, Umbridge was now shaking, quivering with fear or rage or both. You. She struggled to get her words out. She pointed a trembling finger at Remus. How dare you? How dare you get on a train and share a living space with normal people? How dare you pretend you are one of us? You filthy half-breed.
Madame.
The Austrian wizard cried in alarm.
There is no need for that, he is not dangerous.
Of course he is dangerous. I knew it. I knew when I saw you there was something wrong about you, something unnatural. She turned from Remus to fire her anger at the hapless Austrian. He is dangerous and he is dirty and he is not fit to travel alongside decent people. She got off her bunk and drew herself to her full height, which as she was short and squat was not very impressive. She shook from head to foot. I'm going to speak to the guard, she said. You have no right to be on this train, Mr. Lupin. I will get rid of you. She headed for the door, sliding it open. Guard. Guard. She stepped out into the hallway, yelling the whole time.
Madame no, there is no need.
The Austrian wizard scrambled down from his bunk and gave Remus a look of remorse.
I am so sorry.
And he chased her down the train.
Please, madame, you must reconsider.
But, from inside their compartment, they could still hear Umbridge screeching for the guard and occasionally banging on doors and shouting, "Werewolf, werewolf on the train, help me chase him off." And then came the sounds of other doors opening, and crowds gathering, and an ominous rumble as a mob began to form. Left alone together, Sirius transformed back into himself. His face was bloodless and his eyes were shining. What are we going to do? Can they really kick you off just for being a werewolf? As soon as their companions had left the compartment, Remus had got to his feet and started packing the case. Slowly and methodically he folded their pajamas and robes and put the wash bag back inside. Outwardly his movements were calm and measured, but he could feel the heat on his cheeks and his heart was banging wildly in his ribcage. Legally? No. But no one will want a werewolf on the train, no matter how distant the next full moon. They will ask us to leave. If we are lucky, they will ask us to leave politely. And if we don't, no doubt they will discover a problem with our tickets. That's if they can hold back the mob. He put the last of their things in the suitcase, closed it up and tied the string, knotting it neatly once again. So we just give up? Sirius asked. We leave. One way or another, they won't give us a choice. He smiled wryly. Welcome to my life. That stupid Austrian wizard. It wasn't his fault, he was being friendly. No. It was the toad's fault. She's one to talk about being a half-breed. She's part amphibian. Slimy bitch. There's no need to name-call. Moony, there is every need to name-call. It won't fix anything. It makes me feel better. His gray eyes were suddenly anxious and yet strangely soft at the same time. Are you all right? The things she said, she had no right, Remus. They're not true. Aren't they? Sirius flushed bright red and opened his mouth as if to fire off a furious retort at Remus's words, but he was cut off by the door sliding open again without any warning. How dare you put me in a compartment with a werewolf? Umbridge was shrieking at a harassed-looking guard. Who knows what he could have done to me in the night? A dangerous beast in with a single woman, what were you thinking? How could you let this happen? I will be demanding compensation and I want him off, off. Him and his mangy de. Her eyes traveled the compartment, to where both men were standing, frozen. They were both staring back at her, feeling panic and defeat and desperation crash around them. They were caught red-handed. Her eyes widened as she looked at Sirius, as she looked him head to toe, placed him in her mind and found a name for him. She opened her mouth, pointed and began to shriek. Sirius Black. Sirius Black in 22B, everyone, don't let him escape. Sirius Black. We've got him. And within moments there was a great crowd gathered around the door, peering in at both the mass murderer and the werewolf, who were both still standing, frozen in place. Grab him! Grab him! Umbridge shrieked. And Remus came back to his senses. Adrenaline was coursing through him, making him tremble, but also spurring him on to act quicker and be more daring than he ever knew he could be. He shoved the case into Sirius's hand, drew his wand, ignored the alarmed cries of the crowd, who clearly thought he was about to attack them, and pointed it at the window instead. Reducto, he bellowed at the top of his voice. There was a smashing, crashing sound as the window was blown clean from the wall of the train. He yelled again, Reducto, Reducto, and the wall itself was blown away too. It smashed to earth, as the train kept on thundering by, and sparks were visible in the distance where it landed. The wind now howled into the compartment, whipping their hair around and sucking them towards the hole. The gathered crowd screamed and grabbed hold of whatever they could, including each other, to stop themselves being blown overboard. But that was precisely what Remus wanted. He grabbed Sirius, bundled him to the hole in the wall and yelled, "Jump!" He gave him a shove and Sirius flew off the train, disappearing in the darkness. Remus risked one last backwards glance at Umbridge. She was clutching onto the doorframe, her hair was blowing around wildly and her face was twisted in anger. "You filthy animal," she yelled at him over the sound of the whistling wind. And then he too jumped from the speeding train. He felt himself fall through the darkness and then crash down onto the hard ground, landing with a bump and rolling several feet away from the tracks. The train thundered past, and within seconds, the final carriage had vanished into the night. Chapter 6, A Night Among the Muggles. He lay on the ground, gasping for several moments. The wind had been knocked out of him and his ribs were bruised and aching. He could feel the sting of scrapes and cuts from where his skin had grazed along the rough ground. But he was alive. That was the main thing. He had jumped from a moving train and survived. He could only hope the same was true for Sirius. Gritting his teeth and hissing in pain, he forced himself back to his feet. Immediately he groaned and wrapped his arms around his midsection as his ribs throbbed and screamed like they had been kicked in by a centaur. "Padfoot," he called out. "Padfoot, where are you?" "Here." His heart skipped a beat as he heard the familiar voice croak back to him. "I'm over here." And Remus forced one foot in front of the other and stumbled over to him. "Do you still have the case?" It broke open on impact, everything spread everywhere. "Damn." He took out his wand and whispered Lumos. In the sudden light he could see Sirius looking bruised and shaken. He held his wand high and peered around for all their belongings. Lumos. The tip of Sirius's wand lit up as well and together they hunted around, finding their robes and underwear and map and money and stash of tea bags until finally they thought they had everything. "So what now?" Sirius asked as he packed everything back into the case. "Well, I'm guessing it won't be long until Toadface informs the rest of the Ministry she saw you, which means the whole Ministry of Magic will know you're on the Belgian/Luxembourg border and will be turning up here any minute." "That's true. And I think it's fair to say that, even if she hasn't already, she will, at some point, work out that you were the dog all along. So the Ministry will know you're an animagus." "Also a fair point. And as we escape together and she knows my name, the whole wizarding world is going to reevaluate what happened on the night of the full moon, everyone will assume the werewolf was in cahoots with the Death Eater all along and..." I'm probably now the second most wanted wizard in Britain. Yes, sorry about that, Mooney. I suppose worse things happen at sea. Do they really? Almost certainly not. They only broke off from their laughing when it hurt their bruised ribs too much to keep on. So what do we do now? Remus asked eventually. He saw Sirius shrug in the wand light. I suppose if they're looking for us then we need to hide. And if they're looking for us here, we need to not be here. So where should we go? Sirius took the map out, they laid it on the floor and pinned it down with rocks at the corners, raising their wands high so they could study it. We should go to a Muggle town, Sirius said. He scanned the map and then tapped one. Here, Edelbruck, we can easily apparate that far, get a hotel room and then work out a plan once we're safely behind a locked door. Remus nodded in agreement. They stashed the map back in the case, rolled up their sleeves, whispered knocks to put out the lights on their wand tips and then gripped each other's arms and apparated the 20 miles or so to Edelbruck. It was pitch black and starting to rain, when they landed outside the church in the center of the town. The Muggles in the street were too busy hurrying down the road, their coats pulled over their ears to ward off the downpour, to pay the sudden appearance of two wizards any mind. Come on, Remus said, tugging Sirius down a quiet street. Let's find an out-of-the-way hotel then. The glow from the streetlights reflected in the puddles, as they splashed through them, giving off a misty atmosphere. It was still quite warm, though it was dark, it was just very wet, and the air felt muggy and humid. They slipped and slid their way past offices and restaurants, shops and blocks of flats, until eventually they came to a boxy, gray building with a fire escape running down one side and a neon sign that read Novotel. Here we go. They looked both ways and then dashed across the road to get to it. What are they going to think? Sirius asked, as they ran. We're wearing robes, what will the Muggles say? Probably nothing, at least not to our faces. We're English, all people on the continent think we're all eccentric, which is a polite way of calling us mad as a cauldron of frogs. We can get away with quite a lot as long as we lean hard on being clueless Brits. They reached the revolving door, Sirius squashed himself into the same compartment as Remus, so they were suddenly pressed very close together and they fell out into the hotel lobby, gasping. Sirius then proceeded to shake himself dry, as if he was Padfoot. All right, we can't get away with being that eccentric, Remus said, watching him with fond amusement, very aware of the Muggle behind the counter's surprised eyes watching their every move. Come on. He took hold of Sirius's sleeve and approached the desk.
Gutte Owend,
the Muggle said to them both. Her voice was pleasant but her eyes flicked over their robes and battered suitcase and Remus definitely saw the way her mind ticked over and categorized them as being on the extreme end of eccentricity. Gutte Owend, he stammered, trying to copy what she had said.
Speak English?
She asked pleasantly. Yes, we do, he said in relief. We'd like a room please.
Just one room?
One is fine. We're used to sharing. She made no comment, though he saw her eyebrow raise and he flushed, wondering how she had interpreted his words. She began to tap away at the something on her desk, which had all the letters of the alphabet on it but in a random order. But despite the letters being any old place, she seemed to know where they all were without looking. Instead she kept her eyes fixed on the screen of the big, boxy thing that seemed to be giving her information. Remus had no idea what any of it was.
For how many nights?
She asked. Just one.
Quite so.
She put her hand on a big lump of plastic, moved it around on a little mat on her desk and then clicked with her left index finger. Immediately, there was a whirring and chugging sound from behind her and yet another Muggle machine had sprung into life. This one seemed to be slowly spitting out a piece of paper, which she tore off and then put in front of Remus.
If you just sign here,
she handed him it wasn't a quill. He took it dubiously, wondering what he was supposed to do for ink. He looked around, and felt her staring at him expectantly, He lowered the nib of the Muggle quill to the paper, thinking she would take pity on him, mark him down as a crazy Englishman and hand some ink over at some point, and started to write. He nearly lost control of it when, to his immense surprise, the ink just started to flow out of the quill itself. He could feel Sirius staring in surprise over his shoulder as well. Now he was used to it, the Muggle quill was much easier to write with than a feather one. He may have just been converted. He signed on the dotted line, and then initialed in a box.
Merci, and if you just hand over your passports.
Our what?
Passports.
Sirius and Remus looked at each other, nonplussed. We don't have, passports. Remus said. She looked at them incredulously.
Then how did you get into the country?
We, on the train.
But you had to show your passport at the border.
They had no idea what she was talking about. Meanwhile, her eyes were becoming harder, as if she was beginning to suspect something was seriously wrong. She reached for the Felitone, was it?
I will call the police.
What are they? Sirius asked. But Remus had gulped. They're like Muggle law enforcement wizards. Like Aurors? Maybe. We don't want trouble. He reached for his wand. What are you doing? Remus hissed. But Sirius had pointed his wand directly between the eyes of the Muggle woman, who just had time to look horrified before he shouted, "Obliviate." Her expression smoothed over, changing from one of terror to dreamy unconcern.
Thank you, gentlemen, that will be all. I will get you your key.
And she took down a large brass key from a hook which had 103 written on the fob.
Room 103, up the stairs and on your left. Breakfast is served from 6 until 10.
They nodded their heads in thanks and hurried away to the staircase, before she noticed anything else was wrong. The first floor landing was in need of a lick of paint, and the carpet was scuffed and worn thin in places. Though it was quiet, it didn't move and it didn't come complete with its own ministry hag, so they were willing to overlook the shabbiness. After all, they hardly had room to talk, everything they owned was threadbare and worn through in places as well. They found their way to room 103, unlocked the door and gratefully disappeared inside. There's only one bed, Sirius said, flumping down on it and kicking his shoes off. Look on the bright side, Remus said wryly, putting their case down and then sitting down beside Sirius. It saves you the effort of getting up and climbing in with me in the morning. What do you think that Muggle thought you meant, when you said we were used to sharing? He felt his skin grow hot. I don't know. Well, there's a kettle in the room, I'll put it on, shall I? He scrambled off the bed, went into the bathroom to fill up the kettle and then came back out, frowning at it. It's got one of those, what do you call them, plug thingies. So plug it in and see what happens. It took rather longer to boil than it did when they used magic, but that gave them time to get out their stash of tea bags, discover that UHT milk was not as good as the real thing and agree to use Lacchiomenti instead. While they waited for the tea to cool, Remus got out their pajamas and Sirius went over to examine the big, black screen thing that was sitting on top of the chest of drawers. Muggles have these in their living rooms, they show pictures, he said. I used to watch them through the windows sometimes, when I was on the run. If it was the Muggle news they would show pictures of me. Fame at last, Remus smiled. Across the room, Sirius found the on switch, pressed it, and then stumbled back in alarm as the screen sprang to life and a Muggle in a suit, sitting behind a desk, gabbled at them, very fast and loud, in words they did not understand. It's not in English. Sirius said in dismay. We're not in England. Well, hang on, these things usually have a wand thingy, I've seen the Muggles using them. He looked around until he found what he was looking for, a rectangular piece of black plastic with buttons all over it. Here, look, he pressed one of the buttons, and the man disappeared to be replaced with an advertisement for yogurts. This wand controls the screen. It's like magic. He sat back on the bed and flicked through the channels. Remus jumped every time the pictures changed, but eventually they found something that was in English and had foreign subtitles, which they could ignore. A handsome, young man was being driven in a carriage up to a castle in the mountains. "I think it's some kind of story," Sirius said. "I don't think it's real. Shall we watch it?" They sat with their cups of tea, watching in bemusement as the young man was taken into the castle and met by a creepy-looking old man in a robe, whose shadow moved independently. Then all sorts of horrors started to happen. "What on earth is going on?" Sirius asked, as the young man was crawled over by 3 women with fangs. "I think they're vampires," Remus said, his brow furrowed. "I think everyone in the castle is a vampire. Or at least what a Muggle thinks a vampire is." "Even Jonathan?" "No, he's just a person. I think they're going to eat him." They watched some more. The scene changed and now the story was in England and following different people, but people who seemed to know Jonathan, who was now missing. One of the women started to get sick. Strange things started to happen in England as well. The creepy old man had arrived in the country, only now he was a creepy, young man wearing a top hat and sunglasses. "Is this making any sense?" Sirius asked. "None at all. So it's not just me being thick?" "No. Usually it's just you being thick, but this time." He tilted his head, as if to see if it all made more sense if he just looked at it from a different angle. "Either this is nonsense or we're both being thick." It was nighttime. The woman called Mina woke up to find the sickly woman was missing and went to look for her. She was outside. The creepy, young man who had used to be old had somehow transformed into a gigantic and monstrous wolf and it was doing things to the woman as she lay there and moaned, and Mina watched on in horror. Remus slopped his tea down his front and felt his face burn bright red. The blood pounded in his ears and it felt like the wolf on the screen was suddenly taking up the whole room, and he was horribly aware of Sirius, right next to him, watching that monster, that wolf, do that. "I'm going to brush my teeth," he said, and leapt from the bed, across the room and slammed the bathroom door, locking himself inside. Why did it have to be a wolf? He thought furiously. Why couldn't the vampire have turned into something, anything, else? Why did they choose to make him a wolf? He took a deep breath, trying not to let himself be bothered by it, trying not to read anything into it, but it was no good. He could now hear the ministry hag's voice echoing in his head, "Who knows what he could have done to me in the night? A dangerous beast in with a single woman. You filthy animal." That was what she had meant. What he had just seen on the screen, that was what people saw and thought about when they looked at him, even Muggles, apparently, and they weren't even supposed to believe in creatures like him. Why else would they choose a wolf out of all possible animals to do that, on the screen? Because that's what they thought of them, what they thought of him. He remembered the Muggle receptionist's raised eyebrow when he said he and Sirius were used to sharing, and his face burned even hotter. His hands shook as he unzipped the wash bag and took out his toothbrush. He'd never seen anything like that, never seen so clearly in front of him what people were imagining when they found out about him. Never before realized all the connotations of the word dangerous, or just how animal they thought he was. He remembered Sirius shaking himself dry like a dog, and knew the reason he hadn't joined in, had just stood there dripping, was because he was too embarrassed to ever act at all like an animal. Sirius, as a real human, had no problem letting out his inner dog. He was a man right the way through and everyone knew it. But for Remus, an animal only pretending to be human, he could never bring himself to act in a way that would remind himself or anyone else of the wolf. The shame would be too great. Because all anyone would ever see was what he had just seen in those moving pictures. He found he couldn't even look at himself in the mirror, and closed his eyes to avoid meeting his own humiliated gaze. But then he could see the pictures in his mind all the clearer. When he was done with his teeth, he splashed cold water on his face, trying to cool his skin down. He took some more deep breaths, waited until his hands had stopped shaking, and then headed back out into the bedroom. He was thankful to see Sirius had switched the screen off. "We going to bed?" Sirius asked, and there was something in his voice, maybe that he was sorry something had upset Remus, or that he didn't quite understand what had happened but didn't want to push it, or possibly that he knew exactly what had happened, why Remus was so uncomfortable, and really didn't want to push it. Either way, he seemed to be pretending nothing was wrong, and Remus was happy to follow his lead. "We probably should. We need to get moving in the morning. The sooner we're out of Luxembourg the safer we'll be." Sirius nodded and disappeared into the bathroom. Remus got changed and then climbed under the covers. A while later, Sirius emerged, put on his pajamas, and switched out the light. He got into bed and, a moment later, Remus felt an arm snake around him and give him a squeeze. He wondered if Sirius felt bad about what they had seen, and was trying to make him feel better, and, without knowing what to say, had just settled for offering physical comfort. It might be technically easier than trying to find the right words, but it was throwing Remus into a world of panic. He was half amused by the casual and careless intimacy that Sirius bestowed, seeming to think nothing of it. But at the same time he was also confused and terrified and desperately trying not to read anything into it, not to make anything out of it. And most of all, he was trying not to enjoy it, not to savor the feeling of lying in Sirius's arms, and not to feel the way that all his blood rushed south, sending bolts of heat right between his legs, because that only reminded him of the wolf they had seen on the screen. He lay there rigid, barely daring to breathe, but for some reason, his stillness only seemed to encourage Sirius to press closer, hold him tighter. He closed his eyes. If Sirius knew what this was doing to him, the disgust he would feel. It would be the end of their friendship, Remus was sure of it. How could they possibly survive his feeling this? It came as a relief when Sirius spoke. It seemed to break some of the tension. "I think I should write to Harry in the morning." "Why?" "Because I've been spotted. The ministry knows roughly where I am, it'll be in the paper. Those kids went to a lot of effort to help me escape, I don't want them worried. And, you'll be in the paper too. They're not going to be happy knowing the ministry is after their Professor Lupin." He gave him an affectionate squeeze. "I need to tell Harry that we're all right. I won't tell him exactly what we're up to, but I need to let him know there's nothing to worry about. There's quite a lot of things to worry about. Yes, but they're for us to worry about. Not Harry and his friends. They're children. We do the worrying, they get on with being children." Despite everything, Remus smiled to himself in the dark. "You're a good godfather, Sirius, for one that was absent for 13 years. That's the most responsible you've ever sounded." "I can be responsible." Another squeeze. "I just don't have to be responsible when I'm with you and you're there to be responsible for me." "Night, Sirius." "Night, Remus." They studied the map of Europe over breakfast the next morning, though Sirius was distracted, suspiciously prodding the ham and holy cheese and rolls that they had been given. "Why don't they just have cornflakes? Who has ham for breakfast? Is it really that different to having bacon?" "Yes." He chuckled. "All right, look." He tapped the map. "If we apparate out of here and head into Germany, we can stop off at Kaiserslautern, and then..." He traced down the map. "The next wizarding town is Baden-Zauber near Stuttgart. We should arrive there well ahead of the train. Give us a chance to ask around for Peter." "Okay, I want to write my letter before I leave. There's paper and Muggle quills at the front desk." With breakfast finished, they stopped by the desk for the writing implements and headed back to the room. Sirius was frowning. "What is it? How are we going to pay? For our night here, they won't take galleons, and I just saw some of the money a Muggle handed over at the counter. It didn't look like the Muggle money you have." "No, I forgot. Muggles have different currencies in different countries." Sirius snorted. Why can't they just use gold like normal people? So what do? Well. Remus spoke slowly. We're wanted criminals. I suppose maybe it's time we actually committed a crime. We'll just apparate directly out of the hotel room. The Muggles will never be any the wiser as to what happened. I mean, it's not like we're really stealing anything. You took the soap from the bathroom. Everyone takes the soap from the bathroom. And I didn't mean the soap. I meant the entire room. We're stealing a night in a hotel. But it doesn't hurt anybody. No one will ever know. Sirius grinned and shrugged. I spent 12 years in prison when I did nothing wrong. I am perfectly willing to get my money's worth and commit some crimes now I'm free. They headed back into their room and Remus packed up, while Sirius scribbled out his letter. Dear Harry. By the time you get this, I'll probably be front page news again, and you'll probably know that the ministry is looking for Mooney too. Don't worry, everything is under control, sort of. I can't tell you where we are, where we're going or what we're doing in case this letter gets intercepted, but just know that we're both fine and everything will be fine, so there's nothing to worry about. I hope Ron's leg has mended and that Snape isn't giving you too hard a time since I escaped from right under his nose. If it makes him feel any better, I was sharing an enclosed space with the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic and I escaped from under her nose too, thanks to Mooney's quick thinking. We jumped off a moving train. I wouldn't recommend it. I suppose you'll be going back to your aunt and uncles soon. If things go to plan, I might even be able to visit you before the summer is over. But as I write this, Mooney is informing me that is a very big if, and I shouldn't get your hopes up. Either way, I will write again soon. Sirius. He put the Muggle quill down. Those things really are a lot easier to write with, aren't they? I always liked their motorbikes, but quills are where Muggles really excel. You know, they sell them at the shop near my house. If we ever get out of this and don't end up in Azkaban, I'll have to buy some. I wonder what else we're missing out on. Well, if we find Peter, we can have the whole of the rest of our lives to find out. Now come on. He held the battered suitcase in one hand and gripped Sirius's arm with the other. Sirius raised his wand, they nodded at each other, and then the two criminals, the two most wanted and dangerous wizards in Britain, committed their first real crime and apparated out of a Muggle hotel room without paying. Chapter 7, Into the Forest. It was less than half an hour later that they apparated into the all-wizarding German town of Baden-Zaubera, which lay just on the edge of the Black Forest. They had stopped off via a Muggle town, as Remus had suggested, in the hope of throwing off anyone who might be following them. But it was still with a fair amount of trepidation that they made their way into the town square. Remus had, of course, rather unfortunately told the ministry hag that they were headed to Italy. After all, he had no idea, at the time, they would get their true identities exposed and be thrown off the train. Living in such close quarters, he could hardly have told her they were headed somewhere else. She would have all too easily spotted the lie, and that would have only made her extra suspicious. And she had been suspicious of them enough as it was. Now, they could only assume that they had the entire might of the Ministry of Magic scouring Central Europe for them, which meant they had to keep their heads down and try and stay out of trouble. With any luck, Umbridge would have sent everyone to Maggiora, assuming that, now they would be apparating, they would head straight there. After all, she didn't know that they were hunting Peter and needed to travel in stages, as they were hoping to catch him long before he reached Albania. However, there was a chance that, now knowing they were a werewolf and a mass murderer traveling incognito, Umbridge would assume Remus had lied about their destination, to try and throw her off the scent, if only he had. Which meant they couldn't afford to assume the other wizarding towns would be safe for them. How they wished they could avoid wizard towns altogether, stay in the safety of the Muggle world. But Peter had no one official chasing him, was presumed dead, would not be recognized and would want to stay close to the wizarding world in case he heard any rumors of his old master's whereabouts. And so they had to stay close to the wizarding world too. They landed in a quiet street, looking around sharply before they ventured out of the shadows. Unlike Beetje Heks-Stad, Baden-Zauberau was almost empty. More's the pity, it would have been easier to hide in a crowd. But this town did not have tourists pouring in for a festival any day now. The train was not yet here, and so there were only a few local wizards going about their business. It seemed an old town. Remus and Sirius were easily by far the youngest people around, and that never happened to them anymore. Any claim to youth that they had was very quickly vanishing out of sight. But all the witches and wizards seemed middle-aged. There were almost no young people, no teenagers, although perhaps they were still at school, and not a single child to be seen anywhere at all. "Keep your head down and your eyes peeled," Remus muttered, as they crept into the center of the town. "What do you reckon, ice cream parlor first? We might as well try where we struck gold last time." Sirius gave his bark of a laugh. "Fat, little git." They headed for Siegfried Schmidt's by Zei's salon and, trying to look like two ordinary, albeit wizarding, tourists and not like two hunted men, they entered the parlor and took out the photograph of Peter.
Guten Morgen,
Siegfried himself greeted them cheerfully.
Womit kann ich Ihnen behilflich sein?
He must have seen their stricken expressions, because he seemed to smile and take pity on them.
Sprechen Sie Englisch?
They grabbed hold of the one word they understood. English, yes, English.
Ah, you English, you are never learning that oder langwages, no?
Well, there's so many of them, Sirius shrugged.
And what would you gentlemen like today? I am trying out new flavor ice, gooseberry tart und meringue. 3 sickles a scoop.
All right, Remus said, we'll try a scoop each, but what we really want is to know if you've seen this man. He showed the picture of Peter. Siegfried stopped scooping to squint at it. He might have been by in the past couple of days. Maybe stopped in here. Probably ordered something with extra whipped cream, Sirius added. But Siegfried shook his head.
No, I am not seeing him, I am thinking. He has not been here.
Are you sure? This is an old photo, he'd be older now. Fatter and balder, more rat-like, Sirius added, his tone was vicious. So much so that Siegfried gave him a funny look.
No, I am not seeing him. He has not been here.
He finished scooping up the ice cream and plunked the little paper cartons on the counter. Remus paid the 6 sickles and they carried them out of the shop and headed back into the streets. Baden-Zauberau looked like a village of gingerbread houses, brightly colored and with gabled roofs and twisting chimneys. A stream flowed through the center and a curved stone bridge crossed over the top. There was a church with a very square steeple and a churchyard filled with wizarding tombstones. The black forest surrounded the edges of it and the air was very clear and smelled of pine. But otherwise, it was just like Hogsmeade, or Diagon Alley or Beetje Heks-Stad. There were apothecaries and wand shops, a book shop, a robe maker's, a joke shop and a pub, zum Zupressentab. There was a picture of a wand with 3 stars sparking out of it on the sign. They were just headed over to it, when Sirius suddenly threw out his arm and pushed Remus back into the shadows. "What is it?" "That bloke, over there," he nodded in the direction of a lone wizard who was standing near the town clock, a magnificent-looking thing with 12 hands, lots of runic carvings and absolutely no numbers. "He looks familiar. I think he was at Hogwarts with us, a few years older." Remus looked in the direction Sirius was pointing. His heart sank, he too recognized the man. He had been a Ravenclaw, 3 years ahead of them, played for the Quidditch team and joined the Ministry when he left school. Remus had had to deal with him one time when an abrupt change to the law had meant that werewolves suddenly needed a whole load of extra paperwork just to be allowed to officially exist. "Do you think he's looking for us?" Sirius asked. "I think we have to assume so. Even if he is just on holiday, it's not like he won't recognize us, if we recognize him. You're a little bit more famous than he is." "All right, in here." He grabbed Remus's hand and tugged him into the nearest shop, Magdalene's Magisch Hostier. It was a pet shop, selling measles and rabbits that turned into top hats and puffskeins and toads. Remus wrinkled his nose at the sight of the warty amphibians. It wasn't their fault, but they reminded him too much of Madame Umbridge for him to take kindly to them. While he spoke to Magdalene, an elderly witch with a cheerful smile, about whether or not she had seen Peter, Sirius lurked in the window and waited for the Ravenclaw man to disappear. "Coast's clear," he said after 5 minutes. "Any luck?" "No, he hasn't been in here either." "Well, it was a long shot he'd come in here. What's he going to do, buy himself a female rat to keep as a girlfriend?" "That's..." Remus pulled a face. "I really wish you hadn't said that." He shuddered. "No, that thought's going to stick with me." "Thanks, Padfoot, old friend." Sirius barked in laughter. "Perks of being an animagus," he joked. "Not only human girls need apply, you should know that being a..." He trailed off. Remus could feel his face burning. The wolf in the moving pictures from last night was still too fresh in his mind for him to find Sirius's crude jokes funny. And from the look on his face, Sirius seemed to have realized and was looking fairly contrite. "Come on, then," he said roughly. "Let's try the next shop, Moony." But Peter had not been in the book shop, or in any of the apothecaries. He had not stopped off at the pub or bought himself new robes or looked around the Quidditch store, though they had not really expected to have any luck in there. He had not stayed in any of the inns, and he had not eaten in any of the cafes, and he certainly hadn't stopped by the post office, though Sirius did get a chance to send his letter, so that was something. If Peter had already passed through Baden-Zaubera, he must have done so as a rat, for no man bearing his resemblance had been seen there by anyone. By now it was lunchtime, and the pair of them headed to the final cafe, thinking they could ask after Peter and get something to eat at the same time. A bell rang over the door as they went inside, and a middle-aged wizard with a very glum face looked up.
Guten Tag.
"Yeah, hello," Sirius said.
English?
"Yes." He took out the picture of Peter, while Remus studied the menu up on the wall. It was all written in German and he knew Sirius would just refuse point blank to even try and work out what any of it meant. "We were wondering if you might have seen this man," Sirius said, showing the picture. "It's an old photo, he'd be older now but still recognizable. We need to find him, urgently." The man peered at the picture, wrinkling up his nose as he looked. Remus finished with the specials board and joined them. The man looked up, shaking his head.
"No, I don't think so."
He caught sight of Remus and his face became hard and angry.
"Your kind are not welcome here. Get out."
Remus felt his whole body flush with heated shame and embarrassment. "What do you mean?" Sirius, on the other hand, had flushed with anger. "Yes, what do you think you mean by his kind? What are you saying? What's wrong with him that isn't wrong with me?" The glower on his face was murderous. Looking at him, it was easy to see why people had so readily believed he had killed all those people. He looked like he was going to tear this wizard limb from limb with his bare hands. But the wizard stood his ground.
"I know it is not human, is animal. Werewolf. You have no right to come into that village. No right at all. I know what you did, we know what you do, you and your wolf pack. You are attacking the children, my son.
I never took any."
Get out, animal. Beast."
And he raised his wand, aiming it straight at Remus. But Sirius had also pulled out his wand, and a bright spark of white light shot out of the tip and knocked the wizard to the floor.
You defend him?
The wizard cried.
You defend that monster?
I'll show you a monster. Sirius's voice was a deep, bear-like growl and he brandished his wand once again. But Remus pulled on his arm, tugging him away. Come on, forget it. Let's just go. He can't talk about you that way, Moony. He has no right. I won't let him. We can't afford an altercation, let's just get out of here. He looked around miserably. Suddenly he wanted nothing more than to get as far away from Baden-Zaubera as possible. No, he's going to pay for what he said, he's going to apologize. No, he isn't, he never will, they never do. Come on. But Sirius stood his ground. Please, Remus begged him. And Sirius relented and allowed himself to be shoved out of the door. But you got lucky. He called back over his shoulder. You're lucky Remus is a better and more forgiving man than I am.
Is not a man,
The wizard cried defiantly.
is monster. Weil, dark creature. Back to that forest with you, with that rest of your brothers, werewolf. You are not fit to be around decent people.
The tinkling bell rang again, as Remus pulled open the door, its cheery, jangling sound seeming suddenly very incongruous with the tense atmosphere and the insults being leveled at him. Sirius looked like he was about to change his mind, turn around and start firing jinxes again, but, with the image of the wolf from the moving pictures still burning into his memory, Remus shoved him out into the town square and the door slammed shut behind them. That bastard! Sirius spat. Just leave it, come on. He can't say those things to you, Moony. He just said them. He had no right. Sirius, please, he came to a stop and stared at his friend. Just leave it. You think that's the first time that's ever happened to me? You think it'll be the last? People can say what they like about me, they choose to believe the worst about me and I have to just put up with it because no one is on my side. I'm on your side. Yes, well, you've been in prison for 12 years and I've been all alone, dealing with that. And believe me when I tell you the best way to handle it is just to walk away. They don't deserve for you to just walk away and not make them pay. I don't do it for them. I do it for me. It's less painful for me. It's less humiliating for me. And if you care about me at all, Padfoot, you'll let me deal with it my way. Sirius folded his arms and looked sulky. You didn't used to let people talk to you that way. I was a boy. No one ever said anything as direct as that to me when I was still a child. I didn't realize, how they all see me. That it doesn't matter what I say or do, all they see is. He trailed off again, thinking of the things they had seen on the screen the night before. He could feel his face still burning with shame. And Sirius seemed to understand. Is this about last night? Because that was nothing. That was some stupid, Muggle thing that. Remus shook his head. Just leave it. Please just leave it alone. He began to walk through the square, away from the cafe, and after a moment, Sirius had joined him, though he didn't say anything. Remus was not sure what would ever have broken the tense silence that settled between them, heavy and oppressive, with Sirius both furious and sulkily contrite and him just too embarrassed to even look his friend in the face. However, he need not have worried, for the leaden atmosphere of shame that now existed between them was suddenly punctured by a loud popping sound. Sirius's head twisted as he looked around anxiously. Was that someone apparating? There was another pop, and Remus felt his arm seized in a panicked grip. That's Kingsley Shacklebolt. But Remus had just spotted something that made his heart sink much lower than the thought of their old friend from the Order of the Phoenix. Across the square, near the wishing well, he had caught sight of a short, squat and toadish presence that could only mean one thing. Ministry Hag. Ministry Hag, he gripped Sirius's arm right back. Where? He pointed. There, come on. And before Madame Umbridge could turn and spot them, he had tugged Sirius right down a side street. Their feet were hammering across the cobbles as they fled past gabled roofed house after gabled roofed house. Their way was punctuated by popping noises, as more and more ministry wizards apparated around them, and, clinging onto each other, they ducked and dived and dodged and raced their way through the narrow streets, turning corners, fleeing down alleys, abruptly changing direction as they found their way barred, the suitcase gripped in Remus's hand and banging against his leg as he ran, until finally, breathless and panting. They reached the very edge of the little town. The black forest grew thickly around the Baden-Zaubera border, and, gratefully, they lunged inside the tree line, getting swallowed up in the piny darkness. Crunching over the needle-strewn ground, they stumbled their way along a winding path, deeper into the forest, until they finally dared come to a stop and catch their breath. "Well, I think it's fair to say they're definitely looking for us," Sirius said, sinking to the ground. He was clutching at his midsection, nursing a stitch. His breath was ragged, and Remus was suddenly reminded that his friend was not yet fully recovered from his years of misery and starvation in Azkaban. "Are you all right?" he asked. He raked his eyes over Sirius, feeling a pang of worry. "I will be. A chase on top of jumping out of a moving train is a bit much, but I'll be fine." It was Sirius's turn to look worried. "What about you? The full moon wasn't that long ago." "It was over a week ago, honestly, Sirius, this is as good as I ever feel." His bruised ribs gave a twinge. The jumping out of a moving train part notwithstanding. "I dunno, Remus, how did we ever get so old and broken? This was never meant to happen to us. At least we got to grow old. James didn't." "Yeah." He struggled his way back to his feet. "Come on then, let's get moving. It isn't safe to sit around, waiting to get caught." They started to stumble their way down the path again. "Do you think any of them saw us?" Remus asked. "Nah, we would have heard the yelling but if they ask around, we spoke to everyone in that town, they'll know we were right there. We need to get further away. They shouldn't find us in here, it's dark, the forest is huge, and with any luck they'll assume we saw them and apparated right away. We could be in Moscow by now for all they know. Yes, I suppose the pair of us are a needle in a haystack the size of Europe. As long as we don't wander straight into the path of the Ministry Hag we should be all right." Sirius spat. "I hate that Ministry Hag," he said darkly. Remus felt himself flush. "I think she hates me more than you hate her." But Sirius barked in laughter. "Oh, I really don't think that's true, Moony. I don't think I really knew what hate was until I met the Ministry Hag and she said those things about you." Remus flushed again. "She only said the same as what that wizard said back there. What everyone says." "Well, everyone's a dick. And what did he mean telling you to get back into the forest? Werewolves must live in here, we should be careful." "Why? They're probably only in here because the idiots back there won't let them live in the town. If they've been pushed to the margins, if they're desperate. Even good people can become dangerous when they're desperate. You could never be dangerous, Moony." And despite the shame he felt at being seen and treated the way he was, and at having Sirius witness how the world saw him, what it thought of him, he still felt his heart beat faster at the thought that at least Sirius refused to think badly of him. At least Sirius loved him, though only as a friend, of course. They kept on walking, feeling hot and sweaty and tired. It was shady in the forest, at least. Although the sun shone brightly in the sky overhead, there was plenty of coverage to keep the worst of the heat off them. However, it was still warm, and their robes were thick and their hearts were beating too fast after their near capture, and so the perspiration poured off them. When they had walked for hours, and covered many miles, they hoped, there was no way to know what direction they were going in, and they could have been walking in circles, they finally decided it would be safe to stop. Even if they were still embarrassingly close to the wizarding town, the Ministry wizards must have long since decided they were gone and disapparated away to search for them elsewhere. They came to a clearing, with a small heap of mossy boulders piled up in the glade. By now the sun was far over to the west, and, in the dwindling light they sat down, resting their backs against the stones and started to discuss their situation. "I suppose the question is, do we think we're ahead of Peter or not?" Sirius said. They hadn't seen him in the town, Remus was thoughtful. But that doesn't mean he was never there. He could have moved on already, or maybe didn't even stop by. He was in Belgium though. And he was hardly going low profile, stopping off for ice cream sundaes. I don't think he'd pass up the opportunity to stop somewhere else, greedy, little bastard. And we're that much closer to Albania. Not that much closer. But he continued as if there had been no interruption. So he might be able to pick up more rumors about Voldemort's whereabouts. I think he would stop in Baden-Württemberg. And if no one has seen him, I think it's because we've managed to get ahead of him. Well, as far as we know, he doesn't have a wand. So unlike us, he can't apparate. So, what? We hang around for a couple of days, see if he turns up. He sighed. After what that wizard in the cafe had said, hanging around a German town was the last thing he wanted. But Sirius seemed to think that was for the best. If we can head him off all the way up here, then he never gets close to Albania, and that's got to be better for us. The closer he gets to Voldemort, the more risky our job becomes. All right, we'll stay. But we stay out here. We only go back into the town to hunt, and only for short bursts of time. He became aware of Sirius watching him closely. If that wizard says anything to you again, I'll hex him into next Tuesday. I mean it. I don't care if it means the ministry catches me. Don't be ridiculous. Though his heart beat a little faster and he felt all warm at Sirius's words. With the sun sinking ever lower, they conjured up a couple of goblets and then used the Vino charm to conjure fountains of wine right into their cups. They lit a portable fire, which blazed merrily on the ground, and lamented Gamp's laws of elemental configuration, which meant they could not conjure up something to eat. The gooseberry tart and meringue ice cream was a very long time ago now, and the holy cheese and rolls longer ago still. Still, with the fire and the wine they were at least warm. Now the sun was gone, and their heads were pleasantly buzzing, and they had not been caught by the ministry, locked in Azkaban and had their souls sucked out of their mouths by Dementors, so things could be worse. Once it was fully dark, they conjured sleeping bags and laid them out on the ground. But, Sirius, you're not getting into the sleeping bag with me, understood? Remus said, as he climbed into his own. What if I get cold in the night? Conjure a sweater. They lay still for a while. Remus stared up at the stars, which spread out across the inky sky like a twinkling blanket. He tried to ignore the thin, silver, sliver of the crescent moon which also peered down into the forest clearing. After a while, he became aware of Sirius staring very intently at the side of his face. What? He asked. Nothing, I was just thinking, remembering. What? Do you remember Mary MacDonald? Yes, Remus said slowly. He furrowed his brow, wondering where this was going. Do you think she was pretty? Well, everyone thought she was pretty, she was pretty. I imagine wherever she is right now she still is pretty. I think everyone knew she was the best-looking girl in our year. James didn't. There was a very definite smile to his voice. Remus smiled as well. All right, no, James never had eyes for anyone but Lily. Lily was pretty too. Yes, she was very pretty. But Mary MacDonald, she had all that long, wavy, blonde hair. And her nose turned up. Retroussé it's called. Whereas Lily's nose, it was no different to anyone else's. I kissed her once, you know. Lily? He was both horrified and scandalized, which after all these years seemed a little daft, even to him. But it would have been such a betrayal of James. No. There came that familiar bark of laughter. James would have jinxed me sideways if I'd dared. No, I kissed Mary MacDonald, once. Behind the broom sheds. In 6th year. Oh. He wasn't sure what to say to that, or where this was going. I kissed one of Lily's Muggle cousins at James's wedding as well. I remember. She was pretty too. Sirius, are we just going to lie here while you reel off the list of every girl you've ever kissed? well, I just did. Mary MacDonald and Lily's Muggle cousin. That's it. Right, well, can we go to sleep then? Have you ever kissed anyone, Moony? His voice seemed to come out in a strange gabble, as if the words were tripping up over themselves. But Remus was too busy feeling embarrassed to really register it. No, he said eventually. Not ever. Girls never really used to notice me when you were around, did they? You were very much the Mary MacDonald of the boys. But I haven't been around for years. You're not so hideous that a girl wouldn't deign to notice you once you were no longer standing in my extremely handsome shadow. Thanks, Remus said dryly. But I can't, can I? There's no point. Werewolves don't marry. I could never risk. I can't risk passing my condition on to a child, so I can't have a wife, so there's no point in having a girlfriend. Why start down a path that's doomed to end in failure? Is that the only reason? He felt panic flood through him, but he managed to keep his voice calm. What other reason would there be? I don't know. Sirius's voice sounded small and thoughtful, but then it changed tone, and became curious again. So if you've never even kissed someone, you must never have. He left the sentence hanging. No, he felt himself blush, even though it was dark and Sirius couldn't see him. Oh, well. I never have either. Well, you have been in Azkaban. Dating opportunities were no doubt thin on the ground. My cousin Bella was in there, my family liked to marry their cousins. Your cousin Bella is already married. Oh yeah, plus she's evil. That can be a turn-off. They both laughed, and then went quiet. After a little while Sirius spoke again. Yeah, but do you think Peter ever? Oh good God, I hope not. That would be depressing. If Peter had managed to get further than either of us. Who between us have managed one quick snog behind a broom shed nearly 20 years ago? And he was a rat as long as I was in Azkaban. So, like you said, dating opportunities, unless. Don't. I was joking. It's not funny, it's disgusting. It's. You need to forget about what you saw last night, Moony, Sirius said, and his voice was now matter-of-fact. Remus wondered if this was what the whole bizarre conversation had been leading up to. That was some nonsensical story from Muggles who don't know anything about vampires or werewolves. Yes, but that man wasn't a werewolf. He just turned into a wolf. That's totally different. Sort of. It was just a story, it had nothing to do with, you. Remus sighed. You've seen the way people talk to me, the way they look at me. You've heard the stuff they've said. I can't control myself during a full moon. I'm not me anymore, though I have to remember everything I did, and even if I'm not like that, that's what other people think of me. That I'm dangerous, an animal. Bollocks to other people, Remus. It's not that simple, you wouldn't understand. But that only made Sirius laugh. I don't know if you've seen the things they've been saying about me recently. But you can clear your name. You have a chance to put everything right, and everyone will say they're sorry, and you can go and marry Mary MacDonald if you want to. You can put all this behind you and move on, but me, this is what I am, and always will be. And no one will ever see me as anything different. I don't want to marry Mary MacDonald. Well, some other girl then. There was a long pause. Remus felt Sirius staring at him, and when he dared a glance in his direction he saw that his expression was sad. Night, Remus, Sirius said, eventually, and then rolled over and went to sleep. Remus woke up, when he felt the rays of the rising sun suddenly being blocked out by a dark shadow looming over him. He opened his eyes, hoping it would prove to be only Sirius, fearful it would prove to be the ministry hag. It was neither. Sirius still lay beside him, asleep for now, and the person standing over him was a man, not a woman. The man was tall, his skin was dirty, his hair unkempt. His clothes were threadbare and he had long nails and sharp teeth, and scars, deep scars all across his face. Remus recognized those scars, saw them whenever he looked in a mirror. He sat up in alarm and looked around. There were more men, just like the first, gathering around the pair of them in a circle. Their eyes and expressions were hungry. "Well, well, well," the man said, leering down at him. "What do we have here?" Remus reached out and grabbed hold of Sirius, half to protect him, half to wake him up. It seemed they had been discovered, while they slept, by some of his brothers, his equals. They were now surrounded by a hungry pack of werewolves. Chapter 8, Family Matters. Remus gripped Sirius tighter, giving him a shake so that he woke up. "Was it?" Sirius mumbled blearily, fighting to open his eyes. "Sirius." Something in Remus's voice must have cut through the sleepy fog, a sharp note of panic that even his groggy brain could register, as he sat up at once, his eyes now open fully. "What?" And then he saw what Remus was looking at. His mouth fell open and his eyes flew to Remus's, and Remus could see the light of anxiety in there. "And what brings you boys into our forest?" The man said to them. He was still leering. His voice was raspy and there was an edge to it, something, almost, like delight. But dark and twisted, and which meant nothing good for the two of them. "We were just..." He wasn't sure what he was going to say, but he started to climb out of his sleeping bag, feeling the situation would be slightly less dire if he wasn't constricted, if he was on his feet. But the man had other ideas. "You're good right about there, mister. No getting up. So, you just thought you'd come for a stroll in our forest, did you? A little camping trip?" His voice took on even more of a leer. "Just, two boys, together." Remus blushed, but Sirius stared up at the man stonily. Presumably he hadn't understood what the man had been insinuating. "You've come from the town?" "From Baden-Zaubera?" the man asked. "No," Sirius said to him. "We're not from there." "Muggles, then is it?" "You don't look like Muggles."
If the Muggles TNT will not taste es gut.
One of the men said in a strong German accent.
Wie schuld lisem, Torstan.
Sirius's nose had wrinkled in disgust. You eat people. You're cannibals." "Nothing of the sort. We're not human," the man said, his eyes were glittering dangerously. "You are not our kind and we owe nothing to you. We are werewolves." A bolt of heat ran straight through Remus, shame and panic and fear, and when he looked up it was to see that Sirius had turned to look at him. And, for just a moment, he thought he saw something flicker behind Sirius's eyes. That same look everyone got when they found out what he, Remus, truly was. And Sirius was looking at these werewolves, and then looking at Remus, and Remus's feeling of shame only intensified.
Ta Muggles, just lit sim go?
One of the werewolves said. But another disagreed.
Nein, even Muggles are better to eat nothing. If they walk so willingly into our lair.
"You see, boys," the first man, Torstan, said to them, almost conversationally. "We have a problem. Everyone in that damned little gingerbread town knows we're out here. They don't come in. Certainly not on a full moon. Leaves my pack hungry, moon after moon and no humans to bite. So when some of your kind wander in here of their own volition, what can we do, but take you prisoner until the next full, and have ourselves a good hunt?" "Oh." Sirius nodded his head, realizing something. "You're going to eat us once you've transformed. That's less disgusting. I'm glad you approve. Is that why you've been taking the children? From the town? To hunt them?" Torsten's eyes flickered. "We never took any children. Now on your feet, Muggles, slowly. No funny business." They struggled their way out of their sleeping bags and got to their feet, eyeing up the pack of wolves which surrounded them, warily. Remus felt Sirius reach out and take hold of his wrist, and they stood there, clinging together, and waiting to see who would make the first move, the wolves, or them. The men in the wolf pack crept closer to them, the circle tightening around them.
Ta viring robes,
One of them said.
I do not think ta Muggles. Ta luing to us.
Is that right? Torsten's eyes glittered ever more dangerously. Grab them. And before either of them had a chance to raise their wands and defend themselves, they found themselves grabbed roughly and held by 3 or 4 werewolves each. Thought you were going to trick us, hey? Wait until our backs were turned and jinx us. Torsten stood toe to toe with Sirius and peered into his face. Then, hand over your wand, he snapped. But before Sirius could, one of the werewolves holding Remus called out to his leader. While Torsten had been menacing Sirius, this wolf had been sniffing Remus.
Torsten, this one. This one is one of us.
He gave Remus a shake. Remus felt the shame stab even deeper. I'm not, he protested. I'm not like you.
It is Wolf. Same es us.
Well, Torsten abandoned Sirius and walked over to Remus instead. He sniffed at him, and Remus flinched backwards. Keeping that quiet, weren't we? So, you're a wolf too? No, I mean, yes, I'm a werewolf, but I'm not. I'm a man, I'm a wizard. He could feel all their eyes watching him, but he could feel Sirius's eyes most keenly of all. The wolf pack all laughed, a jeering, raspy, cackling sound that sent the birds flying from the trees in alarm. You think you're not like us? You think you're better than us? He could feel his cheeks flaming, burning with shame and misery and humiliation. I don't live like you. I live with the normal people. And they accept you, do they? Torsten's voice was a sneer. They treat you like one of them? He bit his lip and didn't say anything. He knew these other werewolves knew well enough what his life was like. He knew he couldn't lie to them, couldn't fool them. But Sirius had different ideas. Some of us accept him, he shouted, struggling against his captors. Some of us know he isn't any different to the rest of us. Shut up, human, Torsten snarled. You hear me? He isn't like you, he's a man, the same as me. But Torsten had had enough. He left Remus, went back to Sirius and smacked him across the face, raking his sharp nails into his skin, leaving claw marks. He is not like you, he grunted through gritted teeth. He is like us, and we are not like you, and you can say you don't care what he is, but don't ever expect us to put up with being called the same as your kind, human. Do you understand? We are different. We are proud to be different. You are nothing, prey, food. But Sirius just glared back at him. Remus is not like you, he repeated. Torsten hit him again. Sirius spat at him. The werewolf bellowed in rage and lunged towards him. Stop, please. Remus called out. Sirius, be quiet. You're not helping. Quite, the old werewolf took a deep breath and turned around. We're all civilized men here, for now. He smiled at Remus, though it was calculating, lacking any kind of warmth. It was more of a lascivious grimace. So, he headed back over to the other group, where Remus stood and patted him on the shoulder. You're English, aren't you? Yes. And you're not one of mine, too young. One of Fenrir's boys, is it? Remus winced. I'm not. Did he send you here? Torsten's voice rapped out like a staccato beat of rapid-fire jinxes. No. And I'm supposed to believe that? One of Fenrir's boys just turns up in my forest, and it's a coincidence. He gave a laugh, a humorless snarl of a chuckle. I wasn't raised in a wolf pack, Remus said, struggling to keep his voice even. He could still feel Sirius's eyes on him and wished more than anything that he would look away, that he wouldn't stand there and witness this. It was bad enough he had to see how the other wizards treated him. But it was mortifying to have him see these werewolves claim Remus as one of their own. I don't believe that, Fenrir bites them young. That's what he likes. We used to fight about it. I know, I was only small when he bit me, but my parents kept me. I was raised as a wizard, I went to Hogwarts with Sirius. That's how I know him. I was never, he winced again. Never part of Fenrir's pack. I don't believe that. I think he sent you here, to spy. On us. No. We didn't know you were here, I didn't know there were werewolves in the forest, not until the people in the town said so. So what brought you in here? We were chased in here. Torsten's grin grew wider, and Remus caught sight of his sharp, yellow teeth. They chased you out. Like they chased us out. You stand there and say you're not one of us, that you stay with them, but they chased you out just the same. Remus hung his head. It was true enough. He was glossing over the part where it was the Ministry who had chased them in there. He wasn't going to tell the werewolves they were wanted. Though they might claim they wanted nothing to do with the wizarding world, he knew well enough they wouldn't be above handing over hunted criminals and collecting the reward money. But nevertheless, for all it had been the sight of Umbridge that had driven them into the forest, he had already been cast out and told to go back to his fellows. To this wolf pack. Torsten was not wrong, wizards did not accept him as one of them. So, you went to the town as a tourist and got driven out to us, did you? And you're one of Fenrir's boys but not loyal to him. I don't know, this all seems a bit convenient to me. It's all true, not that I'm one of Fenrir's boys. I mean, he bit me, but I'm not, I never. Please don't call me that. So, no love for Fenrir Greyback, is it? Well then, he suddenly wrapped an arm around Remus's shoulders, pushing one of the other werewolves out of the way. Now that Torsten was beside him, he had a clear view of Sirius, though he found he was too ashamed to look at him. The arm tightened around him. This is something of a family reunion, isn't it? A happy occasion. The father Fenrir turned on, meeting Fenrir's son who rejects him. I'm not, he didn't think he'd ever been more horrified by a name he had been called in the past. And he had been called plenty. But Torsten wasn't listening. So, Fenrir's boy, Remus, is it? As you're one of us, as your family, we'll give you a choice. Now, the human is going to die, you shouldn't have brought a human in here, unless you meant to keep him as a snack for yourself. Remus's skin was flaming, red hot and crimson, and he stared down at his shoes, tears in his eyes, far too ashamed to look up at Sirius. There's no choice in that. The human dies. But you. He gave him another squeeze. You can join us here, become one of us, where you belong, and at the next full you can lead the hunt against your little human friend. Or, you can refuse. And stand there sniveling, insisting that you're not like us, that you're really like them, even though they hate and fear you. Even though you disgust them. And we'll kill you where you stand. So, he grinned again, leering and wolfish. What's it to be? Remus stared down at his shoes, the tears were blurring his vision. Don't listen to him, Remus, he heard Sirius yell. Shut it, human. Torsten snarled again. We'll see how much bluster you still have in you at the next full moon. And Remus realized something. The very first inkling of a plan to get out of this began to form in his brain. He looked up, looked straight into Torsten's sneering face. There's only one problem with you trying to kill Sirius at the next full moon. Yeah, what's that? And now, pushing his shame to the side, for now, he forced himself to look at Sirius, right into his gray eyes. Padfoot, he said. And he stared at his friend. His attempt at telepathy might have failed on the train, but he stared so intently and thought so loudly that he was sure Sirius must hear him, must understand. And sure enough, Sirius vanished and was instantly replaced by the gigantic black dog. The wolves holding onto him were knocked down in their surprise, and he ran, barking and growling, straight at Torsten. He knocked Torsten to the ground and, in that moment, Remus whipped his wand out. "Stupefy," he yelled, sending out red sparks and hitting one of his captors. "Stupefy, stupefy. Stupefy." Those that had held him were knocked out cold and he turned to face the ones that had captured Sirius. They were now back on their feet and creeping towards him. Patrificus totalis. Stupefy. Furnunculus. One went stiff as a board and collapsed to the ground, the other was stunned into unconsciousness. The third gave a great bellow and brought his hands up to his face as gigantic, painful boils began to erupt over his skin. But he didn't stop coming for them, and, with a flick of his wand, Remus yelled Levi Corpus and the werewolf was suddenly hoisted up into the air by one leg, where he hung, upside down, yowling. With all the others taken care of, Remus turned to Torsten, who was still on the ground, pinned in place by a snarling Padfoot. The werewolf wasn't just lying there, however, he was snarling right back, his own teeth bared every bit as much as Sirius's were. And it was honestly hard to say whose face looked more animal right now, the dog's, or the man's. Remus winced again when he saw the feral snarl on Torsten's face, when he saw it and knew that could so easily be him. He raised his wand, though his hand trembled when he pointed it. His voice trembled as he spoke as well. "That's enough, Sirius." And Sirius backed away, turning back into a man. He pulled his own wand out, and they both leveled them at the downed werewolf. With a growl of rage, Torsten leapt to his feet, springing towards them. But they both reacted at the same time. "Stupefy," yelled Remus, while Sirius cried out Levi Corpus. And within an instant, the werewolf was up in the air, dangling by one leg, his eyes closed. Upside down and out cold. He began to rotate slowly in the air. Sirius watched him, lowering his wand. Nasty old bugger. He looked around at the incapacitated wolf pack. "Nice going, Mooney, 7-on-1. Not quite so old, broken and past it now." But Remus was still shaking, and taking in great lungfuls of breath as he tried to calm his nerves, and fight down the shame and embarrassment he still felt at having been seen among these others of his kind, at having been welcomed by them. Like he was the same as them. "We should tie them up," Sirius said. "The curses won't hold them for long. If they're tied up it'll give us longer to get away." Remus nodded and, still with his hand quivering, pointed his wand at the floating Torsten. "Incarcero." Sirius did the same, walking around and tying up the rest of the pack, ropes springing from the tip of his wand and wrapping themselves around the prone werewolves. "Come on, then," he said gruffly, when he was done. "I'll get the case." And together, they walked out of the forest clearing, leaving the werewolf pack behind, defeated, unconscious and bound. They walked for many hours, the sun beating down on them, growing hotter by the moment. By now they were ragingly thirsty and light-headed with hunger. They barely spoke as they walked. Remus was still burning with shame, and was miserably wondering what Sirius was thinking, but found himself too afraid to ask. Eventually, they stumbled into another clearing, a bright glade where bluebells and foxgloves grew thickly among the grass, and sank down to the floor. Sirius conjured some goblets and water, and handed a cup to Remus. "Thanks." He frowned, as he finally looked at his friend and saw the claw marks standing out bright red against the skin of his face. "We should do something about those," he gestured to them. "Do they hurt?" "They're fine. But if we don't treat them, they'll scar. Then they'll make me look rakish, roguish and interesting, the way yours do for you." He grinned at Remus, but Remus did not smile back, and after a moment, Sirius's expression became serious once more. What was going on back there? Nothing, it was nothing. Who was that man? It seemed like he knew you. We never met before today, Remus said quickly. But you know who he was? Remus hesitated, and then nodded. That was Torsten Burnblade. He was a notorious British werewolf. Was? As in past tense. What happened? He took a deep breath, inhaling sharply through his nose and closing his eyes before he spoke. Fenrir Greyback. A wolf called Fenrir Greyback happened. Who is Fenrir Greyback? Why did Burnblade call you his son? Because, he swallowed, took another deep breath, his eyes darted around the clearing, miserably, wishing he didn't have to answer, looking for any way out. Because Greyback is the wolf who bit me. He gave a dark and hollow laugh. He made me. Made me what I am. The man I am today. Sirius looked like he didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago, there's no point. He didn't know what the end of that sentence was, what there was no point in doing. He just knew nothing could change the way things were and sympathy wouldn't help. So, who is Burnblade? Burnblade is the wolf that made Greyback. Together they were ferocious, legendary. This was all before I was, but Burnblade ran the biggest pack in England, and Greyback was his deputy, his most favored son. His most vicious disciple. So what happened? They fell out. Greyback decided he wanted all the power for himself. Decided he had enough being second fiddle to the old man who had made him. And there was a difference of opinion. What do you mean? He sighed deeply, and finally met Sirius's eyes. You heard what Torsten said. Fenrir he likes them young. His victims. He couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. He thinks that if he bites a child young enough, takes them from their parents and raises them in the pack, then he can build his own army. An army of wolves who hate and fear wizards the way wizards hate and fear them. He wants to bite enough people so that his kind, our kind, outnumber normal wizards. He wants us to take over. But he thinks the only way to do that is to bite people young, indoctrinate them while they're children. Torsten Burnblade, he may be many things, but he isn't a dyed-in-the-wool child killer. Oh, he couldn't stop himself on a full moon, the same as any of us couldn't, but as a man he would never agree to target children. But the villagers say he's been taking children. There were no children in Baden-Zaubera. Yes, I don't understand that. He was never like Greyback, He broke off for a moment, his brow furrowing. He positions himself close to victims, you see. Decides who he wants to target and stays close to them before the moon rises. He chose to come after me. My getting bit was no accident. He climbed through my bedroom window as a man, while I was sleeping, and then attacked me as a wolf. If my father hadn't arrived in time. He shook his head. Well, maybe it would have been better if he hadn't arrived in time. Don't say that. Sirius looked outraged. Why not? He shrugged. Things would be easier. We wouldn't be here, being hunted. The three of you would never have become animagi. Peter would never have been able to escape, you wouldn't have gone to Azkaban. Maybe James and Lily wouldn't have. My life for theirs. Seems fair enough. It's not like I'm doing anything with it. That's not how it works. Sirius's voice was shaking. He actually sounded like he was suppressing anger, though Remus had no idea why that would be. The world would not be better off without you in it. I would not be better off without you here, and James would never, not in a million years, wish that you had died instead of him. That we had never got to know you. There was a tense silence, in which Sirius still looked angry and Remus still felt miserable. After a while, Sirius was the one to speak again. So where does Torsten fit into all this? Oh, well, Fenrir started making noises about turning children. Torsten was horrified, refused point blank. He wanted an army of men, not boys, and he wanted to target the people who actually harmed our kind, not their children. Greyback said he was going soft. raised a rebellion and chased him out of the country. I'd heard he was hiding somewhere in Europe, running his own pack, but I didn't know for sure until today. How do you know all this? I've never heard any of it. He felt himself blush. During the war, Dumbledore had me living among the wolf packs, spying, living rough. I remember. I heard it all then. Before that, I didn't even know who had bitten me before that. My father had never admitted the truth. What do you mean? I mean, I was targeted because of him. He insulted Greyback. When Voldemort was first rising to power, he worked at the Ministry, helping them round up dark creatures. He arrested Greyback. Told him werewolves were evil, soulless creatures worthy only of death. Well, Greyback didn't forget that, or forgive it. I'm sorry. He shrugged again. It can't be changed now. They sat there in silence for a while, neither really knowing what to say, and then Sirius drained the last of his water and got back to his feet. Come on, he said. We need to head back to the village. We have a rat to catch. They began to walk again, headed roughly in the direction they had come from, but taking different paths, hoping to avoid a further run-in with the werewolves. They doubted they would be lucky enough to escape a second time. The sun beat down on them and the heat was oppressive, but nowhere near as oppressive as the tense silence that hung between them. After a while, Sirius broke it. He dragged his feet until he came to a stop, and waited until Remus had turned back to look at him before he spoke. You're miserable, Remus. Why are you miserable? What's wrong? Nothing. He gave a bark of laughter. Then how come you haven't said more than 2 words since we left that clearing? Something is upsetting you. Tell me what it is. Please. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. It's nothing. It's to do with those werewolves, isn't it? And everything we talked about, and that stupid story we watched on that stupid Muggle screen. Something about all this is eating away at you, tell me. I told you, it's nothing. And I told you it isn't. His voice came out as a yell, and, high above their heads, a bird gave out a startled squawk and flew off from the tree. They both watched it fly away and then, just leave it, Remus said. I'm not leaving it. I don't want you to be miserable. I don't ever want you to be miserable. Tell me what's wrong, so I can make it better. Remus felt his skin grow hot again. You can't make it better, he snapped. There's nothing you can do. You saw. What? What did I see? The other werewolves. What they're like, how dirty they are, how dangerous they are. It's bad enough you have to see the way normal people treat me, but then you saw them. And I saw it in your eyes. That's what I am. What I really am. I'm just like those men, and you saw it for the first time, me among my equals, and it disgusted you. Are you insane? Sirius yelled at him. You're nothing like them, and you could never disgust me. Of course I'm like them. We're all werewolves. If I lived differently, that's what I'd be. Exactly, Mooney. And now he sounded like he had somehow scored a point, like he was winning the argument. If you lived differently. But you don't. You choose not to. So you are nothing like them. I know you have the same condition as them. I don't deny you have that in common, but that is all you have in common. It isn't the wolf that makes them live out here and hunt people, it's their decision, the decision they make as men, no different to any other. You choose to behave differently. And that is what matters. It's not how you are the same, it is how you are different that matters. Well, nobody else sees it that way. I do. James did. That Austrian wizard on the train, Dumbledore, Harry, all those kids you taught at school, Professor Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts teacher we ever had, not one of them cares or thinks the worse of you. There are more people on your side than you think, Remus. More people who judge you for what you do than what you are than you realize. And even more people who don't ever give me that chance. That's their bigotry, and it's a choice too. Everything is a choice. We're currently hunting down the rat that betrayed and killed our best friend. He's a wizard, just like me, just like everyone in that godforsaken town back there. But we don't go around assuming that because there is Peter, and Voldemort and my mad cousin, Bella, that all wizards are dark and evil. That we're all the same. We recognize that our choices are what make us who we are, and we can only be judged on our own actions. Not anyone else's. The same is true for you, and every werewolf. And more people than you know that. Remus snorted, and flooded his arms, creating a defensive barrier between them. That's ridiculous. Sirius took a step towards him. You're determined to be miserable. You're determined to see the worst in yourself. You know what your problem is, Moony? You won't let yourself be happy. That's the real reason you've never even kissed anyone. Oh God, not this again. As if your great, long list of 2 girls somehow gives you the authority and experience to lecture me. At least I've tried. Well, bully for you, I can't. No one would ever want me, if they knew what I was, and it wouldn't be fair of me to start anything without telling them. They wouldn't want me touching them if they knew. But I just told you, more people than you realize don't care at all. He took another step closer. Oh right, well I'll get right on kissing Dumbledore and that Austrian wizard from the train, shall I? Not them. He was barely an inch from Remus now, and he pulled on Remus's arms, so they fell to his side and the barrier between them was removed. He was gazing furiously straight into Remus's face. His eyes were hard and blazing and there was a light in them Remus had never seen before. His heart rate picked up, his blood thrummed through his veins as Sirius stood so close and he didn't understand what was happening and then. The moment was interrupted by a strange and eldritch chuckle coming from deep within the undergrowth. Immediately they stepped apart and looked around. What was that? I don't know, it came from over there. He raised his wand high and muttered Blumos, igniting the tip so he could peer into the dark underbrush by the wand light. The chuckle came again. There. Did you see it? I saw something. Sirius took out his wand, too, and lit the tip, and together, they followed the sound, straining to see what was making it. They followed it deep under the trees, so they were far from the path. Every so often they would hear the strange, otherworldly chuckle and they would twist around trying to find it. But it was like it came from some sprite or gnome, that was too well hidden, which knew the forest too well, and who could bounce its voice from the trees, sending only echoes back to the 2 young wizards to misdirect them. Maybe we should just leave it, Remus said. Go back to the path. But if it's dangerous, all the better reason to leave it well alone. He stopped talking as his foot stepped on something hard and he heard a great crunch. He came to a halt and held his wand over his head, shining a light onto the forest floor. He reached out and grabbed Sirius. Look! Bones! He had stepped on a bone, and now they looked closely, the whole ground was covered in them, carpeted in them, like some monstrous elephant's graveyard. White and shining, sticking up from the soil and in varying states of decay. Sirius bent down and picked one up. It's big for an animal, he said, frowning at it. But it's small for a man. These aren't the bones of the people Burnblade and his wolves have been hunting. No, Remus said, feeling sick. The light from his wand had just illuminated something, and he had realized with a jolt what they were looking at, what Sirius was holding. They're not men's bones at all. Look. He pointed Sirius in the direction of what had caught his attention. It was a skull, small, barely bigger than his fist, but unmistakably human. A child's skull. Somehow, they had wandered into a grisly, scattered graveyard of children's bones. Chapter 9, The Missing Children. Sirius dropped the bone he was holding, in horror. What is this place? We knew something was happening to the town's children. Did Burnblade and his wolves do this? It doesn't make sense. He left England, was run out of his own pack, because he wasn't willing to specifically target children. Why would he do this? Now. Here. In case any of his new wolves got the same big ideas Greyback got. But Remus shook his head. He said he hadn't taken any children. When you asked about it, he looked offended. I don't think this was him. Then what? The creepy, eldritch chuckle sounded again, bouncing from tree to tree and then echoing around the glade of graves. Remus raised his wand and looked around. That, whatever that is. The sound came again, and once again they twisted this way and that trying to find the source of the noise. I think there's more than one of them, Sirius said. There was a rustle from in the bushes, and then the pitter-patter of little, running feet. There. This way, and Remus grabbed hold of Sirius and began to tug him along, following after the footsteps. And then he heard a noise, a sort of hollow blowing sound, followed by something whistling through the air. He turned, and, a moment later, flinched as something stung his arm. He looked down, there was a dart sticking out of it, piercing his robes and buried deep within his skin. Everything seemed to go blurry, the trees started to swim before his eyes and he staggered. Moony! Moony! Sirius's voice was sharp, but distant. He struggled to focus on it, to pull himself out of the encroaching blackness and head back towards Padfoot. But everything felt heavy and he just wanted to, he didn't think his legs could support him anymore, he just needed to. And then he felt another sting, as something was ripped from his arm. And then a hard hand seemed to come out of nowhere and slap him across the face. Ow, but the blackness had started to recede. Sorry, Moony, the hand smacked him again. His eyes began to focus. He actually saw it coming this time, a flesh-colored blur before it made contact and his cheeks began to sting. All right, I'm awake, stop hitting me. Are you sure you're okay? Sirius peered anxiously into his eyes. Yes, what happened? You were hit by this. He held up a little wooden dart, with red feathers on one end. He sniffed the tip of it. It's been laced with something. He sniffed again. Valerian root. Remus blinked and gasped, and willed himself out of the grogginess. That's powerful stuff. It can be, but this is only a little dart. And you're a fully grown man, and not a small one at that. He looked back at the clearing, at all the little bones left to rot and turn to mulch. But if I was a child, it would have knocked you out for sure. And I'd be helpless. They heard the strange laughter again. And then they would come for you, Sirius said grimly. We need to stop them. I'll say. The pitter-patter of little feet scurried past them, unseen, once more and then came the sound again, the hollow blowing and then the whistling, but they were ready this time. Protego, they both yelled. The dart hit against their shield charm, rebounded in another direction, and then came the sound of a strangled, high-pitched yelp. It hit something, Remus said. Let's go see. Still with their wands aloft, their tips lit up, but ready to hex anything that moved, they made their way cautiously into the underbrush. After a minute of searching they came across something small and unconscious. It was about 3 feet high, with brown skin, vaguely humanoid, but it wore no clothes and had long fingers and feet, finished off with sharp nails, and its head was shaped like an oversized walnut. What is it? Sirius asked, sounding disgusted. He nudged the thing with his foot. It's an Erkling, Remus said, heavily. He recognized it at once, he had taught his 4th years all about them not 2 months ago. What's that? A type of elf. But wicked, a horrid little thing. Not at all like a house elf. And let me guess. They eat children. They do. His voice was heavy, and so was his heart. Their laughter, it sounded creepy to us, but it's enticing to children. They follow it and then. Earthlings can speak as well. They sing songs, make the children follow them that way. They lure them into their dens and then. But this doesn't make sense. Why not? Well, they're child killers. I'm sure you can imagine they have a very high danger classification among beasts. They're ranked nearly as high as werewolves. They're supposed to be very strictly controlled. Their numbers are meant to be falling rapidly. The German ministry has dropped the quaffle, Sirius interrupted. Because somehow these grim little bastards have started breeding again. And feeding again. And the townspeople of Baden-Zaubera are too busy blaming the werewolves to report the problem and get it sorted. Well, look where their bigotry has got them, an elf infestation and dead children. Remus gave him a troubled look. Well, now we know, we need to put a stop to it. No one's bigotry should result in their children getting eaten. That's not fair. But Sirius snorted. I don't see why not. Because that's what happened to me. I paid the price for my father's bigotry. And I'll pay it every day for the rest of my life. It isn't fair when children are made to pay for the prejudices of their parents. Oh. Right. He looked contrite. If there are any children alive, or any children out there who haven't been lured in yet, we save them for their own sake. Even if it would help for their parents to learn a short, sharp lesson, we can't let this happen to the children. I know. You're right. Of course you are. You always are. So, what do we do with this? He nudged the Erkling with the toe of his boot again. Kill it? I suppose we better had. They stared down at the small figure. Have you ever killed anything sentient before? No. Me neither. We did nearly kill Peter that time, Remus said. True. And this thing is a child killer. If we just leave it, it will kill again. Together then? I think so. They both raised their wands, pointed it directly at the unconscious Erkling, glanced at each other, nodded their encouragement and then yelled, Avada Kedavra. Remus closed his eyes as he cast the spell, but it wasn't enough to block out the flash of green light that suddenly lit up the forest. When he opened them again, the Erkling was still lying there, completely unmarked. It looked no different to how it had looked before, except its chest was no longer rising and falling. He looked at Sirius, and saw that the other man's hands were shaking. How do Death Eaters do this? Sirius asked. That thing wasn't human. It killed children and still. He shuddered. Killing it in cold blood like that, while it was defenseless. How can anyone do this to other people? Again and again? I don't know. I don't want to know. Maybe if we knew, maybe we could do it too. Peter killed all those Muggles. 12 of them. I know. He did it to frame me, to save himself. He did it with his wand behind his back. Do you think he ever killed anyone like this? In cold blood, looking straight at them? Took aim and just. I don't know. Peter's a coward. Surely he would never look a man in the face and kill him. He looked James in the face and betrayed him. He looked you in the face and betrayed you. He would have done the same to me if it had ever proven necessary. You know, it's been nearly 13 years. I've been the only person who knew the truth for 13 years and I still don't understand it. Can't quite believe it. I thought Peter loved James. I think back to us all, at school, and I still can't quite believe it has come to this. After all these years. Was it easier when you thought I was the spy? Remus asked, trying to keep the tremor from his voice. But Sirius shook his head. No, he said. No, that wasn't easier. That hurt, it hurt more than I thought anything could hurt. Thinking you were betraying us, making myself hate you. But it at least made a sort of sense. Because of what I am. No. And he sounded fierce all of a sudden. And yes. I knew you were good, Mooney. I always knew you were the best of all of us. And everything was so unfair, to you. The whole world. I never thought it was because you were a werewolf, that it was some innate badness that came with your condition. I just thought, Peter was so worthless and had nothing to gain by joining Voldemort. But you would be brave enough to join him, and would have a place by his side. I understand why other werewolves fought for him. It isn't because of what they are, it's because of how they're treated. Voldemort offered them something better, and that is to the wizarding world's eternal shame. That someone so evil offered a better life to anyone. But I should have remembered, that it's our choices who make us who we are. And that every day you chose to be better than the rest of us, and that there was no reason you would ever stop making that choice. If I'd just remembered that, we could have saved a whole lot of trouble. I could have seen Peter for what he was. But now, here we are and we need to stop him. We do, but we can't do that until we've sorted. He looked down at the dead Erkling at his feet and looked away again. Until we've sorted this. There's more than one of them. And there may be some children trapped somewhere. We have to find them. Help them. Sirius nodded. Yes, all right. He too stared down at the creature they had just killed in cold blood. I just don't understand how Peter could ever do this, to people. With their wands still raised, they headed further into the undergrowth. The trees became thicker, the grass became longer, the sky was blotted out overhead by the densely packed branches. They heard another rustle in the bushes, and then a chuckle, and then the pitter-patter of the scurrying feet. This way, let's follow it, and they dashed off after the noises, barging their way through the forest, stumbling through the thickets until, there, see? Sirius grabbed Remus's arm and pointed. A small, brown figure was standing by the mouth of a cave, its long fingers were in its mouth, as if it were chewing its fingernails. It saw them coming, chuckled, and fled into the dark of the opening. It knows we're following it, Remus said. It got a good look at us, it knows we're not children, it must know we have wands. Well, if the little bugger wants to take us on. It's an elf, Sirius. We need to be careful, they have powerful magic of their own. We don't know how many are down there, and if we underestimate their threat then. 2 more skeletons for the boneyard. To put it mildly. Well, come on, stay alert. And if anything moves, hex first and ask questions later. Cautiously, they crept forward, their senses on high alert, their wands raised and readied, and followed the Erkling into the cave mouth. It was dark inside, which immediately put them at a disadvantage. In order to be able to see they needed to keep their wands lit, but that told the dark creatures, who called the cave home, exactly where they were. Meanwhile, the Erklings themselves could lurk in the shadows. They heard the chuckling again, bouncing off the cave walls and echoing all around them, as menacing and peculiar as ever. And then something came skittering right out of the darkness, long fingernails clacking as it ran straight towards them. Stupefy, they both yelled. The Erkling gave a startled yell and collapsed to the ground. They went over and looked at it. I suppose we should finish it off, Sirius said, his voice was heavy. Remus glanced at him, saw the look in his eyes in the wand light, a haunted look. I'll do it, he said. You cover me, stand guard. Sirius nodded, a tremor ran across his face, as if he was trying not to look relieved, and then his eyes took to searching the corners and crevices of the cave. Meanwhile, Remus pointed his wand, took a deep breath, and muttered the killing curse. There was a flash of bright, green light, and then the stupefied Erkling had stopped breathing. Let's keep going, Remus said, working to hide the tremble in his own voice. His hand was likewise shaking, and he was glad Sirius could not see that in the dark. They followed the path downwards, the cave grew darker with every step. Pebbles crunched underfoot, at least, they hoped they were pebbles. The clearing scattered with the bones of children was still fresh in their mind. "We're going down, deeper into the earth," Sirius hissed, after a while. "I know. We haven't seen an Earthling in a while, in too long. Maybe there was only two of." He cut himself off as he heard a sound, a distant wailing. "You hear that?" "That's not Earthling laughter," Sirius said. No, it was higher pitched, and it wasn't laughter at all. It sounded distressed, as if, whatever creature was making it was in a great deal of torment. The further they walked, the louder the voice became, and then others joined in, and after a long while, words became discernible within the wails.
Hilfe! Mami! Hilfe! Rette mich! Bitte! Lass uns gehen! Bitte, lass uns gehen! Ich will meine Mama!
"Children," Sirius said. "It's little kids, there are more kids down there. Come on." He began to run, and Remus followed him, down the twisty, dark path, tripping over the stones underfoot, until eventually they came out in what appeared to be a large, underground cavern. A river ran through the middle of it, and scores of Earthlings were scurrying around, squatting by the banks and drinking the water, or standing at the rock face, chuckling, where the children from the village were all chained to the stony walls, crying out for their mothers. The two men stood frozen in the entrance-way for a moment, staring in horror. "We can't kill all of these," Remus breathed. "There are too many." And then an Earthling, larger than most, and uglier, which had been crouched down by the underground riverbed, looked up, cried out and pointed a sharp-taloned finger at them. There was a loud bang, and Sirius swore, and his wand was knocked from his hand. It flew through the air and then landed on the ground, several feet away, the light on the tip of it going out and leaving everything suddenly much darker. "Get them," the Earthling yelled in a squawky voice. All the others turned to look, and then they flew, literally flew, straight at the two men. Talons outstretched. "Protego," Remus yelled, casting a shield charm in front of both of them. The small elfish creatures bounced off the shield, shrieking, and tumbled to the floor. "Get the kids!" Sirius yelled. "What are you going to?" But Sirius had vanished, to be replaced by Padfoot, and the great, bear-like black dog was bounding over the fallen Earthlings, ripping into them like rats. Remus stumbled away, headed for the children.
Hilfe, Hilfe!
They all cried. I'm going to help," he panted. He raised his wand and yelled Evanesco at the chains holding the nearest child, the oldest one. Then he pointed his wand in the other direction. Accio Sirius's wand. Sirius's wand flew in a high arc and Remus snatched it from the air. He thrust it into the hands of the child, a boy of about 10. "Magic?" he asked, checking. The boy nodded. "Help me, do the rest. The spell is Evanesco." He vanished the chains of another child, to demonstrate, and then nodded at the boy. The boy nodded back, and ran through the cavern, vanishing the chains of the other children with Sirius's wand. Meanwhile Sirius was in a tussle with a whole pack of Earthlings. His muzzle was shredded, bright red standing out against the black, where the claws of the elves had torn into him. He was growling and snapping and biting, but he was getting buried beneath the sheer mass of them. Remus hurried back to him. "Relatio," he cried, and some of the elves were flung off the dog. "Stupefy! Stupefy!" Now there were a few less to contend with. Padfoot struggled back to his feet and pounced on the others. One of them looked up, saw Remus, and pointed its finger at him. But Remus was ready, recognizing the move from before. And before his wand could be taken, he had cast another shield charm. The Earthling got to its feet and ran at him, shrieking, its undulating cries bouncing off the walls, magnified 10 times. Its hands stretched out, its claws were ready to shred. "Immobulus," Remus yelled, and the Earthling froze where it was. Remus hurried off back to the boy, to help him finish freeing the children. Padfoot kept on fighting, kept grabbing hold of Erklings with his teeth and then hurling them at the walls, so they slammed into the cliff face with wild cries of pain and then hit the ground, falling still. Once all the children were free, Remus grabbed hold of the hand of the littlest and began to tow it towards the exit. "This way," he called. Though they didn't seem to understand his words.
Hier entlang.
The oldest boy called out, translating, and they all followed in a pack. There were maybe 15 of them, and they ranged in age from the 4-year-old girl Remus had a tight hold of, to the 10-year-old boy clutching Sirius's wand. But the Erklings had spotted their food supply was on the move, and were none too happy about it. The one still standing abandoned Padfoot and ran straight at the group of fleeing children, who all cried out in terror. "Stupefy!" Remus called again, firing red sparks out of his wand, casting jinx after jinx as fast as he could, and thrusting the children behind him with his other arm. Beside him, the 10-year-old boy raised his borrowed wand, watched Remus, and then copied him.
Stupefy.
Red sparks flew from the tip. He didn't succeed in knocking the Erkling unconscious, but he did manage to knock it off his feet. "Good!" Remus shouted to him. "That was really great. Try again, you have to mean it. Stupefy." He took out another rampaging Erkling.
Stupefy.
The boy called out, sounding more determined than ever. And this time the Erkling fell down, passed out cold. The boy looked delighted.
Stupefy. Stupefy, stupefy.
The whole time, they had been backing towards the exit, the younger children shielded behind Remus and the boy. As they got back to the entrance to the cavern, Padfoot gave a great growl, picked the largest Erkling up by the scruff of its neck and tossed it, screaming, into the underground river, and then bounded after the group. He transformed back into a man, and the boy handed his wand back to him. "Lead them out," Remus said to the boy. "You understand? Take them up to the forest." The boy nodded, and gathered the children together.
Hier entlang. Folge mir. Alles für gut?
There was the sound of stampeding footsteps, as the children ran back up the pathway, towards the cave mouth. "What do we do?" Sirius asked. "Did you send the children away so we could kill all the Erklings without them seeing?" "No, let's just seal them inside the cavern. The German ministry can deal with them." Sirius looked relieved. "All right, well, you take lead, you're the expert on this, Mooney. You use these charms every full moon, don't you?" "When I'm at home." He nodded grimly. He waved his wand into the shape of a cross. "Sigillia Maxima," he muttered. "Abstancio." There was a crackle in the air, and then the entranceway shimmered blue. Light spread across the whole opening and began to pulse. "That should hold them long enough for the ministry to get here," Remus said. "Come on, let's get back to the kids." The path twisted upward, but there was light at the end of the tunnel, and when they emerged, even though they were still so deep in the forest that the branches blocked out the sky, they blinked in the sunlight, the brightness hurting their eyes. The children were gathered around the cave mouth, some had collapsed on the floor, some were crying. "We need to get them back to the town," Remus said. He looked for the oldest boy, who at least seemed to understand a bit of English. "Are you all from Baden-Württemberg?"
Ja.
The boy nodded.
You will take us home?
"We will take you home." He looked back at Sirius. "We'll need to help some of them." He crossed over to the tiniest girl again, who was lying on the floor wailing, and picked her up. He balanced her on his hip and then reached a hand out for another small child. "Come on," he said, smiling encouragingly. "We're going home, to Mum." The child stared up at him, blinking and mistrustful.
Will dich nach Haus bringen,
The oldest boy said.
damit du deine Mutter sehen kannst.
The little girl's lip began to wobble, and then she nodded, got to her feet and clung onto Remus's hand. He nodded at the boy. "Thank you." Sirius picked up a tiny little boy, and, like Remus, held his hand out to another child. The oldest boy helped another couple of children to their feet, and then they started struggling away from the cave. "We should probably go a different way to the way we came," Sirius muttered under his breath, though he needn't have bothered. Most children did not seem to understand a word they said. "What do you mean?" "We can't walk them through that clearing, with the bones. We can't let them see what nearly happened to them. What happened to their friends?" "You're right, but we have to keep an eye out for Torsten Burnblade and his wolves as well. He won't hurt the kids." "No, but that doesn't mean that he won't let them go and kill us."
I know where we are going.
The boy told them cheerfully.
I am coming into the forest mit mein Vater all the time. We just need to follow the. I do not know the words, auf Deutsch sind es, die Bahngleise.
Bahngleise? Remus shook his head, not understanding.
Ja, für den Zug?
Sirius? Nope. The boy smiled.
I show you, this way.
He led them through the forest, shepherding the smaller children along with him, although, like him, they seemed to know the way. Living so close to the forest, they must play in it often, Remus supposed, no matter what their mothers warned them about, well, about werewolves. The Black Forest was just too big and mysterious and exciting for the children to ignore, and Burnblade wouldn't attack the children outside of a full moon. It was just their bad luck they had suffered an Erkling infestation. "You really were amazing back there," he said to the boy. The boy grinned even wider, looking proud.
Danke.
"Will you be off to school soon?"
In September, I start at Domstang.
Remus and Sirius glanced at each other. "Well, you'll be able to tell them you can already vanish and stun things. That's pretty advanced magic."
Well, you are gut teacher.
"He's heard that before," Sirius said dryly. Remus laughed. "What's your name?" he asked the boy.
Wolfgang.
"Oh, that's an interesting name."
Mein Vaters Patronus is eine Wolf. I think mine will be also. Wen I am trained to cast one.
"Well, if you pick up Patronuses as quickly as you did stunning, that won't be very long."
What is your Patronus?
Remus didn't answer. "Mine's a dog," Sirius offered, to cover the silence.
And you turn into dog, you are animagoys. Are you animagoys also?
He asked Remus. No. No, I'm not.
Here we are.
The boy said, stopping suddenly.
Die Bahngleise. These ran straight back to the Village.
And clearly the other children recognized them, because they were running along the side of them, crying out in delight to be so close to home. Train tracks. Remus and Sirius both said at the same time.
Ja, den Zug leaves the town and comes right through the forest.
They followed the tracks for a few miles, glad to have something so easy to point them in the right direction. After about an hour or so there came a sudden clacking noise on the line. "What's that?" Sirius asked.
Stand back,
the boy said. He raised his voice.
Den Zug, treten Sie zurück.
And the children all squealed and scuttled backwards, just as the flying Frenchman came hurtling past them. The two men watched it go. "I suppose, all things considered, it's a good job we're not still on there," Sirius said. "We've done more good by ourselves than we would have done trapped in 22B all this time. With the ministry hag." Remus shuddered. Once the last carriage was out of sight, they started walking again. 5 minutes later, and they could see the steeple of Baden-Zauberer's church in the distance. 5 minutes more and they were back among the cobbled streets and gabled houses. The town seemed very quiet, almost eerie, as the large group descended on the square, chattering and laughing in very fast German. And then there was a scream. A loud wail, and a witch in her slippers and apron came hurtling across the square and seized one of the children in her arms.
Gertie. Meine Gertie.
She showered kisses on the little girl.
Ich dachte du warst verloren.
And the girl squealed "Mama," and threw her arms around her mother's neck and burst into noisy tears. And then witches and wizards were pouring out of every house and shop and restaurant in the town, crying and pointing and rushing towards the group, snatching up their own children and holding them close, shaking Sirius's and Remus's hands and jabbering at them in words they did not understand, though they understood the tone and the tears and the smiles. And then Wolfgang waved excitedly.
Vater, Vater. Hier droben.
And then the wizard from the cafe was right there, wrapping his arms around his son, tears leaking from his eyes.
Mein Sohn, mein Junge.
And then he dropped hold of Wolfgang and threw his arms around Remus, who looked startled and nearly lost his balance.
You brooked him back. So I cast you out, you brooked my boy home. Thank you, thank you. You are good man. Very good man.
Behind them, Sirius snorted derisively. Remus gave him a look. It was nothing, he said to the wizard. I'm happy to help. Wolfgang he's an exceptional young wizard. You must be very proud.
I am, he is my pride and joy.
He was now wringing Remus's hand so hard Remus thought his fingers might fall off.
Come, you wäre hier des Argo, you must be starving. I get you Suppe.
He led the two heroes back to his cafe, sat them down and then bustled around bringing them steaming bowls of onion soup and rolls of black bread. Having not eaten anything since the ice cream the day before, they both fell on the food ravenously, tearing hunks of bread off and dipping it in the soup and then cramming it in their mouths. The wizard beamed as he watched them, keeping his arm around Wolfgang's shoulders the whole time.
Your ministry was in here looking for you,
he said after a while. They both froze.
No, I will not tell them you came back. You saved Wolfie, you are heroes, Helden, you can leave this place safely.
Thank you, and, once we're gone, you need to contact your own ministry, Remus said. There are Erklings in the forest, that was what has been taking the children. We sealed them in a cave. Wolfgang can show them where. Wolfgang beamed and nodded and looked very important.
Yes, we shall get rid of them all.
The wizard agreed. Oh, he said, as if he had just remembered something.
The one from the picture, the one you fell looking for. He was here.
They froze again. Sirius swallowed a mouthful of black bread slowly. Peter was here.
Ja, not 20 minutes ago. Dieser 3 Tiere.
And he pointed to a table right by the window. The two of them turned to look. It still had an empty plate on it, and a handful of silver sickles. But beyond that, there was no sign of Peter. Chapter 10, Dawning Realization. They searched the whole of Baden-Zaubera, from top to bottom. Peter had left the cafe less than half an hour before they arrived back in the town, and then had simply vanished into thin air. Or so it would seem. They were aided in their search by Wolfgang's father, who shook the photograph of Peter under every witch and wizard's nose and yelled at them in a mixture of English and very fast German.
He is very bad with that. Very bad. Hast du ihn gesehen? Unsere Helden müssen ihn finden.
But he was only met with bemused looks and shaking heads. They spent the afternoon combing back through every shop, every restaurant, the pub, the post office. Wolfgang and his father banged on the door of every little gingerbread cottage and insisted on searching it high and low. They even twisted the arm of the mayor of the town, until he unlocked the church and let Remus and Sirius climb to the very top of the steeple. They stood underneath the bell and looked out. The whole village and then the forest seemed to be laid out before them like a tiny, toy town spread out on a child's bedroom floor. In the very distance they could see wisps of steam blowing up to the sky, where, miles away now, the flying Frenchman was rattling its way towards its next stop. They could even see right the way clear to the nearest Muggle town, its high-rise blocks of flats and office buildings pointing to the sky. But what they couldn't see was Peter. When they got back down to the ground, they found the wizard from the cafe in a very serious conversation with Siegfried Schmidt, from the ice cream parlor.
Siegfried has seen your dark wizard,
the man said. I knew it. Fat, little git. Peter, not you, Sirius hurriedly clarified to Herr Schmidt. Herr Schmidt nodded in understanding.
Ja, he came in. He treat my gooseberry tart und meringue ice cream und said he did not like it.
His voice went up in pitch at the end, his eyes looked wide and offended. Well, he never did have any taste, he's a Death Eater, don't take it personally, Remus said, soothingly. We liked it, didn't we, Padfoot? Very nice. Siegfried beamed at them.
So ten he ordered eine triple choco hot fudge sundae mit strawberries und whipped cream and asked if we ever got wizards from Albania in the town.
He asked about Albania.
Ja, well, I said to him, we get wizards from all over the world. Baden-Zauberer is a world-renowned beauty spot.
And what did he say? Sirius asked, his eyes were narrowed.
He said, for sure, but what about Albanian wizards? I told him, I said, we must get some, but I am not remembering the last time I am meeting one.
And did he just leave it at that?
Nein, he asked if I had ever been to Albania. So I am telling him, no. And then he finished his Sunday and went to look at the town clock.
Both their heads turned, and their eyes raked over the clock and its runic carvings, standing in the center of the square, but, as with everywhere else, there was no sign of Peter. So, he's asking about Albania, is he? Sirius said thoughtfully. He's trying to collect rumors, now that he's getting closer. The two German wizards were looking politely puzzled.
Entschuldigen Sie, aber, rumors about was?
The wizard from the cafe asked. The two young wizards exchanged a glance. They say Albania is where Lord Voldemort fled to when he lost his powers, Remus said. The two German wizards paled at the sound of the name, but did not say anything. We believe Peter is going to find him, to help him rise again. That's why we're following him, we're trying to stop him before he can get there.
10. Warum is your ministry hunting for the two of you?
They exchanged another glance. They think it's us that are trying to get to Voldemort to help him rise, Sirius said. He inhaled sharply. I'm Sirius Black, they think I'm Voldemort's right-hand man. They think I was a spy for him. But he wasn't, Remus added, quickly. Everyone got it wrong. It was Peter who was the spy.
You do not have to tell us you are not dark wizards,
the man assured them.
You served our children, we know you are good men. That it is this Peter who is the Schweinehund. That your ministry, they are verdammte Dummkopfs if they think you are bad men.
Thanks, Remus looked at Sirius. If Peter has been and gone, if he is ahead of us again, we need to get moving. Try and track him down. But we need to keep our heads down, the ministry was swarming around here yesterday, they'll be waiting for us in the next wizarding town. Or the one after that.
We will help you,
the man said. Siegfried nodded along, beaming.
We will call your ministry back here, tell them we serve you and that you were going to. Kobolddorf,
Siegfried suggested.
Ja, in Austria. Ten do not go to Austria. Go someplace else.
That will shake them for a while, Sirius said, nodding. Give us at least a chance to catch up with little Peter, thank you. He turned to Remus. So, how far can we apparate? They spent the night on the far border of Liechtenstein, in yet another Muggle hotel, though they both skirted the screen in their room and did not bother to switch it on this time. After a night in the forest and a day fighting werewolves and Urklings, it was nice to be inside for a change, with a cup of tea and the curtains drawn to ward off the night. They studied the map for a while, and agreed that they should be able to make it to Majora, the Italian all-wizarding town, the next day. We need to be careful, though, Remus said, taking a sip of his tea. That's where our train tickets were for. That's where I told the ministry hag we were headed. Even with the people in Baden-Württemberg lying for us, we can't assume every single last ministry wizard will have abandoned Italy for Austria. Yes, they'd have to be even bigger dumbcops than we already know they are to do that. Remus spat out some tea and started to laugh. Listen to you, speaking German. Sirius grinned, and blushed a little. I listen, I can pick up the odd word here or there. Oh, so you just leave me to do all the translating out of laziness, do you? Well, you're better at it than me. I've never learned another language either. Your mum was Welsh, you speak Welsh. I can count to 10 and say, Kymri, I'm hardly fluent. Well, it's more than I can do. Not true, you now know Dummkopf. And, Schweinhund, I don't know what it means but it sounds insulting. Remus laughed some more, shaking his head, while Sirius grinned at him. You're hopeless, and I don't know how I got stuck with you, Remus said. Destiny. Oh, that hardly seems fair. Not bad enough I was destined to be a werewolf, I was also fated to get stuck with the biggest idiot in Britain. I'm not in Britain. Biggest idiot in Liechtenstein. He threw his discarded teabag at Sirius, it hit him full in the face, and he choked and spluttered and then peeled it from his nose and hurled it back. Remus's hand flashed out and snatched it from the air before it hit him. Nice. Sirius sounded impressed. How come you were never on the Quidditch team, with reflexes like that? Because I think my teammates would have noticed how many practices I missed every full moon, don't you? Oh, yeah, but Gryffindor needed you. Remember that year we got flattened by Slytherin? And the time Hufflepuff beat us 220 points to 0? He shuddered at the memory. You should have been our seeker. James could have covered for you when you missed practice. But Remus shook his head. He was as big an idiot as you are. He muttered darkly. A while later, once their tea was finished, Remus lay in their one bed, on the left-hand side, which had somehow become his side since Sirius had barged back into his life and into his sleeping habits, and waited for Sirius to finish up in the bathroom before he switched the light out. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the tap running, and the frantic brushing, where Sirius still went overboard, after 12 years with no toothbrush. Outside the window, he heard the rattle and the chugging of a Muggle train passing by on some nearby tracks. The brushing stopped abruptly, though the tap kept running. Then came the sound of the door creaking open. Remus opened his eyes and saw Sirius standing there, his toothbrush clutched in his hand, flecks of toothpaste on his lips. We're being stupid, Sirius said. What? So stupid. What are you talking about? He was in Baden-Württemberg, and then he just wasn't. So. What passed us in the forest, as we walked back into town? He furrowed his brow, not understanding what Sirius was talking about. The train. Sirius practically yelled. The flying Frenchman. Don't you see? Peter is on it. What? He can't be. He is. Probably scurried onto it as a rat and then, he snapped his fingers. Do you remember? That door that slammed? Just as we got on, and there was a sort of yelp. That was Peter. Just a couple of compartments away, but he didn't have a ticket and the train was full. He couldn't stay there, and he couldn't hang around in rat form because we would recognize him. So he lurked in the bathroom and then knocked that wizard out, the one with all the gold. He stole his first-class ticket. And probably a whole load of money, he seems to be flashing the cash in all the places he's going. And it's not like he's earned any as a rat these past 13 years. And then he went up to first class, probably saw that toad-faced witch and didn't want to risk getting recognized, so he exploded half the train, probably using the same curse he killed all those Muggles with. And that drove the ministry hag straight to us. And lo and behold, we get found out, kicked off the train, and now we're the hunted and not the hunters. The ministry knows I'm in mainland Europe, the world now thinks you helped me escape from Hogwarts, maybe from Azkaban, we're Britain's most wanted wizards and we're having to dodge the authorities left, right and center so we don't end up back in prison. He snorted and shook his head. Little Peter is a lot more cunning than I ever give him credit for. I should have realized, after last time. So, he's back on the train, right now. Remus grabbed the map and looked at it again, tracing the route of the flying Frenchman with his finger. There's a tiny wizarding village in Liechtenstein, half the size of Hogsmeade, Berukingen. The train will have reached there already, but it won't have stopped for long. And is Majora the next stop? Remus nodded. And that's where he'll leave the train, same as we planned to. It heads north after that, back up into Austria, to Koboldorf and then into Eastern Europe. He doesn't want to go there. He needs to keep heading south. If we apparate out of here first thing tomorrow, we'll still beat the train to Italy, won't we? Probably, though it'll be tight. Majora is right near the top, on the Adriatic coast. If he gets past us there, then he'll cross the sea and head for Croatia. Well, we can't let that happen. We'll cut him off in Italy. Right, he nodded his head, as if a decision had been made and headed back into the bathroom. The tap was turned off and he came back out, now devoid of his toothbrush. Switch the light off then, Moony, we need to get to sleep. We need to be up early. Remus leaned across and flicked the light switch, a little impressed at how clever and convenient Muggle lighting was, and lay down. He felt the covers lift up and then the mattress sink, as Sirius got in beside him. He waited a moment and then. Sure enough. Sirius had curled around him and flung an arm across him. He shook his head on his pillow, took a deep breath and tried to will away the aching heat and pleasurable heaviness that was now burning between his legs. He woke up as the first rosy fingers of dawn started to creep across the room, and the early morning sun peeped its head through the crack in the curtains. Rather than disentangle in the night, Sirius seemed to have pressed even closer, his arm was wrapped around Remus's all the tighter and, somehow, their fingers had become intertwined so they were now lying in bed together, holding hands. Once again the heat flooded straight to his groin, both frustrating and tantalizing, exciting and terrifying, and he took a few deep breaths trying to make it go away. He couldn't give himself away like that. He heard Sirius stir in the bed beside him and then. Morning, Sirius's voice was still thick with sleep. Perhaps that was why he didn't immediately disengage hands, perhaps he was still too asleep to realize what they were doing. Morning, Remus replied, not quite trusting his voice not to betray something of the feeling stirring inside of him, and very decidedly outside of him. When he found that he sounded reasonably normal, he decided to speak again. You know, you're quite the clingy sleeper, he said, attempting to sound dry and amused and completely detached. As if it meant absolutely nothing to him at all. Amazingly, rather than pull away, Sirius only pressed in closer. I spent 12 years in solitary confinement with dementors outside my door, sucking out every hope and happiness and memory of love that I ever had, Moony, he murmured. Humor me. And suddenly all the arousal and excited terror just drained out of him and Remus was left feeling sick. Just thinking about Sirius living that way, all those years. True enough, he had spent every night of the past 13 years equally alone, unloved and untouched, by anyone but himself. But at least he had been able to feel pleasure, and happiness. He may have ached with loneliness and longing most nights, but at least he could remember happier times, and hope for better, no matter how little he believed anything would ever really improve. To be trapped with the Dementors, all alone, and unable to feel anything but misery, for 12 long years. He gripped Sirius's hand tighter, squeezing it. Sorry, he said. You don't have to be sorry, just don't go anywhere. I won't. And though they were supposed to be getting up, getting a head start on the day, and hunting down Peter, they just lay there instead, enjoying the first rays of the sunshine, tangled up, holding hands and just quietly being together. They were eventually interrupted by a quiet but persistent tapping at the window. What is that? Remus murmured. Finally, he felt Sirius detach his hand and move away, as he rolled over to look outside. Remus's hand immediately felt empty, missing Sirius the moment he was gone. It's an owl, Sirius said. A white one. A snowy. Remus rolled over as well, and peered across Sirius and out of the window, frowning. Is it Hedwig? Who's Hedwig? He forced himself upright and rubbed his face. Harry's owl, I think that's Harry's owl. Oh, and suddenly Sirius, wide awake, had leapt from the bed and dashed across to the window, throwing it open and bringing the owl inside. She hopped onto his arm and he carried her back across to the bed, got in again, perched her on the chest of drawers and then started to remove the scroll of parchment tied to her foot. Remus reached out and patted her on the head. I'm sorry we don't have anything to give you, wait a minute. For a reply. She nipped at his finger affectionately and gave a soft hoot. Meanwhile Sirius had unrolled the parchment and begun to read out loud. Dear Sirius. What on earth are the pair of you up to? I'm trying not to worry, but the Daily Prophet is making it very difficult. They're running a lot of stories, about both of you. They're not very flattering. Hermione is now refusing to even read it. And Hermione has never ever, in the history of her life, refused to read something before. They both laughed at that. It's Professor Lupin that is of most interest here at Hogwarts, of course, your old news, Sirius, sorry. But our defense against the dark arts teacher running off with a mass murderer has got everyone talking. Remus thought of their linked hands, and the way they spent every night wrapped up together and blushed, wondering what the students would say if they understood the full connotations of what running off with meant. Or at least, what he wanted it to mean. No one cared he was a werewolf when he first left, we all just wanted him to stay, but now people think he's a Voldemort supporter as well, some of them are starting to say some pretty ugly things about him. Ron got a detention from Snape the other day for hexing some fourth years in the corridor who called Professor Lupin a, well, I won't put it in the letter in case you read this out to him. But it was bad. I hope he's okay, I hope you both are. They looked at each other. So, none of the students care that I'm a werewolf, do they? More people are on my side than I realize. He struggled to keep his voice light, as if it was no great matter. Sirius flushed. They didn't care that you were a werewolf. That's exactly what Harry says. They care that you're a Voldemort supporter, or that they think you are one. They're still judging you on what you're doing, not what you are. It's just they've got the wrong idea about what you're doing. Once our names are cleared you'll be back to the best defense teacher they ever had and they'll forget every nasty thing they ever said about you. Remus said, disbelievingly. Sirius shook his head and went back to reading. Speaking of Ron and Snape, yes Ron's leg is mended and yes Snape is giving me a hard time. But he's always giving me a hard time. I'm used to it. Sirius, I'm sure that whatever you're doing is important, but please be careful. And try not to get Professor Lupin into any more trouble than he is already in. We really don't want either of you to end up in Azkaban. School ends in a couple of weeks. I'm not looking forward to it, I can't stand the thought of another 2 months with the Dursleys, especially as it looked for a minute like I was going to get to leave them forever and come and live with you. I hope you get your name cleared so I can come and see you over the summer, having no one but Dudley to talk to is a fate worse than death. Don't get caught. Don't let Professor Lupin get caught. Harry. P.S. Ron and Hermione say hi. Are you going to answer him? Remus asked. Yeah, just a quick reply. He pulled the Muggle notepad and quill that were on the nightstand over to himself and started to scribble out his response. I'll make us a cup of tea. He got up and put the kettle on, while Sirius wrote his letter. Dear Harry. Everything is still fine. We're making progress in a geographical sense even if we're not actually any closer to clearing our names. Mooney is being ever so good about not complaining that I've made him the second most wanted wizard in Britain. I hope if you and Ron ever have to go on the run, that Ron will prove to be as good a sport about it all. I'm not allowed to call what we're doing an adventure, on pain of being hexed, but this is the most fun I've had since Hogwarts. Just yesterday we fought off a werewolf pack and rescued a whole load of children from the underground lair of some Earthlings. I know it's easier said than done to say, don't worry, but really, there is no need. The Daily Prophet has been saying they're close to finding me ever since I first escaped. It's a lie to make the readers feel better. We keep on the move and we stay well hidden, so don't worry. We're hoping to bring this to an end soon and then we can come home and you can come and stay with us. My best to Ron and Hermione. Sirius. P.S. Remus isn't your teacher anymore, you don't have to keep calling him Professor Lupin. Remus got back into the bed just as Sirius was finishing off, and handed him his cup of tea. There you go. Then he sat there sipping it, while Sirius started rolling up the notepaper. It was much harder to roll than proper parchment and it kept springing open and unrolling. Finally he got it in a tight scroll, tied the ribbon from Harry's own letter around it and then tied it onto Hedwig's foot. Just as he was done, there was the sound of a key turning in the lock. They both turned to the door in alarm, and watched in horror as the Muggle housekeeping maid pushed her trolley into the room. She stopped on the threshold and stared, her eyes going wide in surprise as she took in the two men in bed together, in their pajamas, with their tea and the live owl, with a letter attached to its foot, readying to fly out of the open window.
Was? Was ist?
Oh, bugger, Remus snatched up his wand, blushing as he saw the way she kept looking at them in the bed together, her eyes flickering between them, and pointed it at her. Sorry about this. Obliviate. Her expression became blank and dreamy, and he stumbled out of the bed and pushed her and her trolley back out into the hallway and slammed the door shut behind her. He looked back at Sirius, panting heavily. Right, get dressed, we're leaving. And, as Hedwig flew off out of the open window and soared up into the skies, the pair of them packed up the last of their things, gripped arms, and then apparated away to Majora. Chapter 11, A Shady Business. If the sun had been hot in Germany, that was nothing compared to the sweltering heat that greeted the boys as they apparated into Italy. It was like walking straight into a fire, and with no possible escape. They had never felt anything quite like it, and it was still only 10 o'clock in the morning. Majora was a blindingly bright and beautiful wizarding town right on the coast. It was made up of tall, gracious buildings in pastel colors with large windows, grand doorways and dinky little wrought iron balconies, old Renaissance palazzos that were now shops, restaurants and apartments for the inhabitants of the town. Some streets were dark and twisty, offering at least a bit of shade, and the two of them hurried down these gratefully, past striped awnings outside dark and cavernous stores where strange and arcane things could be glimpsed through the grimy windows. But every so often, the alleyways would lead out into bright, open, sweeping piazzas, where the sun beat down into every corner and children played in the fountains. Keeping close to the walls of the building, trying to hide in whatever shade they could, they crept their way around these squares, anxious to dive back into the cool darkness at the earliest opportunity. Their robes had never felt heavier, and they were sweating profusely. Eventually they came right to the harbor, where the sea shone a glistening blue and little boats bobbed on the waves and Giuseppe's gelatos were being sold from a counter and doing a roaring trade. Gulls soared overhead, dark shapes against the sun. I think we've beaten the train, Remus said, looking around. The town was not as full as it would be if the flying Frenchman had just disgorged all its passengers. So what do we do? Head to the station, see what time it's due in, and then lie in wait. But, lie in wait somewhere inside, yes. Somewhere with a cooling charm. Remus smiled. I'm not going to argue with that. They walked along the streets, following the signs to the train station. Like all the other buildings in town, the ticket office and terminal turned out to be a large building of fading grandeur that had no doubt once been something else. It had marble floors and a chandelier covered in flickering candles and, after the heat of the sun, was deliciously cool. There were 2 trains due into the station today, the Flying Frenchman coming from the west and the Madman of Moscow coming in from the east. Should be an hour or so, Sirius said, looking at the board.
Excusame, signors.
The witch behind the ticket counter said to them. They turned to look.
You are wanting the Flying Frenchman.
Yes, we're waiting to meet someone off it. In a manner of speaking, that was true.
I am sorry, it has been delayed.
Delayed? Remus furrowed his brow. How? What happened?
There was a herd of rampaging centauri just outside of Verucangen. The train, it was stopped all night on the tracks. It will not be in until tomorrow.
They looked at each other. Another day? What now? Remus shrugged. We wait. Grazie, signora, he nodded to the witch, who smiled at him. He ignored Sirius's splutter at his attempt at Italian. They left the station. As they walked out into the street, a cold shadow flitted across them, just for a moment, plunging the temperature and making everything dark, and then just like that it was gone again. Remus frowned and looked around. Did you feel that? What was that? Don't know. Do you think Peter stayed on the train, with all those centaurs rampaging around? I can't see that he'd get off. He has a first-class ticket that's good all the way to Koboldorf. He won't be slumming it like we were, it'll be 3-course meals and champagne and 4-poster beds up in first class. He's not giving that up to walk all the way to Italy on his little rat feet. He'll be here tomorrow. We have a day to ourselves. So, Sirius grinned. What do we do with our sudden found freedom? They checked into a little hotel near the station, left the case, and then went back out into the town. The sun was riding high in the sky now and shadows were in short supply, but once again that cold darkness flitted past them. They both stopped, frowned and looked upward, but there was nothing to see. They bought themselves gelatos from Giuseppe, great, freezing mounds of sorbet in 7 different flavors, and walked slowly back to the main piazza, where there was a great fountain with a statue of Pan and his nymphs in the middle. They sat on the edge of the fountain and Sirius cupped some water into his hand and then wiped it across his bright, red face. Remus watched him, dipped a hand into the water as well, and then splashed Sirius as hard as he could. Hey, wah, ah, he spluttered, lost his balance, and by the time he had regained it an evil twinkle was lighting his eyes. He stuck both hands in the fountain and pushed a great tidal wave of water at Remus. Remus was drenched, and spluttering, and he did the same right back. Sirius dove on him, they rolled around, lost their balance and splashed right into the fountain. They both hit the bottom and came up, choking and laughing, still splashing water at each other, diving on each other and pushing the other under the surface again, struggling and flailing and fighting to get the upper hand. No one seemed to notice. The rest of the square was deserted. With the sun this hot, all the shops had rolled down their blinds or closed their shutters. The town seemed to be taking a siesta. Only mad dogs and Englishmen went out in the noonday sun, and Remus and Sirius were technically both. They sat in the fountain, soaking wet and laughing, until the mysterious shadow passed them by a 3rd time and turned everything cold. What is that? Remus asked, as they clambered out, shivering now. They used a quick charm to dry themselves off and, looking borderline respectable once again, went to find something that was open. As most places were shut, and they were so hot they just wanted to lurk indoors, they stopped off at the only place that would let them in, the Museo della Stregoneria, the local witchcraft museum. They paid their 2 sickles entrance fee to the wizard on the door and then stepped into a large chamber packed with exhibits. They were pleased to note that a cooling charm had indeed been placed on the building, and a gentle, chill breeze blew around them. They both sighed in contentment, and walked slowly to the first display, which was a diorama of the founding of the town back in Roman times, enchanted so they could watch the little figures build the amphitheater and the viaducts. There was another exhibit, a bit further along, which detailed the history of the ransacking of Majora by Cesare Borgia in the 15th century, and another about the witch trials around the same time. There was a creepy moving statue of a reptilian-looking woman with bat wings and pointed ears like a dog, a local monster called Ostriga, who, according to the information, was not an omen of misfortune but a bringer of it. She was a parasite who selected her victims carefully, preferring handsome young men above all others, and stalked them in shadows until she made her attack. There was a moving fresco of centaurs carrying off the women of the town, who all wailed and cried, while the wizards chased after them with their wands raised. They both stood in front of that and watched it for a long while, with raised eyebrows. "You think that's what the centaurs did on the train?" Sirius asked. "I hope not. What if the ministry hag is back on there?" "I don't think even rampaging centaurs would want the ministry hag." They both shuddered at the thought, and moved on to the next exhibit, which told of the time a sphinx had been brought into the town, asked a riddle, and promptly eaten everybody. They walked past a rather sad-looking stuffed chimera with an eye missing and a cabinet filled with the broken shells of basilisk eggs. They looked at the moving scale model of the galaxy said to have been made by Galileo himself, and the cauldron which, local legend had it, had brewed the very first batch of polyjuice potion, causing quite a commotion and a large-scale wizard's duel when the townspeople unexpectedly bumped into their own doppelgangers. They finished up with one of the most interesting things on show, a Muggle bomb from their War of the Forties, which had fallen on the town and been disarmed with a freezing charm. The freezing charm could wear off any moment, the information said, having already held for 50 years, and they believed that this would blow the museum and anyone in it sky high, which added a frisson of excitement to the whole place. And then there was nothing else to see, and reluctantly they went back out into the heat. Despite the intensity of the sun, they still managed to have a nice day. It was their first carefree day in decades. Peter had not been there was nothing for them to do but wait, there seemed to be no sign of the ministry, they were truly free. They went for a walk in the park, which was packed full of fascinating magical plants and trees. Fairies flew between the snargaluff plants, bowtruckles peered down at them from the cypress trees, and they even thought they caught sight of some porlocks chasing through the shrubbery. They had another ice cream, and browsed in Pergamena e Penna, the bookstore. Although most of the books were in Italian. By now, the sun was lower and the streets were starting to fill up again. As they left the book shop, the cold shadow flitted above them once more. "There it is again," Remus said, staring up into the clear sky, unable to see what was casting it. "It's like it's following us. No one else seems to have noticed it." "Well, we're not imagining it." "No, I don't suppose we are." As the sun sank beyond the horizon, they stopped off at a little pavement cafe and ordered tortellini. When it arrived, Sirius prodded it suspiciously with his fork. "What is this exactly?" "It's pasta," Remus said, as if Sirius was being slow. "What's that?" "What do you mean, what's that?" "Pasta?" "I don't understand the question." "It's pasta, you can't have not had pasta before." "I've been in prison for 12 years. "Oh, yeah. I don't think Italian food had really reached England before you were arrested, had it? And they certainly never serve this at Hogwarts, not even now, it's strictly shepherd's pie and beef casserole and boiled potatoes." "Well, there's nothing wrong with a shepherd's pie," Sirius said defensively. "No, but there's nothing wrong with pasta either. Muggles have it all the time, I get it from the shop near my house. I made you a lasagna before we left home." "I don't remember it, a lasagna." He snorted with laughter. "Well, you liked it well enough, you had 3 helpings." "Ha!" He speared a tortellini onto his fork and popped it into his mouth. Remus watched him expectantly, unable to keep the fond, broad smile from his face at the hopelessness of his friend. After a moment's chewing, Sirius nodded and happily speared up another one. "So that's a vote for tortellini, is it?" Remus asked him, laughing. It's really not bad, not as good as shepherd's pie. But not bad. High praise indeed. They polished off the pasta, ordered a tiramisu and drank wine. By the time they had paid their bill it was fully dark and lanterns had been lit all along the streets. It was still warm, but much more comfortably so, now that the glare from the sun was gone, and the town was still packed with witches and wizards and their children, out for a stroll, enjoying the night air. The two of them also strolled through the piazzas, it being far too nice to go straight back to the hotel. They walked in companionable silence for a while, until finally Sirius broke it. Italy's nice, isn't it? Yes, I suppose it is. Sort of romantic, don't you think, with the flowers and the fountains and the lanterns? Remus gave him a strange look. Yes, he said slowly. I suppose it would be, if you'd brought Mary MacDonald with you and not me. Sirius only shook his head and, Remus wasn't quite sure, but he thought he heard him tut. And I already told you, Sirius muttered in a voice so low Remus could barely catch it. I don't want to marry Mary MacDonald. It was past 11 by the time they finally decided to head back to their hotel. The train would be getting in about 12 hours, so they wouldn't need an early start. The plan was to lurk around the station until the passengers all got off, keep their eyes peeled for Peter and then nab him before he had time to run away. They were then going to keep him stunned and chained to them, while they apparated their way back to England, where they would contact Dumbledore and get him to act as their go-between with the Ministry. They knew well enough that, no matter how many supposedly dead wizards they produced, the Ministry was both corrupt and incompetent enough that they would prefer to arrest the escaped prisoner and the werewolf and call it case closed, rather than actually investigate the truth. They made themselves a cup of tea. At the restaurant they had been offered an espresso, but Sirius had said coffee that late at night was sheer madness, much to the amusement of the Italian waiter, and got into their pajamas. Peering into the bathroom mirror, and knowing this was going to be the quietest they had it for a while, Remus decided it was definitely time for a shave. Even if they caught Peter the next day, it would take a couple of days apparating in stages to get home, and then they would be taken in front of the Wizengamot, their pictures in the paper. If he didn't sort his stubble out now, he would be appearing publicly in front of all of Wizarding Britain looking like everyone's very worst idea of a werewolf. He stripped off his pajama top and discarded it, filling the sink with warm water and started applying the foam to his face. Sirius appeared in the doorway just as he made the first swipe with his razor. What time shall I set the alarm for? Oh, he glanced down at his bare chest, embarrassed to have been caught with his scars out on show. Not too early. Sirius gave a bark of laughter. Want to be more specific? Hang on, let me put my shirt on. He dropped the razor and picked up his pajama top. Why? Sirius sounded genuinely puzzled. You'll only drip all over it. You took it off for a reason. Yes, but I was in private then. Now you're here. So. He looked helplessly down at his scars, at the way the ugly lines cut across his skin, gnarly and bumpy and twisting strange pathways into his chest hair. Well, you don't want to have to, I mean I don't want you to. He wasn't sure, but he thought Sirius tutted, again. What? You don't have to cover up, Moony. His hands drifted downward, crossing over his chest protectively, hiding himself from view. No one wants to have to see this if they don't have to, he said, struggling to make it sound like it was just a bit of a joke. That he didn't mind being ugly. Fine, Sirius shook his head. I'll leave you to it, I'll set the alarm for 8:30. He walked away. Remus frowned. Sirius had sounded almost cold. And he was reminded of the way Sirius had looked at him while he had muttered something about Mary MacDonald under his breath. For a moment he considered going after him, asking what was wrong, but then he glanced down, realized he was still bare-chested, and that his face was still covered in shaving cream, and thought he had better finish what he had started. He didn't want to have to make Sirius talk to him when his scars were visible, He didn't want to have to stand in front of someone as beautiful as Sirius while his own ruined body was on display, and yet his putting his shirt back on mid-shave seemed to be what had annoyed the other man in the first place. It was far less complicated to finish up, get dressed again and just pretend the whole strange encounter had never happened. Which is what he did. Sirius was already in the bed when he left the bathroom. He got in beside him. Sirius didn't say anything, instead just waving his wand to put out the lights. They lay down, and nothing happened. Sirius lay rigidly at his side. Remus frowned into the darkness. He opened his mouth, thought better of it and then closed it again, and then thought better once again and started to speak. "You're not, clinging tonight? You seem not to like it." "I never said that." "Well, you certainly seem to want your space all of a sudden. Since when have I not been allowed to stand in the door if you're in the bathroom?" His voice was still cold, he sounded sniffy and offended. Remus sighed. "That was, I don't not want you near me." He took a deep breath, willed his body not to betray him, and rolled onto his side, wrapping his own arm around Sirius and holding him tightly. If Sirius needed this, after all those years alone, then Remus was happy to give it, even if he had to keep very tight control of himself. He wasn't going to let Sirius think he wasn't loved, or that he was a nuisance. He wasn't going to let him down like that. Immediately, Sirius wrapped his own arm over Remus's, holding him tight in place. "So what was that about? If you don't want me away from you?" I don't like people seeing me, without my shirt on. I don't want you to have to see me. I know what I look like. There's nothing wrong with the way you look. If you don't like people seeing, that's up to you, but you shouldn't ever feel that you have to cover up. And never in front of me. You're being kind. I'm not. My body looks awful. It doesn't. He smiled. Well, if you think that, then you're the only person in the world who does. Night, Sirius. Night, Remus. He closed his eyes and gave into the softness and the darkness. His breathing became heavy and regular and his thoughts more woolly. It was just as the last vestiges of his conscious mind were slipping away that he thought he heard a voice, Sirius's voice, say quietly, "You know I love you, Moony." But he was probably already dreaming. And even if he wasn't, Sirius only meant as a brother. All night he dreamed of the shadow, the mysterious, cold one that had flitted overhead when they walked through the town. Sometimes his dreams were punctuated by wild, rasping cries, like from a monstrous bird, and one time he heard the rustle of bat wings. A feeling of dread settled into the pit of his stomach, even as he slept, and the shadow seemed to draw closer and closer. He was woken up when the croaking sound became deafening, and seemed to be coming right from the end of their bed. He sat up with a start, Sirius jerking awake beside him, and they both yelped in shock as their eyes settled on a scaly-skinned, reptilian woman sitting naked and hunched on their bed-post. "What is it?" Sirius yelled, grabbing his wand. The woman pricked up her dog-like ears and then unfurled gigantic bat wings. She reached out for them with sharp talons. "Pretty," she hissed. And then she dived at them, flying through the air, claws outstretched. "Impedimenta!" Sirius yelled. She slowed right down, and they both rolled from the bed and out of the way. She crashed down onto the mattress but then immediately sprang up again, looking between them, breathing heavily. Pretty. She dove at Sirius again, this time managing to scratch him, ripping through the sleeve of his pajamas and drawing blood. A long tongue flicked out from her mouth, towards his cut, as if to start lapping away the redness that shone there. Remus watched in horror. "Langlock," he cried, and her snake-like tongue was suddenly glued to the roof of her mouth. She gagged and retched and clawed at her throat. "Immobilis," Sirius roared, and she froze in place. They looked at each other, nodded, and then both pointed their wands and cried, "Apejo," and the frozen monster was hurled right out of the window, the glass smashing and crashing as she was flung through. They both raced to peer out, and saw her unfreeze mid-air, her wings unfurl, and her fly away again, croaking and screaming as she vanished back to wherever she had come from. With his hand shaking a little, Sirius waved his wand, muttered, "Reparo," and the glass jumped back into one sheet and sat snugly in the window frame. That was one ugly-looking woman. She made the ministry hag look almost passable. He shuddered. Well, maybe not the ministry hag. "You're hurt," Remus said, looking at the cut. Sirius glanced down at it. "It's just a scratch." "Here, let me see." He got back onto the bed, pulling Sirius after him, and then helped Sirius off with his shirt so they could better examine the scratch. Remus tried not to notice how much healthier Sirius was looking these days, or how nice his chest was, or how smooth his skin was in comparison to Remus's own ravaged body. "What was that thing?" Sirius asked, as Remus waved his wand over the cut, sealing it back together. "The Striga, from the museum, remember? She must have come for you." "Me, why me?" "She goes for handsome men, that's what it said." "Well, why not you?" Remus stared at him, as if he were mad. "You're the good-looking one. After 12 years in Azkaban?" "I don't think so. That was what was following us yesterday." "The shadow?" "Yes, I think so. I dreamed about it all night." "Ha! I told you, she was after both of us." Remus shook his head. "That thing followed attractive men, like Sirius, not damaged and broken half-breeds, like him. Are you okay?" he asked. The cut was mended now, and Remus reached out and touched the spot where it had been. Sirius inhaled sharply, and then, he took hold of Remus's arm, in the same place. They sat there, their faces an inch apart, Sirius still bare-chested, holding each other. Remus felt his heart begin to beat faster, the blood began to thrum through his veins again, and the air felt trapped in his lungs, and the way Sirius was looking at him was. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but, it was almost like. And then his ears registered a popping noise. They both looked around. There was another, and then another. People were appearing out of thin air, surrounding them where they sat holding each other on the bed. The ministry wizards had just apparated straight into their bedroom. They were caught. Chapter 12, Staying Hidden. There was a moment of shocked silence, while everyone stared at each other, and Remus knew it was only the surprise of finding these two wanted criminals in bed together, in each other's arms, that stopped the ministry wizards from stupefying them where they sat. But then the spell seemed to break, the wands were raised, and every wizard in there seemed to yell, "Stupefy," at the same time. The boys moved as one, as though they had read each other's minds, and crashed down onto the pillows, so the stunning charms passed harmlessly over their heads. The red sparks from all the different wands collided mid-air and ricocheted off, bouncing off the walls, severing the lampshade from the ceiling and even hitting one of the Aurors directly between the eyes. His eyes crossed and he keeled over backwards, as the rest of the ministry wizards took cover from their own rebounding spells. And in that moment, Sirius and Remus locked eyes, nodded at each other. Remus grabbed the case, they gripped their wands, Sirius grabbed Remus, and they twisted into the nothingness. Remus just had a fleeting impression of the toadish ministry hag screaming, "Capture them," before they had apparated away and left the Aurors behind. Splash! Perhaps Sirius had misjudged it, or perhaps he had simply tried to apparate them too far, but the pair of them materialized out of the air and were immediately submerged in the salty waves of the crashing ocean. Remus felt himself sink several feet before he realized what was happening, kicked hard and managed to break the surface. He came back up, blinking, gasping for breath and spitting salt water from his mouth, to find Sirius also floundering. They grabbed hold of each other, nearly sank, and then righted themselves. "What happened? Where are we?" "I tried to get us to Croatia, must have missed." "You think?" He felt himself nearly sink again and kicked his legs to try and stay afloat. We can't be far from shore, we just need to swim. Swim. It's not as far as it was from Azkaban to the mainland. And Sirius vanished and the dog appeared in his place. That's all right for you. I can't do that. But Padfoot only woofed, took the case from Remus and held it in his mouth, nudged Remus along for a bit with his nose and then set out paddling for shore. Now he at least had both arms free, Remus began to swim after him. It was very uncomfortable trying to swim in his pajamas, not only because the material was sodden and weighing him down, but because it kept feeling like his trousers were sliding down. Though every time he tried to pull them back up he found they were still perfectly in place. When he had been younger, after the bite but before Hogwarts, his mum had taken him to a Muggle swimming baths one afternoon. There had been a group of children from the local school there, and Remus had watched them longingly, wishing he could go to school, be normal, have friends. But the real reason he had never forgotten was because all the children had been swimming up and down the pool in their pajamas. He had asked his mum what on earth they were doing, why weren't they wearing regular swimming costumes? They were Muggles, it was normally wizards that wore completely the wrong thing in completely the wrong place. And she had told him that it was a standard part of learning to swim in the Muggle world. Non-magic people taught their children to swim in their clothes, in case they ever fell into a body of water fully dressed. Now, desperately struggling against the waves in his night clothes, he realized the Muggles had been onto something. He was just thankful that all he was wearing was pajamas. If he had had to do this in his heavy robes and shoes, he would have long since sunk to the bottom of the ocean and drowned. The swim to shore seemed to take hours. His arms were heavy and tired, the sea kept splashing into his face, rushing into his mouth and making him choke, stinging his eyes. Padfoot was going slower than he needed to, sticking close to Remus in case he got into trouble, nudging him along when he looked like he was starting to struggle. But eventually they got close enough to shore that their feet hit the sandy seabed. Sirius transformed back again and, with their arms wrapped around each other, they waded their way out of the sea and up onto the beach, gasping and panting and dripping with water. The sudden arrival of two soaking wet men, from the depths of the ocean, wearing nothing but pajamas and one of them half naked, clutching a suitcase, caused no small amount of disturbance among the early morning Muggle dog walkers out on the beach. But as they called after the boys in Croatian that they didn't understand, the two of them ignored the Muggles and just stumbled and staggered their way up the beach until they reached a dark, wooded spot and slipped in among the trees to hide and get their breath back. They sank down, with their backs pressed against the trees for support, closed their eyes and did nothing for a good long while. Remus wasn't sure how much time had passed, or even if he had fallen asleep for a bit, before he forced himself to start doing something. Using the same charm from yesterday, he dried himself off and then, as Sirius did not seem inclined to move yet, pointed his wand at his friend and dried him too. "Thanks, Moony," Sirius murmured sleepily. "Pass me the case." With a groan, Sirius pried open an eye and handed the suitcase over to Remus. Remus opened it up and took out all of their sodden and soaking things. "Well, I suppose they needed a wash," he said, performing the drying charm over them all. He took out some underwear and fresh robes, bundled them across to Sirius. Here, and then took out some for himself. They got dressed, repacked the case, and then looked at the map. It was a crumpled, pulpy mess, with ink running and bits of parchment flaking off. "Do you think we can even salvage this?" Remus asked. "We need to, give it here." He waved his wand over it a few times, and when he was done it was still usable. Not as good as new but, they could still make out most of the town names. A few were still indistinguishable, the letters running together, but hopefully that wouldn't matter. They sank back down, still exhausted. "How did they find us?" Sirius asked. There weren't any ministry wizards in the town yesterday, they'd all rushed off to Koboldorf and suddenly, not only are they in Italy, but they're right in our room. "The Striga," Remus told him. The museum said she's not an omen of bad tidings, she actually makes bad stuff happen. She brings them down on the men she targets. Once she was in our room, the magic of her must have made it so the ministry knew exactly where we were. Well, that's not very nice. She's a monster. Well, yes. But you said she targets handsome men. You'd think if she was looking to, well, you know, with a handsome man, she'd at least not try and get them killed or captured first. I don't know that she was looking to, you know. She seemed more interested in drinking your blood than anything else. I don't know why she goes for handsome, young men. Maybe she just likes looking at them. Creepy bint. Remus laughed. Yes, that about covers it. We really do attract the good ones, don't we, Moony? Toad Face and Reptile Lady, there's a definite pattern. I understand completely now why neither of us have ever, well, you know. You mean besides your long incarceration and my being a werewolf? Yeah. That's immaterial. The real problem is, we only get the ugly girls. Serious. But they were both laughing. Remus held on to his side, where he could feel a stitch developing. Anyway, I think it's pretty safe to say that, no matter her interest in us, the ministry hag is definitely not looking to, you know, with us. I think it's fair to say she finds us as disgusting as we find her, or certainly she finds me disgusting. Maybe she has a dark fascination with you. Maybe you could be in there, if you wanted. No way, I think it's the other way around. Me, she can take or leave. She can't get enough of the thought of the half-breed. You heard what she said on the train, about what you might have done to her in the night. That was textbook wishful thinking, Moony, old friend, if ever I heard it. Remus picked up a twig and lobbed it at Sirius. Ow. You deserve that. I'm just saying as I see it, he said lazily, closing his eyes. Toad Face seems to hate half-breeds just a little bit too much, if you ask me. And it's a very thin line between love and hate. Tell me about it. Just a minute ago we were best friends, and now you've started trying to pair me off with the ministry hag. I'm never going to speak to you again. Well, you're a man of intense passions, Remus. That's why the ministry hag is so hot for you. This time, Remus threw a much bigger stick. Ow. They didn't move out of their wooded spot for a long time. The sun crept across the sky and the shadows began to lengthen. Eventually, however, they became hungry enough that they decided they would have to risk heading into the nearest town. We don't have any Muggle money, Remus pointed out, as they made their way on foot towards the outskirts of the city of Umag. Don't worry about it. Well, it's hard not to worry when we won't be able to eat. I've got an idea. Oh, this should be good. Hang on, watch. He pulled Remus to a halt. They were standing on the opposite side of the road to a cafe. Little tables and chairs were set up outside. It was busy, couples and families packing every table. Let's see. Sirius said, scanning around. Yes, her, let's wait. He pointed to a youngish woman sitting opposite a man. She had a sun hat sitting on the table next to her, and her handbag dangling from the arm of her chair. After a moment, she said something to her companion, got to her feet, and went inside the cafe. Presumably to use the bathroom. Come on, Sirius grabbed Remus, hurried him across the road, with Remus protesting and asking what was happening the whole way. He darted between the tables until he was right by the lady's abandoned chair and then shoved Remus hard, so he fell into the table itself, obscuring the seated man's view for a second. Siri. Remus looked around, annoyed, but Sirius was nowhere to be seen. The man was frowning up at him, looking annoyed.
Nespretniov,
he barked. Sorry, he backed away, looking round for Sirius, and then caught sight of him at the end of the road, peering round the corner and beckoning Remus over. I'm really sorry, he said again, and dashed away. Sirius, what on earth? He stopped talking and his mouth fell open when he saw what Sirius was holding. Sirius, did you just steal that lady's bag? Of course not. I borrowed it. For what? Over by the cafe, the woman had come back outside, found her bag missing and was kicking up a fuss, while waiters hurried around looking for it and the owner of the cafe came out to apologize profusely. Sirius ignored the whole thing. Calmly, he unzipped her bag, took out her purse and opened it up. Sirius. Shush. He took all the notes out of it. Oh, so you're borrowing her bag but stealing her money? That's better. Of course not. He splayed all the notes into a fan, green and blue and red pieces of paper all with pictures of old men from the olden days on them, and bearing very large numbers across them. He tapped the notes with his wand and said, Gemino. And then, just like that, he had 2 fans of notes. He slipped the first back into the lady's purse and the second into his pocket. See, no harm done, now wait here. Remus lurked around the corner and watched as Sirius went back to the cafe. The woman was still standing up, she had started to cry and was periodically yelling at the man she was sitting with for not looking after her handbag properly. Or at least Remus assumed that was what she was saying, she was speaking Croatian after all. She suddenly spluttered to a stop, and stared, when she noticed Sirius walking towards her, holding her handbag. Hi, he gave her his most charming smile. Is this yours? I just saw the most dreadful, disreputable-looking man steal it. He banged into your table and then ran away. I went and got it back for you. He gave her another roguish grin, complete with a wink, and handed it over. By now she was pink and looking flustered but very pleased, as if it was not every day that men as handsome as Sirius came riding to her rescue and then winked at her. And though she didn't seem to understand half of what he had just said, she did understand that her handbag was not lost, and she seized it in delight.
Hvala vam,
She thanked him, beaming.
puno ti hvala.
My pleasure, he gave another wink. Round the corner, Remus rolled his eyes. A moment later Sirius was back with him. Could you have flirted any more with her if you tried? So what? Flirting gets you places. If you look like you, I suppose it does. And did you just tell them I stole that bag? Relax, they didn't understand a word I was saying. You called me disreputable. You are disreputable, Mooney. You're a werewolf on the run from the law with a convicted mass murderer, and you just aided and abetted in theft and counterfeiting money. You don't get much more disreputable than that. Remus stumbled to a stop. I don't know why I put up with you. But Sirius only grinned. Because you love me. Despite himself he could feel himself starting to smile, and he bit his lip to try and stop it. I should just go home. Tell everyone you coerced me into running away with you and get back to my real life. You can't do that. You'd miss the rest of the ad. Don't you dare say it. Venture. Come on, let's go spend our ill-gotten gains. They had found a place to eat that was far away from the scene of their most recent crime and eaten risotto made with squid ink, which had turned the rice black. Even Remus was dubious about this. The Muggle shop in his hometown did not sell anything near as exotic as this. But it proved to be all right, and they were hungry enough that they scraped the last of it from their plates. With another Gemino charm on their already enchanted notes, they then had enough money to get themselves a hotel room. They sat in there, with a cup of tea, and watched the Muggle moving picture screen. They stayed well away from stories but had found an English-language news channel and were watching it in dismay. To get to Albania from Croatia they would need to pass through Bosnia, but the Muggle news was now telling them what their waiter at the restaurant had already informed them of, rather incredulously at that. You English not watch the news, no? There was a war raging all through the former Yugoslavia and right now most of it was centered on Bosnia. Passing through it would be dangerous. But, reluctantly, they had realized they would probably have no choice but to pass through it. Not with the Peter problem standing as it did. Peter would have arrived in Italy that day, and he would not be getting back on the train, as that was now headed up to Koboldorf and then out east. He was not being hunted by the Ministry, and, frankly, he was unlikely to catch the attention of the Striga. He had a ready supply of stolen gold and was in no particular hurry. "I think he'll buy himself a new wand," Remus said. "In Majora, he'll get a new wand, and then he'll apparate across to Croatia. Maybe he'll fall in the sea like we did, maybe he'll drown, fat, little git." But Remus shook his head. "No, you miscalculated because we were under pressure. He has all the time in the world. It's not like Voldemort is expecting him. He'll reach Croatia and he'll start apparating through. And we won't know where he is. He'll stop in wizarding towns though." But again Remus shook his head. "The all-wizarding town in Croatia is in completely the wrong direction. Look," he pulled out the map and pointed. "It's a funny-shaped country. He doesn't want to head over there. He might stop off in Novigrad in Herzegovina, but he could just push straight on through to Montenegro. He could be in Albania in a couple of days' time. And the Ministry isn't after him, but if we apparate to these places, oh, we'll be caught for sure. They know we're going to Albania, they have the wrong end of the broomstick as to why, but they know where we're going. They'll guess where we apparated to. I bet Croatia is already swarming with Ministry officials. We're going to have to try and get past them. It'll be safer to travel as Muggles and use as little magic as possible," Sirius said slowly. "They won't find us then, won't be able to trace us." "Safer," Remus agreed. "But slower." They turned back to the screen, to watch the big green vehicles with their cannons on the front rolling through the streets, and the scenes of explosions and makeshift hospitals with red crosses painted on the top. "And we need to be careful in the Muggle world as well," Remus said heavily. The next day they went to the Muggle train station. Between the foreign money, the foreign language and the fact that neither of them really understood how the Muggle world worked, it was nearly impossible for them to work out what it was they wanted. They had looked at the map and had hoped they would make it halfway down the coast today, but after half an hour studying the timetable and getting thoroughly confused they came to the disappointed conclusion that Muggle transport would not get them that far that quickly. Although Rijeka, the first big town on the coastline, was not far and, if they had a car, would have been a short drive, it turned out there was no direct train. They would have to travel in completely the wrong direction first and get a connection, and it would take over 6 hours. And at that point, they would only just be at the very start of their journey. "Maybe we should just apparate this bit," Sirius said doubtfully. But Remus shook his head. "These are Muggle towns, if the Croatian Ministry gets wind of apparating going on in them they'll speak to our lot. They must know we're supposed to be here. The Ministry hag will have informed them. If we apparate, we'll lead them right to us. No magic. Not unless it's completely necessary." So, rather glumly, they bought train tickets and got on a Muggle train headed somewhere they had no need to be. "How do Muggles put up with this?" Sirius asked, as he watched the scenery flash past the windows. "It wastes so much time. I imagine that's why most of them learn to drive, so they don't have to." "Wish we'd learned to drive, wish I still had my motorbike." "Oh yes, that would keep us low profile and out of the sights of the Ministry, a dirty, great, flying motorcycle." "Maybe we'll get lucky," Sirius said, suddenly hopeful. "Maybe Peter apparating through these Muggle places will attract the attention of the Croatian Ministry. Maybe our lot will go after him, thinking he's us, and they can catch him for us." "Maybe," Remus smiled, he didn't think it was likely. But then when has anything ever gone our way before now? Many hours later, tired, sweaty and thoroughly fed up, the pair of them arrived in Rijeka. "Let's find a hotel room," Sirius said, mopping his brow and puffing a little. "I'm getting in the shower. A freezing cold one. For about 45 minutes. Well, don't use up all the cold water." True to his word, as soon as they were safely behind a locked door, Sirius divested himself of all his clothes, threw them on the floor and disappeared into the bathroom. Remus sat on the bed, listening to the pitter-patter of the shower raining into the bathtub, and tried not to think about it falling onto Sirius's naked body, trickling down his bare skin. He felt a sudden throb between his legs, urgent and aching and pleasingly frustrating, and glanced towards the bathroom door, wondering if he had time to. But he was interrupted, just as his hand wandered below his belt, by a sudden tapping on the window. Flustered, and burning bright red, he looked out and saw a snowy owl, bobbing up and down outside the glass, tapping to be let in. He hurried over, threw open the window and carried Hedwig inside. There were some biscuits on a tray with the tea and coffee making facilities, and he crumbled one up and gave it to her, while he untied the letter from her leg. The sound of the shower finally stopped, and Sirius appeared in the doorway, wearing nothing but a fluffy, white towel wrapped around his waist. Remus tried not to look. "Hedwig came back," he said, willing his voice not to tremble. "She's brought you another letter." He handed the scroll of parchment across. Sirius tore it open. "Sirius." He read out. "What are the two of you doing? It was in the paper that they nearly caught you in Italy. I thought you said you were being careful. I don't know what's going on, but they're reporting you're an animagus, so you can't even hide as a dog anymore. How did you get that discovered? The ministry hag worked it out, did she?" Remus said. And for once he was grateful for her, because thinking about her killed the throbbing between his legs stone dead, even though Sirius was still bare-chested and with droplets of water running down his creamy skin. "I hope you're not in Italy anymore, and I hope the pair of you realize you need to be more careful. You're already sentenced to the Dementor's kiss, Sirius, but some people are starting to call for it to be used on Professor Lupin too. You can't let them catch you. I really hope I don't hear anything about either of you again until it's the news that your names have been cleared. Don't do anything stupid. When I remember that Professor Lupin dared to tell me off for sneaking into Hogsmeade, using your map, and now the two of you are doing this. I don't want anything to happen to either of you. My dad wouldn't want anything to happen to either of you, just be safe. Harry." "I'm surprised the ministry reported that they almost had us," Remus said, as Sirius scribbled a reply. "It was another failure for them. I'm surprised they admitted to it. Though at least, from what Harry had said, nothing seemed to have been reported about how the two of them had been in bed together, in a state of undress, at the time. Although it had been completely innocent. But then maybe Harry was just being delicate in not mentioning it. He felt himself blush at the thought. Harry. It's okay, what happened was a fluke. We caught the attention of a scaly, reptile woman who makes bad things happen, and one really weird wake-up call later and the ministry had found us. It won't happen again. We are safely hidden and taking every precaution. Sirius. Once Sirius had finished the letter, he tied it onto Hedwig, she hooted at them, and then flew away, starting the long journey back to Britain. Sirius looked at Harry's letter again. He's still calling you, Professor Lupin, he noted. I told him he didn't have to. Remus smiled. Well, I was his teacher for a year, we spent a lot of time together. I suppose old habits die hard. It'll be a long while before he stops thinking of me as a teacher and starts thinking of me as just one of James's friends. I suppose. But something was making Sirius frown. And he remained quiet all evening and had still barely spoken by the time they got into bed. So, what's wrong? Remus asked him, once they were in the dark and lying curled up together. They didn't even talk about it anymore, it was just taken for granted that they would sleep wrapped up in one another's arms. And if that was weird, well, they weren't hurting anybody. Nothing's wrong. So why are you so quiet? I'm just thinking. Well, now I know something's wrong, he smiled. Sirius gave his bark of laughter. Nothing's wrong. I'm just thinking, about Harry. Remus's smile turned into a frown. What about him? I was just thinking, you know him better than I do. You spent a lot more time with him. You recognized Hedwig. I didn't even know he had an owl. Let alone her name. I don't know that much about him. I'm his godfather, and I don't really know anything about him. Other than he's good at Quidditch, and very brave, and loyal to his friends. Well, that's not nothing. No, but it's not much. Tell me about him, Moony. What's he like? Well, He furrowed his brow and thought about it. I mean, really, he's just a boy, a nice, normal kid, or at least, he wants to be normal. For someone who's been through everything he has, is as famous as he is surprisingly normal. If you did not know he was, Harry Potter, you'd have no idea. He is not big-headed at all. So, nothing like James. There was very definite laughter in Sirius's voice. Remus chuckled. He is considerably less arrogant than James was, yes. There's a lot of James in him, of course. He's very brave and loyal, like you said, and he's an excellent Quidditch player and he doesn't really set a whole load of store by the rules. He's happy to break every rule there is going. And his Patronus is a stag. Prongs. Yeah. But, there is a lot of Lily in him too. He's gentler than James was. He's very kind. He would never make fun of people, or hex them for a joke like James did. He stands up for what is right. They would both be so proud of him. I remember thinking it was so weird that James and Lily had had a baby, Sirius said. We were all so young. I couldn't even get my head around the idea of maybe one day even thinking about having a family, and there they were, married and with a kid. It's even weirder now he's nearly 14, and a real person. His own person. He's been through so much, not just with Voldemort but, helping me escape like that. I think of us in our 3rd year and... He shook his head. Oh, he is a lot more mature than we were at that age, Remus agreed. Certainly more mature than you and James anyway. Sirius kicked him under the covers. Ow, he's had to grow up fast, I think, he said sadly. He's different to who he would be if James and Lily had not. There's a lot of expectation on him, that we never had to deal with, that no other child does. And it's made him determined to prove himself. He doesn't want to be just a famous name. He's had to put up with a lot more than James ever did. It made me sad to watch him, and proud. He's exceptional, in his own way, but he doesn't really want to be. He just wants to be normal and to be happy and to be loved. To have somewhere he belongs. Well, he can belong with us, Sirius said. His voice was starting to sound thick with sleep now. Once our names are cleared, we can be a proper family. He'll have to stop calling me Professor Lupin first. Yeah, you can't be a family with your teacher. He was quiet for a moment and then, do you mind, Moony? Mind what? Me crashing back into your life, and making plans for us to be a family with my godson? No. I've been alone for a long time. It'll be good not to be alone anymore. That's what I think too, and if you're right, then it's the same for Harry. If he can't have James and Lily, he should have us. We're the next best thing. We just need to clear our names first. Yeah. He yawned. Night, Moony. Night, Padfoot. The next day they caught a bus down the coast. For the next few days they traveled by bus, by train and even on foot, making their way south through Croatia. Occasionally they would catch glimpses of people, in the distance, so bizarrely dressed they could only be wizards attempting to pass as Muggles, and they knew this was the Ministry out hunting them. But they kept their heads down, and stayed mixed in with the Muggles and didn't use magic for days at a time so they couldn't be traced. They knew Peter must now be ahead of them, but it was better to go slowly and hope to catch up than it was to use magic, get arrested and end up back in Azkaban, leaving Peter free to return to Voldemort. After a few more days' travel, exhausted, dirty and in dire need of a long rest, they finally crossed the border into Bosnia and Herzegovina and started the next leg of their journey. Chapter 13, Unlucky for Some. The Bosnian landscape should have been breathtakingly beautiful. It was a land of dense forests and sparkling, blue rivers and tall mountains, waterfalls and medieval cities, but wherever they looked there were signs of the terrible Muggle war raging around them. There were whole bare patches where trees had been razed to the ground, the grass burned away and craters in the dirt, which looked like meteor strikes but had come from explosions. Buildings showed damage as well, windows blown in, whole walls falling down, bullet marks scarring the brickwork. There were displaced people straggling down the road, clutching what belongings they had managed to salvage when they fled their homes, and every so often armored vehicles would pass by, with grim-faced soldiers sitting atop them. It was awful to see. But it just made the two of them more determined than ever to press on and stop Peter. This reminder of what war was really like made it seem more important than ever that they prevent Voldemort from rising again, that they prevent this from happening to their own home. Muggles might fight wars differently to wizards, but the results were still the same: the loss, the heartbreak, the pointless waste, the destruction and the wounds that would never really healed. They had already lived through one war, fought in it and watched their community rebuild. They were not going to let it happen again. Unfortunately, despite their best intentions to make Wizarding Britain a better and safer place for everyone who lived there, they were being actively worked against by their own ministry. Even though their getting captured would be what would bring all this death and destruction right onto their own doorstep, the very people whose job it was to run Britain and keep it stable were trying to capture them. If they succeeded, they would inadvertently bring about a second war. They would inadvertently be the cause of all this horror raining down on them at home once again. So, to that end, the boys traveled incognito, wands away and staying among the Muggles. It was slow, they were weary, but it was their best bet for success. They had hoped to avoid the worst of the fighting by leaving Croatia north of Dubrovnik, but entering Bosnia south of Sarajevo, and were now creeping across the bottom corner of Herzegovina, hoping to make it to Montenegro before too long. However, they had agreed that they would have to take the risk of stopping off in Novigrad, the wizarding town. They needed to find traces of Peter, needed to know just how far ahead of them he was. If he had been asking for rumors about Albania as far back as Baden-Zaubera, he would definitely be asking now he was in the Balkan states. People might remember him, they might know something that could help the two of them catch him before he found his master. Though they had another problem, besides the Muggle war and the missing rat, that day by day was becoming more serious and they would soon have to contend with. The date of the next full moon was drawing ever closer. Remus was starting to tire more easily, the dark circles under his eyes were becoming more pronounced and, though he tried not to say anything, tried not to let Sirius see the pain he was in, his bones were starting to ache. "Are you sure you're all right, Moony?" Sirius asked him, as they boarded a bus in Mostar, headed south towards the border. "I'm fine, don't fuss." But he collapsed gratefully into his seat, closed his eyes and had fallen asleep before the bus had even set off. But his sleep was not restful, it never was, this close to the moon. He could sleep for hours and still wake up feeling no better than he had before, no less tired. His bones prickled and his head ached even as he slept. And he dreamed. Disturbing dreams. The moon was full and he was wolfish, and chasing a rat through a mountain pass, but, no matter how close he got, its worm-like tail would just slither from his grasp. And then there was a high-pitched cackle and a flash of green and Diagon Alley exploded right in front of him, great chunks of marble from Gringotts crashing to the floor, the cobbles splitting and the ground breaking open and witches and wizards were scurrying down the roads, clutching trunks and cauldrons and family heirlooms, while ministry wizards drove past them in their armored cars. Toad-Face was sitting on the top of one of them, her wand raised, and she caught sight of Remus in the crowd, her eyes widening in fright as she saw the wolf. "It's there, catch the half-breed," she yelled, and suddenly all the other people were screaming and panicking and someone had grabbed hold of him and was pushing and pulling him and He woke up with a start. It was Sirius who had grabbed him, was roughly shaking him awake, and the panicked voices were real. The bus had come to a stop at the side of the road, and their fellow passengers were yelling and wailing, women and children were crying, people were on their feet, and it was like the whole bus had descended into frantic chaos. "What's happening?" he asked stupidly, looking around. "What's wrong?"
Bomba!
A man was shouting.
To je bomba.
"What does he mean?" Remus asked, still not understanding. "What's a? And then his mind whirred around and something clicked. He felt the information clunking into place. "A bomb?" he asked. "One of those Muggle things that explodes?" "Someone's planted one on the bus," Sirius said grimly. "Like the one we saw in the museum in Italy." But the information said that if the freezing charm wore off, the museum would be blown sky high, taking everyone inside with it. So, this bus. Yes. And suddenly the screaming and the crying made a terrible sense. "We have to stop it. They're trying to evacuate the bus, before it. Is there time?" But before Sirius could answer, the man from before had shouted,
5 sekundi.
holding up 5 fingers. People screamed all the harder, some flung themselves beneath their seats, others tried to fight their way down the aisle towards the door, but it was a desperate scrum and everyone was wrestling and struggling, but no one was getting very far.
4,
The man said, lowering a finger.
3,
He seemed paralyzed, apart from his fingers, just staring in horror while ugly, painful death ticked closer by the second. "Come on," Sirius had gripped his wand, and hopped over the back of his seat. A charge of pure magic seemed to run right through him, so, despite their shrieks and struggles and the fact they were all trampling each other, the Muggles all seemed to clear an instantaneous path for him. Ignoring the twinges in his bones and the aches of his muscles, Remus gripped his wand and followed him.
2,
The man shouted. They were right by him and the bomb now. There was a red clock ticking down the seconds.
1.
Everyone screamed and threw their arms over their heads, mothers hugged their children, everyone was still, and braced for the end, apart from Remus and Sirius who pointed their wands and yelled, Immobilis, at the tops of their voices. They yelled it just as the sound of an explosion rent through the air. There was the burst of something like fire and glints of metal shooting upward, and then it all stopped. And everything was silent. The Muggles whimpered, and then looked up, confused. This was not what was supposed to have happened. They were supposed to be dead. But instead, the bomb was in a state of partial explosion, and was now completely still. There was a great burst of flame leaping from it, only the flames did not move, did not grow taller, did not shoot outwards, they were not hot, they did not make a sound. They were completely frozen, like a painting of fire but not at all like the real thing. Except it was the real thing. And there were scraps and shards of metal floating in the air as well, again frozen and harmless, nails and needles and ball bearings all hanging in the air, the sunlight glinting off them, making their halted deadliness glisten and shine. Remus swallowed hard, and looked at Sirius. He could only imagine what these would have done, the damage they would have caused, if they had been allowed to erupt out at full force. He remembered the pictures they had seen on the Muggle news, the destroyed towns and the makeshift hospitals, and felt sick. Behind him, he could begin to hear the Muggles start to murmur, quiet at first but then louder, wondering at what they were seeing. Of course the pair of them did not understand a word of what was being said until
Magia,
one of the Muggles whispered. And the word was taken up and passed around,
Magia, Magia.
And, as hopeless at languages as the two of them were, that one seemed pretty self-explanatory. "What do we do?" Sirius asked. "We need to get this bomb off the bus." And then they all just saw. And listen to them, they know what they saw. We just broke the statute of secrecy. To save everyone's life, including ours. It doesn't matter. They saw. And if they saw, if they remember. Remus swallowed again, and nodded. Memory charms. Let's move the bomb, and then obliviate the lot of them. They'll be happier not remembering this happened anyway. He pointed his wand at the bomb again and muttered. Wingardium Leviosa, and the frozen bomb suddenly raised 2 feet from the floor. The Muggles all screamed again. Mobile corpus, Sirius muttered, ignoring the gasps of horror and amazement as it began to float down the aisle. He followed it out, pointing his wand at it the whole time. Remus grabbed their suitcase and followed him. The driver had got to his feet.
Šta? Šta se dešava? Chaosity.
Stay. Remus said to him, holding his hand up. Just, wait a minute. He hovered awkwardly in the doorway while Sirius deposited the frozen bomb at the side of the road. And then, once Sirius was back on their bus, they made their way through it, starting with the driver, pointing their wands and muttering, "Obliviate." Every time a Muggle got a wand pointed in their face they would whimper and look frightened again. But then once the incantation was cast, their expressions would become blank and dreamy, they would look unconcerned and sit back in their seat, utterly relaxed, both the bomb and the magic forgotten about. "So much for not doing magic," Sirius said, as he finished off with the man who had done the countdown. "We've just blown our low profile right out of the water. Yes, we can't stay on this bus now, they'll be coming right for it. So we're back to walking." Remus felt all the twinges and aches in his body, the pains he always felt as the full moon grew closer, and tried not to sigh. Back to walking. They got off the bus, and stood by the side of the road, watching as it drove away, until it was completely out of sight. "Right," Sirius said, briskly. "Let's deal with this thing." He nodded towards the bomb. They levitated it away from the side of the road and into the trees which lined the path. Once they were safely out of view from any passing cars, they came to a stop and considered the problem. "Do you think we can just vanish the individual bits?" Sirius asked. "We can try." Pointing their wands at the cruel curls of shrapnel which floated within the frozen flames, they worked at vanishing them all. Once they were done, the flames still shot upwards, harmless for now but only harmless as long as their freezing charm held. "We need to put it out," Remus said heavily. "The fire. We can't just leave it." Sirius nodded, something seemed to pass across his face, like a cloud blocking the sun and his grey eyes looked dark. And Remus wondered if maybe he was not doing as good of a job of hiding how weary he was from his friend as he hoped. If Sirius had guessed more of the truth than he was letting on. "I'll do it," Sirius said. You don't have to, you just, don't worry about it." Well, that seemed to answer that question. "I'm not an invalid, Sirius." "I know." But he still pointed his wand at the fire alone and said, "Ignum extinguo," as forcefully as he could. The frozen flame flickered, and then went out, like a great tidal wave had quenched it. "So, I think this is harmless now," Sirius said, squatting down and examining the bomb casing. "I think everything that was in it has come out, it's just a shell. We should still do something with it, in case. I'll transfigure it. And then bury it." With a flick of his wand he had turned it from the metal casing and digital countdown clock into a round alarm clock with brass bells on the top. If it went off now, it would do nothing but make an irritating ringing sound. Then he used his wand to magic a deep hole on the soil, another flick and the alarm clock was at the bottom of the hole, at least 10 feet down, and another wave and the soil was heaped back on top of it. "There. Right, well, we've done even more magic now, we need to get out of here. Fast." Sirius gave him another worried look. "Are you up to going anywhere fast?" "Well, I have to be, don't I? I don't have a choice." His voice sounded snappish even to him. He saw the look of surprise on Sirius's face and sighed deeply. "Look, I'm sorry. Let's get out of here. The longer we stand here, talking about me, the more likely we are to get caught. Let's get moving. I don't think we should move too far, Sirius said. To Remus's surprise, though he could not say he wasn't grateful, Sirius wrapped an arm around him, and Remus leaned on his shoulder as they started to walk away. I think you're right. I think the Ministry will be swarming around here any minute, and they'll track down that bus. We need to hide, not run. Especially as you're. We need to get to the next Muggle town and then just hunker down in a hotel room for the next couple of days. No magic. Not even Lacchiomenti. They'll never find us. And I think you could do with the rest. And Remus, aching all over, could not disagree with that. They had limped into the Muggle town of Nevesinge, their arms still wrapped around each other and Remus leaning heavily on Sirius's shoulder. They found a hotel, a little pension with only a few rooms, run by an elderly woman, and asked for a room. They never even noticed the raised eyebrows anymore when they asked to share. She handed them a key and they gratefully made their way up to their room, their new home for the next 2 nights. They came to a surprised stop in the doorway. There's 2 beds. Sirius exclaimed in dismay. Why did she give us, hang on? He raised his wand. Sirius. Oh, right. His wand was lowered. Instead, he dropped the suitcase, helped Remus into the armchair and then started manually shifting furniture around, until the twin beds had been pushed together. There, he looked pleased with himself. Despite his aches and pains, Remus smiled fondly. Remember when we used to sleep in separate beds? Less than a month ago. Remember that? Nah, that was rubbish. This is much better. Don't pretend you don't agree. Well, he could say he didn't agree, but it would be a lie. So he just shook his head and said nothing. Sirius kicked off his shoes and lay down on the bed. After a moment, Remus went to join him. Immediately, Sirius had rolled over and was watching him anxiously. Are you sure you're okay, Moony? I go through this every month. I'm fine. I will be fine. But you're not usually, you've never been on the run before. You're not normally walking your way through the Balkan states with the Ministry chasing after you and fighting every monster that pops out at you. Normally you're at home, with a cup of tea. Well, I wouldn't say no to a cup of tea. Right, and Sirius vanished from his side and put the kettle on. They used the electric plug, because they couldn't use magic, and Sirius sadly examined the little UHT cartons of milk. Once he was done, he brought the mugs back over to the bed and put one down on the nightstand for Remus. There you go. Thanks. They sat together for a while, sipping their tea. Sirius's brow began to furrow, and after a while he spoke. There's something I don't understand, about Peter. Remus raised an eyebrow. Is it, how did he grow up to be such a traitorous rat? Sirius gave his bark of laughter. No, well, maybe. In a way. It's just, he must have traveled this way too. I know he's probably moving faster than we are. Apparating in stages. But, he can't have not noticed the war going on. It is rather everywhere. When I see the things that are happening here, and I think about them happening at home, about Harry and Ron and Hermione having to grow up with the kind of things that happened while we were growing up, and all the deaths and destruction. It makes me feel sick to think of it all happening again. I don't understand how Peter can see what is happening here and still want to seek out Voldemort, still be willing to bring all this back to Britain. I mean, he's a coward. He doesn't want to have to fight. What is he playing at? Remus shrugged, though the action made his shoulder muscles twinge. Maybe he's doing it for the same reasons the Muggles are doing this to each other now. They want what they want and they'll do anything to get it, no matter how many people they hurt. But I don't think Peter cares about a pure-blood society. He is a pure-blood though, isn't he? At least, he doesn't have any Muggle grandparents. He isn't one of the sacred 28. Neither was James. James was pure blood. And James didn't believe any of that nonsense, and I don't think Peter does either. He joined Voldemort out of fear. Plain and simple. But why go back to him? He joined Voldemort because he didn't want to fight him, but Voldemort's gone, there is no fighting. Why bring him back? Surely he looks around this place and remembers what it was like. Why is he risking us going back to that? Remus sighed. Because he has nowhere else to go. He's faked his death, so he can't reintegrate into society. And he can't live as a rat anymore. He nudged Sirius. You saw to that. You think I should have just stayed in Azkaban? That none of this would be happening if I hadn't escaped. Of course you shouldn't have stayed in Azkaban. You were innocent, Sirius, you should never have been there in the first place. Peter needs to face justice for what he did. The way things have turned out is, less than ideal, but that's not your fault. We were going to kill him. This wouldn't be happening if we'd killed him. So this is all Harry's fault. It's no one's fault except Peter's. That's why we need to catch him. Sirius nodded. And we will, 2 days here, until the Ministry loses sight of us again, and then we'll hunt him down like the rat that he is. But it was Remus's turn to furrow his brow. No, we won't, he said quietly. What do you mean? We can't just start the hunt again, the full moon. We need to find somewhere. Out of the way of Muggles, out of the way of everybody. We need to find a way to make me safe. Well, we'll just go to a forest and it'll be like at school. We'll be together, you know I can keep you under control. You can't just let me roam free. We used to. And that was a terrible mistake. We're so wrong to do that. And if we'd been caught, we would have been punished severely. I would have been punished severely. And I would have deserved it. But now, if there's even a hint of a werewolf attack, or someone hears the howls, then the Ministry will be on top of us before the moon has set, and the punishment we are facing now is the Dementor's kiss. And once we're worse than dead, then there is no one to stop Peter. So what do you suggest we do? Remus sighed, and looked around the room miserably, wishing there could be another answer. We'll have to go deep into a forest, set up enchantments, Muggle-repelling charms, protection enchantments, muffliato, and then you'll have to conjure a cage. I'm not putting you in a cage. Sirius sounded outraged. Well, where else are you going to put me? All that matters is that I'm not able to hurt anyone and that the two of us don't get caught. We can find somewhere, out of the way, abandoned like the shack. Like the shrieking shack. He laughed hollowly. Somehow, I don't think werewolf safehouses are just littering the Bosnian countryside. And even if they were, the Muggles would have probably blown them up. Everything else has been. We're going to have to create something safe, and we're going to have to do it quickly, and then we're going to need all the cloaking charms and protection enchantments we can muster to try and hide the magic we used to do it, and to try and hide me. Well. Sirius sniffed. He did not sound convinced. We'll not argue about it now. No, we can wait for the moon and then a lack of other options will force you to do what I'm saying right now. I suppose we don't have to talk about it further. Sirius gave him a dark look. I'm not putting you in a cage. You will. I'll find another way. He made a disbelieving noise through his nose, and received another dark look from Sirius. He forced himself to smile. You're right, let's not argue about this. Let's think about something else. But, with the full moon drawing closer, and Peter traveling further ahead of them every moment they stayed still, and the knowledge of the Muggle war right outside their window, it was hard to think of anything more cheerful. Everything seemed to lead back to Voldemort, and their desperate need to stop him. You know, there's something else I don't understand, Sirius said eventually. What's that? They call me a mass murderer because I supposedly killed 13 people with one curse. Yes. He said slowly, not understanding where this was going. The truth is Peter killed 12 people with a single curse. But still, 12 is a big number to kill with one curse. It is, that's why people were so horrified. But, if that bomb had gone off, it would have killed everyone on the bus. Way more than 12 people. Probably destroyed most of the bus as well. And it wasn't even a big bomb, nowhere near as big as the one in the museum. Yes, they do seem unusually destructive. I just don't understand why Voldemort keeps sticking with the killing curse, one wizard at a time. When, if he learned something from the Muggles, he could do so much more damage. Remus shuddered at the thought. Let's just be glad he has never learned from the Muggles. But why hasn't he? When the things they know, the ways they kill people, could help him so much. If he just, adapted their weapons so they worked magically. I suppose it's because he hates Muggles. He thinks they're beneath contempt, not worthy of his notice. So he doesn't pay attention to all their killing machines. Which doesn't help him, but is definitely our good fortune. If that bomb had gone off. He shuddered again. They do seem very innovative when it comes to finding ways to kill each other, don't they? Sirius said. Yes, they do. Their weapons are even better than their quills. Why do you think they are so very good at killing each other? I don't know. The bus had traveled many miles and, as the sun began to set, it was just reaching its stop at Vukodlaci, when suddenly the driver gave a cry and felt the wheel turn in his hands, as if by itself. The bus pulled itself over to the side of the road. The pedals started pressing themselves and the whole bus screeched to a halt and the handbrake came on all without the bus driver doing anything. He had just sat there, his hands held up in alarm, crying out. And then the doors opened themselves, and he turned to look. There was a very short, squat woman, with a face like a toad, and a bow in her hair which looked like nothing so much as a great, juicy fly, standing in the doorway. She stepped up onto the bus and brandished a short, stubby stick in his face. The two men, where are they? He stared at her helplessly, not understanding a word. She glanced behind her. A man wearing what looked like a big, heavy dress and a cloak got on behind her. Translate, she barked at him. The man in the dress spoke to the driver then. There were two men on the bus earlier today. What happened to them? He asked in rapid Bosnian.
There are lots of men on the bus,
the driver said.
Hik ones are all looking for.
By now the toad woman was marching down the aisle. Her stubby little stick suddenly had a light sparkling at the top of it, and she was sticking it under people's noses and peering into their faces. They're not here, she said. But they were. This bus has known magic. Two young men, the man in the dress said to the driver. Early 30s. Perhaps dressed like me. They would have had wands. They used magic. Here, in front of you all. You saw.
Magit.
The driver began to laugh.
Magit isn't real. There are no magicians on the bus. Not ever.
Look at their eyes, the toad woman said to the man in the dress, and he abandoned the driver to go and stand beside her. See that blankness? They've been obliviated. All of them. So they were here, the man said. They were here, they performed magic, they wiped the memories of the Muggles, and then they left. Why? The question is not, why? Umbridge said, bristling with rage that Black and the half-breed wolf had somehow disappeared again. The question is, where did they go? And her wide mouth turned down into a froggy frown as she pondered this puzzle. Chapter 14, Under the Buck Moon. Remus spent much of the next day sleeping. They hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door so they would be left well alone. Sirius made a quick dash across the road to a small, dimly lit grocery store and arrived back a few minutes later with his arms loaded up with bread rolls and weird cheeses and smoked meats and some peaches. And then neither of them left the room again. Remus drifted in and out of consciousness while Sirius sat beside him on the bed, watching the moving pictures on the Muggle screen. Sometimes the strange words would seep their way into Remus's dreams, but most of the time he was simply dead to the world. Sirius woke him with a cup of tea, when the sun began to set, and they had something to eat. By now, Remus's bones were continually aching and his skin was prickling and his muscles felt sore and heavy. "I might go in the bath," he said, thinking the warm water might help a little. Sirius nodded. "I'll run you one. I can do it myself." "I know you can, but tomorrow will be a long day for you. Let me run it. You don't have to do everything by yourself." "All right," Remus nodded. He smiled. "And, do I get to at least have a bath alone, or will you be barging your way in on that as well?" Sirius gave his bark of a laugh. "I'll let you have a bath alone, if you're going to be so ridiculously modest about it." "I mean, is it really ridiculously modest to want to bathe in private? Isn't that what most people do?" But Sirius only shrugged. "We're not most people." "Well, you're certainly not. You have absolutely no boundaries." "I have lots of boundaries. Just not with you." Lucky me." Though he was having to fight his smile. But, true to his word, Sirius had run the bath, nice and hot, so steam rose from it in spirals, and had then backed out of the bathroom, leaving Remus alone. "But if you need anything," he said, before he left. Remus laughed. "I think I can manage a bath by myself. I'll try my hardest not to drown." Though when it came to it, his muscles ached so much that stripping his clothes off was painful, and part of him wished that Sirius had stayed around to help. But he couldn't let him do that. Not when he felt the way he did about Sirius, and not when Sirius had no idea. It would not be fair. When he'd finally struggled out of his robes and divested himself of his underwear, he stepped into the bath. The heat of the water made him hiss, but then he acclimatized and he settled down, letting the warmth soothe his aches and pains. He lay his head back and drifted into sleep again and didn't jerk awake again until there was an anxious knocking at the door. "Are you all right in there? It's been over an hour." He started. "Fine, I'm fine," he called. The water was tepid now and cooling rapidly. His skin had gone all pruny. He got out, rubbed himself with the white hotel towel and then wrapped it around his waist and left the bathroom. Sirius had made him a cup of tea, by the time he got out, and he struggled into his pajamas, feeling Sirius's eyes on him the whole time but refusing to ask for help, drank his tea and then, despite the fact he had slept all day, got into bed and slept all night. Sirius lay beside him, and his arm wrapped around him was a comforting weight, and though his sleep was fitful, his dreams were not unpleasant. They left the hotel the next day, to go and find somewhere safe and isolated for Remus to transform. "Are you feeling any better?" Sirius asked him anxiously, over breakfast. "Now that you've rested?" Remus smiled. "Yes, much." Though of course he didn't feel any better at all, and wouldn't until tonight was over and the moon had begun to wane again. He saw the flicker of shadow behind Sirius's gray eyes, and knew he didn't believe him. He reached out and took Sirius's hand across the table. "I promise, I will be fine. Maybe I was being selfish, asking you to come with me." "Yes, you definitely were. Maybe I should have left you in peace at home." "Don't be soft. I'm fine. I'm sorry I'm slowing us down." "Now you're the one being soft," Sirius snorted. Remus smiled again, "But you couldn't have done this alone and we hadn't seen each other in 12 years. I'm glad you didn't just disappear into the night, while I was transformed. Who knows when we would have seen each other again if you'd done that." "Probably once Peter reached Voldemort, he rose again and a war broke out," Sirius said gloomily. "We'd be back in the Order of the Phoenix." I was always mildly embarrassed by what a terrible name that is. I thought I was the only one. Secret societies always have terrible names, and their existences are always mildly embarrassing. At best. Well, luckily, we're stopping this war before it starts, so we won't have to sign up to Dumbledore's new army and grin and bear whatever awful name he chooses for us this time. Anyway, I think I've come up with a plan for us, for today. Remus raised an eyebrow. All by yourself? He got a dark look in response. Yes, I looked at the map while you were sleeping. I thought you were watching the moving pictures. Well, you slept for a really long time, there was ample time for me to do both. Anyway, I looked at the map and, if we get one of those Muggle taxi cab things that they use, there's a densely forested area east of here, should only be a couple of hours' drive away. Can we afford a taxi? But Sirius only shrugged. We can if we Gemino our money. See, this is the good part, the forest I'm talking about isn't all that far from Novigrad, the wizarding town, which means we can use magic around there and no one will have any reason to assume it's us. Precisely. Well, he leaned back in his chair. I'm impressed. So, did you happen to find an abandoned shepherd's hut on the map or are you coming around to the cage idea? We'll find something. No, we won't. The taxi driver seemed very suspicious of their request to be driven out to a distant forest and left there, but they promised him whatever amount of money he asked for and he agreed. The drive took just under 3 hours. It should have been quicker, but they got held up by a cavalcade of armored vehicles rolling past, and then diverted because a bridge had been blown up. The signs of the war flashed past their windows, stretching out in every direction they looked, marring the landscape and leaving ugly scars gouged into it. But eventually they reached the edge of the densely packed tree line, got out of the car and handed over the exorbitant amount of money the driver asked of them, which cost them nothing, because their money was not real. Then, feeling him watching them as they walked away, they left the roadside and disappeared into the forest. Why do you think he was so suspicious? Sirius asked. He probably thinks we're agents of the other side. Doing something nefarious. Well, what side was he on? But Remus only shrugged. Doesn't matter. Whatever side he's on, there's another side and he thinks we belong to it. I suppose he might alert the authorities. Tell them about us. They might come looking for us, which if they're still in the forest after moonrise could end badly. But it was Sirius's turn to shrug. We'll put up Muggle repelling charms, they'll never come close. They kept on walking, traveling deeper and deeper into the forest. It was afternoon now, and the sun was making its slow journey westwards and Remus's bones were starting to feel like they were on fire. Every step was making him wince in pain. He tried not to show it, until he stepped in a divot on the ground, his ankle turned and he hissed sharply, fighting down the urge to be sick. Sirius was immediately all concern, and had wrapped his arm around him, helping him regain his balance and supporting his weight. What is it? What's wrong? Nothing, I just hurt my ankle. Now walking on it was causing bolts of agony to shoot right up his leg, even leaning against Sirius. I think I need to rest. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. But as Remus limped away to sink down to the ground and lean against a tree, he noticed Sirius gazing anxiously up at the sky, as if to gauge how much time they had left. Sunset is at 8:30 tonight, 8:32 to be precise, Sirius said. How do you know that? He couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. It seemed a very specific thing for Sirius to know. I found this thing while you were sleeping, on the Muggle picture box, a whole load of writing. Teletext it was called. It told me all sorts of stuff, the weather. You could just look out of the window. The football scores and sunrise and set times. It was pretty good. The writing was all boxy and weird though, made my eyes hurt. Remus smiled, though even his face muscles were starting to hurt. Well, We have about 5 hours until I need to be locked up then. We've got longer than that. But Remus shook his head. We have to allow for a margin of error. If the moon is visible early, it might not come out until later. Better safe than sorry. Speaking of which, I am sorry, Sirius, but I really don't think I can go much further. Everything hurts. He caught sight of Sirius's face, twisted with worry. It will be better tomorrow, it always is. But this month has been bad, my first for a long time without the potion, and everything we've been doing. I was already more tired to start with. I just need to stop, and get tonight over with. But we haven't found a place for you. He glanced around. Here is fine. We're miles from anywhere, you can set up the enchantments. This is as safe as we'll find. But... And now Sirius was actually twisting his hands together in a way that reminded Remus of a distressed house elf. There isn't a building here, for us to adapt. He tried to keep his voice patient. Well, do you know if there is one close by? No, but... Look. I'm not up to keeping walking. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I'm not up to keeping looking for something that in all probability does not exist. This is a forest, why would there be an abandoned building in it? Well, someone must look after the forest. A gamekeeper, like Hagrid. Or a forester. They might have a hut. And they might be in that hut. What are we going to do, kick them out? We could still look, check. I can't. I really am sorry, Sirius, but now I've sat down I don't want to move again until it's all over. I actually can't face the thought. But, I don't want to put you in a cage. Sirius's voice was small, and sad. But Remus was really having to bite his impatience back now. And I don't want you to have to. Do you think I like this? Do you think I like being this? But it is what it is and I am what I am, and you making a big deal about how awful having to lock me up is not making it any easier for me to bear. Alright? Just, do it, Sirius. Don't make a fuss, don't turn it into a big deal, just do it. Just act like it's nothing and it will hurt less. Once he was done, he caught sight of Sirius's stricken face, and immediately felt a stab of guilt. Sorry, he muttered. I'm just. But he didn't know what the end of that sentence was, and so instead of finishing it he closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. When he woke up again, it was to find Sirius with his wand out, creating a large perimeter around them and casting spells. Protego Maxima, he was muttering, as his wand swished through the air. Protego tot alum, Muggle repelio, muffliato, salvio huscia. Why salvio huscia? Remus asked wearily. In case the ministry hag comes by, should deflect any jinxes. Sigillium maxima, abstantio. I don't think we need to worry about her, tonight, he yawned. She's not going to risk coming near a transformed werewolf. No, but in the morning, we don't want her to find us while we're still sleeping. He cast the last charm and, for just a moment, a great dome was visible over them, streaks of colorful magic creating a protective web around them, and then it faded. To all the world it looked as if there was nothing there, but they were now safely inside an unbreakable cocoon of enchantments. Sirius went to sit beside Remus, and Remus shifted slightly to make room. I was thinking I could put a disillusionment charm over your, cage, Remus supplied, matter-of-factly. Yeah, just an extra layer of protection. In case anyone does come past. Sounds sensible, he yawned again. I'll be with you though, Not in that confined a space. You stay out here. But I can keep you calm. You can keep me calm from out here. Not as well. Look, Sirius, the wolf it's going to go mental, locked in a cage. It's going to spend all night hurling itself at the bars trying to get out. I imagine I'm going to have some pretty colorful bruises when I wake up in the morning. If you're in there with me, you can't withstand a prolonged attack like that with no space to back away. You need to be out here, stopping me from getting out and, if I do, stopping me getting through the enchantments. Nothing else matters. You matter, Sirius said, defiantly. You having as easy a night as possible matters. It matters more than anything. But Remus just took hold of his hand and squeezed it tightly. Stopping me killing people matters more than anything, he corrected. I'm not going to have an easy night, no matter what you do. That you just have to accept, I'm afraid. Sirius looked mutinous, but he didn't say anything, and Remus squeezed his hand again. I'm glad I'm with you, Sirius, he said. I'm glad I'm here. I'd rather be here, in a cage, but with you, than home alone. And my night would not be any easier if I were home alone. It would just be more lonely. This, all of it, really isn't that bad. Sirius rested his head on Remus's shoulder, and Remus glanced at him in surprise. You're too brave, Moony, he said. And too good. This isn't fair. Lots of things aren't fair. 12 years with the Dementors wasn't fair, and you're making way less fuss about that than I am about this. And finally Sirius smiled. Well, they're gone now, and we're together. My suffering is over, yours never really goes away. No, he thought about how Sirius had come back to life, this past month, grown healthy and handsome once again, while he was still old and broken and with no hope of reprieve. No, I suppose it never does. The sun grew lower in the sky, and the shadows lengthened and the pair of them stayed where they were, resting together by the tree, until finally Remus sighed and said it was probably time. Sirius's head came up from where it had been resting on Remus's shoulder. Already? But it'll be much easier to get me in a cage now than it will be if we leave it too late. Especially as you can't use your wand as Padfoot and you can't be trapped in here with me as Sirius. We need to do this now. Still looking like he wished he could argue, Sirius nodded and got to his feet. Well, I'll get to conjuring it. Shall I? But Remus shook his head, wearily. No, I need to move. You need to conjure it around me. Why? Because if you make it and I walk in afterwards there will have to be a door. And if there is a door then that is a weak spot for the wolf to attack. It's a needless risk. I'll go into the middle, you build the cage. He struggled to his feet and limped across until he was in the very middle of their protection enchantments. About here? Sirius scrambled up and followed him. All right. He flicked his wand and a mattress appeared on the ground. Another flick and a sleeping bag lay on top of it. Remus looked at them in surprise. What's that for? You idiot, for afterwards. So you can sleep. The wolf might like them as well. Oh, thanks, and he gratefully sank down on the mattress. All right, are you ready? He nodded, his jaw was set. Yes. Are you sure? We could still. Just do it. Sirius raised his wand. Discipulate him, he cried. Immediately iron bars began to shoot out of the ground, reaching up 8 feet, before they bent at 90 degrees and grew towards each other, forming a latticed roof. Remus had jumped slightly as the cage materialized around him, but had recovered quickly and just watched as the iron formed itself into an impregnable cube of bars. Once it was made, they both hesitated and then cautiously went to check the strength and security of the cage from either side of the bars. I think that should hold, Sirius said, giving it a firm shake. Let's hope so. They were practically face to face, their hands wrapped around the same bar, testing it, only inches apart. They made eye contact, and Remus felt himself blush. Well, he said, dropping his hand and taking a step back. I should probably move further inside. He headed back to the mattress. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, he tried to keep his voice even, as if this was no matter and he didn't mind at all. As if it was not awful and humiliating to have to be locked up like this. But he found he couldn't bring himself to look back at Sirius. Well, if you're ready I'll do the disillusionment charm. Yes, fine. It would be better once Sirius couldn't see him, he thought. There was a cracking sound, as Sirius flicked his wand, and then it looked like a cascade of water was slowly enveloping the outside of the cage. Looking out, it was like peering at Sirius through a waterfall. That was weird, he heard Sirius say, almost to himself, and then his voice was raised. Moony, can you hear me? Yes, I'm invisible, not deaf. Though he wasn't invisible to himself. It was his cage that was hidden from view, and him inside of it. Oh good, are you okay in there? His voice was still too loud, like he was trying to call and make himself heard from a great distance. Yes, I'm invisible. Not in danger. Smart Alec, he heard Sirius mutter. Still not deaf. He looked around. Through the disillusionment charm, it looked like the forest was melting, everything was blurry and drippy and oozing downwards. He looked up at the sky, the sun was almost gone now, the moon would be out soon. He sighed and started to remove his robes. He must have made noises as he stripped, which wasn't surprising as he was in pain and it hurt, for Sirius suddenly called out to him, his voice sharp and worried. Are you all right? What's going on? Nothing, I'm just taking my clothes off. There was silence from outside and he felt himself blush all over, wishing he had said it some other way. But at least Sirius couldn't see his embarrassment. Or his nakedness. Once he was bare, he folded his clothes neatly, put his wand on top of the pile, and then passed it all through the bars. Here, look after these for me, will you? Merlin. Sirius swore. That was freaky, an arm and a whole load of clothes just coming out of nowhere. Give me warning next time will you? I'm not going to stick any other parts of me out, Sirius. I should hope not. He returned to the mattress and sat on it, shuffling into the sleeping bag to give him some kind of cover as, even hidden under an invisibility charm as he was, it still felt awkward to be sitting naked in the middle of a forest. Though, not as awkward as last month, when he had woken up in the middle of the forbidden forest, stark naked, his clothes destroyed, and wondered how on earth he was going to get back to the castle without causing a school-wide scandal. Thank God for James's old invisibility cloak, and the fact that he was the one who had had it when he transformed. Are you still you in there? Sirius called to him. Yes, I'm still me, you'll know when I'm not me. I don't like not being able to see you. Well, there won't be a me to see soon. You're still you, Moony, especially when I'm with you. Are you going to transform? Yeah, Padfoot's eyes are different. I think I'll be able to see you better. Plus I use my nose more, it's better than my eyes, so I'll know exactly where you are, even if you are all blurry. Why is it that important that you can see me? He rather liked being hidden, liked the fact that Sirius couldn't see him locked up like this. And the privacy of being able to take his clothes off without Sirius seeing had been welcome. Because talking to thin air is weird and I don't like it. Anyway, that's not the only reason I need to transform. I know tonight won't be easy for you, locked in there, trying to get out, but it'll be easier if there's not a human just the other side of the bars. My presence would drive you wild. I'm not going to do that to you. Remus reflected that Sirius's presence always drove him wild, but he stayed quiet and hoped Sirius could not guess what he was thinking. The skies darkened. The stars came out. And the great, shining, silver disk rose high in the sky, and Remus felt his whole body seize up. His limbs started to shake uncontrollably, his hands curled back into paws, he felt the fur growing on his skin, his bones snapping, his face elongating into a muzzle and the hair sprouting on that. There was pain and worry and no small amount of shame, and then his mind lost all coherence or consciousness, and Remus was gone. He woke up again, aching all over, to find the sun starting to rise, the birds starting to sing. The disillusionment charm had gone, and he could see the trees clearly again. And the cage was gone too. Sirius must have vanished at the moment Remus was himself again. He smiled gratefully at the man sleeping beside him. Sirius had conjured himself a mattress and sleeping bag as well, and put it right next to Remus's. He'd also put Remus's clothes and wand right beside him as well, so he could dress himself once he was ready. He snuggled back down into the sleeping bag, vaguely impressed that the wolf had managed to get into it, the right way up and everything, and had not ripped it to pieces. It seemed an unusually careful move for him when he was in his feral state. But he supposed it must have settled itself down for a sleep just before the moon had set. And then, as it was still early, as he was still bone-weary and as Sirius showed no signs whatsoever of waking up, he closed his eyes and allowed himself to drift off back to sleep, trusting to the protective enchantments and charms to keep them safe and hidden. Chapter 15, Footsteps. They spent the whole of the rest of the day and the next night under their web of protection spells, resting while Remus healed. Sirius, it turned out, had bought antiseptic creams and bandages and sticking plasters from the grocery store when he had done the food run 2 days ago, and between them they patched up Remus as best they could. The worst injuries, this month though, were the bruises. Sirius said Remus had spent the night howling and flinging himself against the bars, trying to get free. He had got more and more wound up as the night progressed and, for a moment, Sirius had been concerned he would do himself a serious injury. He had spent so long hurling his full, wolfish weight at the bars, in an attempt to smash through them, that he hadn't had the time to nip and bite and scratch at himself like he normally did. And Padfoot had, on occasion, got him to lay calmly. Remus assumed that must have happened just as the sun rose, that must have been when he got into the sleeping bag. But, calm periods or not, he still had massive, sickly yellowish bruises across his ribs from his continual battering at the bars. And there was nothing they could really do about them except wait for them to fade. As always, Remus had not wanted Sirius looking at his chest, seeing his scars, and though Sirius had tutted and reiterated that Remus had no need to cover up in front of him, Remus still insisted on turning his back on Sirius while he cleaned up the scratches and bites on his front, leaving Sirius to sort out the ones on his back. Sirius's hands were unusually gentle as they rubbed the cream into his wounds, he noticed. But he tried to ignore the way Sirius touching him made him feel, tried to keep his thoughts furiously neutral, and desperately fought back the moan of longing that threatened to escape his lips. It wasn't fair to be feeling this way or thinking these things when Sirius only thought he was helping out a friend. If Sirius had any idea how Remus really felt, then he would not be doing this for him. Remus could not turn this into something it wasn't. They were friends. Brothers. But not anything more, and they never would be. Once again, Remus spent most of the day and the whole of the night asleep. His sleep was more restful now, and he felt more refreshed every time he woke up. Refreshed enough to wonder just what it was Sirius did all these hours while he was dead to the world. And then, once he was stronger, they removed the protection enchantments and, for the first time in well over a week, actually apparated somewhere. They were headed to the wizarding town of Novigrad. Novigrad was built along the banks of a shining, blue river, surrounded by trees and with snow-capped mountains in the distance. There was a large stone keep guarding the gate to the town, a domed church and then, right beside it, a domed mosque with a minaret. The houses were all built of thick, whitish stone which made them look like something that had been carved out of the mountainside itself. The roads were wide, but dusty, and shade was in short supply. They entered the town warily, on the lookout for any ministry officials who might be hunting them. "Where should we look first?" Sirius asked, gazing about the town. "Find the ice cream parlor. It's never failed us before." "Well, Peter is as predictable as he is fat and useless." "Come on, then. Let's find it." They walked through the dusty streets, keeping their heads low and eyeing up everyone who came past them with suspicion. They were particularly keeping their eyes peeled for one short, squat and toadish witch in particular. It's not that I particularly mind being sent back to jail for things I'm innocent of, or even having my soul sucked out by dementors, Sirius said. I just mind if it's Toadface who captures us. I don't want to give her the satisfaction. His grin grew wicked. Though maybe you could buy your way out of trouble if you offered her the right favors, if you know what I mean. I will hex you, Remus said calmly. I'm just saying, she's hot for you. And I'm just saying, I'll hex you. They walked past a little boy, of about 7 or 8, riding a toy broom along the side of the road. They glanced at him, he looked up at them, and then his eyes went wide and startled. He got off his broom and ran away, down a side street, disappearing from view. Remus frowned. What was that about? They found the ice cream parlor and went inside, immediately relieved by the cool gloominess. A bell tinkled over the door as they opened it and a witch looked up, smiling. She wore a headscarf over her graying hair and large, dark glasses even though she was inside and it was dim in here. 2 men, she said. Strangers to the town. British? Am I right? They glanced at each other. Yes. She raised her dark glasses, revealing eyes that were completely milky white. They stood out startlingly against her dark skin. She was blind. I'm always right, she grinned directly at them, as if she could see them just fine. It's in the footsteps. You can tell we're British by our footsteps? Remus asked. I can tell you have a Welsh mother. No you cannot, he said in disbelief. That was a lucky guess. She laughed in delight. So Sirius said. We're actually looking for someone, who I suppose you haven't actually seen with the blindness and everything, but who might have been in here. English, like us, no Welsh mothers. But not tall and handsome, like us. Remus gave him an amused and incredulous look, but he was ignored. Short, kind of fat and ratty. Going bald, though I don't know if you can hear that in his footsteps. I can hear many things in a man's footsteps, she said seriously. But did you hear that he was balding? I heard he was sweaty. That's him. He would have been asking about Albania. Yes, he was here only yesterday. Yesterday? But. They exchanged another incredulous glance. We thought we were miles behind him, Remus said. Well, she shrugged. He was here yesterday. He said he was tired, which I could smell from the sweat. I thought you heard the sweat in his footsteps. Sirius countered. She only grinned. He also smelt. Ratty. Like you said. He smelled of rats. It was most pungent. Most peculiar. See, she leaned over the counter and sniffed them both. You are a dog and you are a werewolf. But the scent of the animal is fading on you both. On him, it clung to him. It was recent. He had recently been a rat. He lived as one for 12 years, Sirius said. Then I can imagine it does cling to him. Remus was watching her closely. Aren't you going to kick me out? For being a werewolf? But she only shrugged. You have not done anything wrong in here. Perhaps she could sense the surprise on his face, because she smiled at him. When you are blind you learn to see past prejudices. You do not sound or smell dangerous. Your footsteps tell me you are an honest man. If you look dangerous, well, I am afraid I cannot see that. I can only take you as I find you with the senses that I have. Thanks. So, you buy ice cream and I tell you all about your ratty, little friend? They agreed to her terms, and got a hot fudge sundae each and took a seat, while she told them all she knew about Peter. He had, as she had said, passed through just yesterday, weary and sweaty and stinking of rat, and she had known from his footsteps he was up to no good. He was shifty, in his gait, she told them. Not like the two of you. He walked as if he was furtive, secretive. I did not like him much. I have to say we don't like him much either, Remus said mildly. He is a bad man, she said, and it was not a question. Remus nodded, and then remembered she couldn't see. Yes. A very bad man. She looked triumphant. It was all in his footsteps. And his ratty, sweat stink, Sirius said. That too. So, what did he ask about Albania? Remus asked. Strange questions, how many days' journey it was on foot. The boys frowned at each other. Why is he walking? Sirius said. Where the thickest forests are, I asked him why I should know. I am Bosnian, not Albanian. And then he asked. A tremor passed across her face, visible even underneath her dark glasses. He asked if I had ever heard rumors of a spirit haunting the forests out there, of something dark and mysterious, a shadow. I told him I know of no such thing and that I don't want to know. Whatever he is getting involved with, it sounded like dark magic to me, and I want no part in that. She stared down at them, and her expression was so attentive and stern that they almost forgot she couldn't actually see them. You boys are putting a stop to him, yes? That is why you are following him? They nodded, and then remembered. Yes, yes we are. Or we're trying to. Then make sure you succeed. Your ministry, are they after him? I hear they are swarming these parts. They looked at each other gloomily. Not after him, no, Remus admitted. Well, he didn't like them being around. He complained. Said he was having to travel incognito to avoid them. Said it was slowing him down. He wanted to stop off at Zakranivac next, in Montenegro, asked how long it would take him to walk there. And how long will it take him to walk there? It is about 90 miles, he could do it in 3 days, if he pushes himself. He won't, Sirius said darkly. Let's find Zakranivac on the map, Remus said, getting it out. We don't have to walk there, but it will be dangerous for us to spend 3 days hanging around a wizarding town. We need to go via Muggle places, but we can aim to get there at the same time as him. They bowed their heads over the map, poring over it. But the patch with Montenegro on it seemed to have suffered more water damage from their dip in the sea than most other parts. The ink of the place names had run, making them very difficult to read, the letters all blurred together. And whole chunks of the paper were flaking away, leaving holes in the landscape. Hang on a minute, Sirius's eyes were darting all over the surface. Yes, I think I've got it. There. Remus frowned, as he looked where Sirius was pointing. Are you sure? Must be, starts with A Z and ends in A K. I can't make out the other letters though. Doesn't it look, a bit, short, to say Zakranivac? Well, I can't see anything else that fits the bill. Remus looked up at the witch. I know you can't see the map, he said apologetically. But can you tell us anything about where this town is, so we know we're looking in the right spot? It isn't too far from the border, she said. It's near a mountain. Bobo, Bobatov something or other. Bobatov Kook, Sirius said, jabbing at the map again. Yes, it all fits, that's definitely it. They put the map away, the witch bustled away back behind her counter, and the two of them ate their sundaes quietly. You know, I think we're finally going to catch him, Sirius said. The net is tightening. Let's not count our hippogriffs before they've hatched. Speaking of, I wonder how Buckbeak is doing. I wonder how many Muggles have spotted him. He scraped up the last of his ice cream. I'm just going to nip to the toilet, he said. I'll be back in a minute. Sirius nodded, and Remus got up and walked towards the back of the shop, where the bathrooms were. So how do you like my country? He heard the witch ask Sirius. Sirius gave his bark of a laugh. Ha! It would be beautiful, if the Muggles didn't keep blowing it up. Ah, yes, the war, her voice was sad. We wizards stay out of it, but still, it is terrible, the way they fight. How much they hate each other. Still, we can hardly say we are better. The stupid ways we hate each other for no reason. I'm sure your poor friend knows all about that. Then the bathroom door swung closed behind Remus, and the conversation was cut off. It was as he was washing his hands that he realized something was wrong. He looked up to see his own face blinking back at him, only he wasn't looking into a mirror. It was a photograph, on a poster. And he didn't have to speak Bosnian to understand what the strange words printed in capital letters across the top must mean. Wanted, dead or alive. His heart froze in his chest, while his picture scowled back at him. He wondered for a fleeting moment where they had possibly found such a surly-looking photograph of him, before he felt the full flood of molten panic rush through him, turning his insides to ice and fire at the same time. And he remembered the boy, the one who had run away. He looked to the door in alarm, thinking of Sirius sitting out there, blissfully unaware. He snatched the poster from the wall. Under the photo it bore his name and an unfamiliar word, Vukodlaci, which he was willing to bet all of Sirius's money meant werewolf and then a 5,000 galleon reward. He came hurtling back out of the bathroom. Both the witch and Sirius looked at him in alarm. "We've got trouble," he said, his voice was grim, and he thrust the wanted poster under Sirius's nose. Sirius's eyes grew wide. 5,000 galleons reward money. Mooney, you should hand yourself in. That's more money than you'll ever have. Yeah. What do you think the price on your head is, if mine's 5,000? Where there's posters of me, there's posters of you. We need to leave. It isn't safe here. Is there a problem? The witch asked, frowning beneath her glasses. He went over to the counter and shook the poster in her face, though she couldn't see it, of course. This poster, in the bathroom, do you know what it is? Yes, it's a wanted poster. Your ministry came and put it up, they're hunting dark wizards. Is it a poster of the man we spoke about? No, Remus said shortly. The witch suddenly inhaled and looked up, her brow furrowed and she turned her face towards the window, as if peering out. Do you hear that? She asked. Hear what? Footsteps. Lots of them. Dangerous footsteps. There was the sound of chair legs scraping back, and Sirius got his feet. What is it? He asked, crossing to the window and peering out himself. The boy, Remus said. The boy on the broom, the one who saw us and ran away. He must have seen the posters. He must have recognized us. He went to get. And then, through the glass, they saw a large and angry crowd come around the corner. Their wands were raised, their eyes were dark and flashing. The little boy from before raced ahead of them. Their footsteps marching in time made the earth rattle and shake beneath their feet. It felt like an earthquake coming to swallow the pair of them whole. They've come for us, Remus said, gripping tight hold of Sirius. He felt all the blood drain from his face, and when he looked at Sirius, he was equally pale. What do we do? What's going on? The blind witch asked. What is happening? Remus glanced between the oncoming crowd and the only possible help they had. It's me in the wanted poster, he told her. But you are a good man, I heard it in your footsteps. Yes, but they think we're responsible for all the crimes Peter, our rat friend, has committed. It's us the ministry are hunting. You need to leave, now. The crowd had gathered around the ice cream parlor, the door was surrounded. One wizard picked up a rock and hurled it at the glass, it smashed right through and landed on the floor beside them. They jumped back. Another shouted, "Incendio," and a fireball erupted from the tip of his wand and exploded in the sky like a firework. And then someone small and squat and smiling broadly on her froggy face stepped to the front of the crowd. Her magically magnified voice rang through the quiet ice cream parlor. Ahem ahem. Sirius Black, werewolf, you have 30 seconds to come out and give yourself up. Otherwise we will all come in and get you. Her smile became broader. I cannot promise you will survive the experience. We need to get out of here, Remus said. Grab the case. Where do we go? I'll let you out the back, the blind witch said. Then apparate straight to Zakharanivac, across the border. I will try to slow them all down for you. She led the way, navigating through her shop as if she could see all the obstacles in her path perfectly well. They could hear the crowd growing louder, more fireballs exploding, more rocks being thrown, jeering and stamping and catcalling, and the sound of a countdown being led by Toadface. She was on 10. The back door was thrust open and they stumbled out into a dark alleyway. Thank you, Remus said to the witch. How can we ever repay you? But she shook her head. Just go, just go. We didn't even pay for the ice creams. No matter, she turned to look back towards the crowd, her face was frightened. Go, stop the rat. That is what matters. He nodded, gratefully. Ready? He took Sirius's arm, he tried to block out the noise of the mob and his own panic, his breathlessness and his frantically beating heart, and instead pictured Zakharanivac on the map. He raised his wand. He heard the sound of all the windows of the shop shattering, the glass tumbling to earth and smashing, and a great cry as an entire angry mob surged forwards as one. Before he twisted into nothingness and vanished from the street. His feet touched solid ground once again, the sounds of the mob were left behind. He barely had time to register that the new sounds were all wrong, the cars, the beeping horns, the sounds and sights of the Muggle world, before he heard another noise that made his blood freeze. It was a hideous, desperate, panicked, gagging sort of sound. And it was coming from the floor. By his feet. He looked down. Sirius was lying there, spluttering and choking and groaning. A huge gouge of flesh had been taken from his arm and he was bleeding out, a great puddle of red pooling around him, and he was beginning to shake and turn pale as his body went into shock. Remus stared down at him in horror. Not understanding what had gone wrong or how this could be, but, somehow, Sirius had been splinched. Chapter 16, in Morphine Veritas. It was like time stood still for a moment, and everything fell away and Remus was aware of nothing but his own frantic heart and the blood pounding in his ears and the panic, as he watched his Sirius bleed to death on the ground at his feet. And then with a great, wailing crunch everything flooded back in on him again, the sounds and sights of the city around them, the cars and the buildings and the billboards, the pigeons and the people crashing in on him in an overwhelming swarm. And Sirius was still lying there, shaking and bleeding. He dropped to his knees, kneeling in the pool of his Sirius's blood, feeling it seeping through his robes and not even caring. Sirius, Sirius. His hands were trembling as he tried to get to the wound, to get a better look at it, but the material was too thick, and he grabbed his wand, yelled "Defindo" and watched it split and then ripped it away so he could get to Sirius's arm. I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. His voice was high and sharp and had an edge of hysteria to it that even he could hear. He couldn't fix this, they couldn't go back for help, and he couldn't fix this, he would need Dibney, and blood replenishing potion, and he didn't have those things. He had nothing. He put his hand on the wound, hoping to stop the bleeding, but it was no use, a great chunk had been taken right from Sirius's arm, this was no mere cut. A whole hunk of his flesh was missing and Remus's hand could not hope to keep all that red inside where it belonged. Sirius, Sirius. Tears began to blur in his eyes, he felt them spill over and then saw them drip onto Sirius's prone form. Sirius, his voice broke. Ban, Jez. Sirius choked out. What? Sirius. What? Ban, da Jez. Remus stared, and then something clicked in his brain. He opened the case, rooting through it, until he found what he was looking for, the bandages Sirius had bought from the Muggle shop to help fix him up after the full moon. He crawled back through the puddle of blood and, with hands still shaking, pressed the bandage down onto the scooped-out flesh that made Sirius's wound and then wrapped the gauze around to hold it in place. Even as he watched, the red seeped out and stained the white. It isn't enough, it isn't going to be enough, Sirius. But Sirius had gone still now, apart from the shallow rising and falling of his chest. His eyes were glassy, and he shuddered involuntarily every so often. Sirius. He heard footsteps, and looked up desperately. Help, he cried out. Through the blur of his tears he could see a Muggle standing there, looking shocked and horrified at the sight of the injured man and all the blood. Please, we need help. He's dying. The Muggle turned and ran. No, wait, help. But then they came to a stop by one of those public felletones and grabbed the receiver. They punched some buttons and then gabbled very fast into the mouthpiece and then hung up and came running back to the two of them.
Ambulanta.
The Muggle said. Remus just stared.
Ambulance is coming. We'll help.
Remus had no idea what an ambulance was or how it would help, but he nodded gratefully at the Muggle. She got down beside him, ignoring the blood that drenched through her clothes, and put a hand over the bandage, holding it firmer in place. Then she reached out and put a hand on Remus's arm as well.
Is okay?
She said.
I help. Ambulance coming.
He just knelt there, beside Sirius and the Muggle woman, his eyes blurring with tears, staring in horror, while she applied pressure to Sirius's wound and talked to him in a soothing tone. He didn't understand the words, but he still knew she was reassuring him all would be well. And then came a horrendous wailing, shrieking sound, and a white van with a blue flashing light on the top pulled up, and two Muggles in overalls poured out of the cab and came running over, bearing a stretcher.
Šta se desilo?
One of the Muggles asked. Remus just gaped at him, not understanding. The Muggle woman started to talk, very fast, so Remus could not even discern the individual strange words. The two Muggles from the ambience nodded, and started scooping Sirius onto the stretcher. They picked him up and headed back to their van. Remus got to his feet. What? Wait. The Muggle woman gripped his arm and pointed after Sirius.
You go.
She nodded encouragingly.
Your friend be fine.
He nodded at her, and then stumbled after Sirius and the Muggles. They let him climb in the back. Sirius was in there, on his stretcher, one of the Muggles was beside him. The other ran back to the driver's seat, hopped in and then, with the horrible wailing noise starting up again, they drove off. Remus was shaking, he stared at Sirius, and saw the Muggle had somehow hooked him up to a clear bag of blood. The blood was then sneaking through a clear tube and straight into Sirius's veins. It was like a blood replenishing potion, only it wasn't a potion, it was like they were giving him new blood. He stared at it, watching it slowly trickle inside Sirius. And a thought hit him. It would be Muggle blood. It wouldn't be magic. Would putting that inside Sirius stop him being a wizard? He didn't know enough to know how it worked. People always talked about magical blood, about half-bloods and pure bloods and magic being in their veins, but he didn't know if that was just talk, just figurative. Or if their blood really was where their magic lay. And if it was, would Muggle blood make Sirius a Muggle? Or would its being inside Sirius be enough to turn Muggle blood magical? He thought about telling the Muggle to stop, thought about insisting she use his blood instead. But then, if he gave Sirius his blood, would that make him a werewolf? Certainly Remus's curse was in his blood, but if he wasn't transformed? Was this the choice? Make Sirius a Muggle or make him like himself? An outcast, a monster. He stared at Sirius's ashen face, not knowing what to do, feeling wave after wave of fear and misery crash in on him, and then Sirius made a sound. Just a low grunt, but he twitched, and his eyelids fluttered. The Muggle yelled something to her partner. Remus didn't understand what she said, but she sounded pleased as she said it. Then she looked at Remus.
His pulse. Stronger.
And Remus suddenly didn't care what that Muggle blood would mean for Sirius. It was saving his life, these Muggles were saving his life, and if that meant that Sirius became like them, what did that even matter? He would still be alive. Remus hadn't been in a Muggle hospital since the day he had been born. Even when his mother had got sick, his dad had kept her home and looked after her with potions. He had never had to be in one of these places before, and he hoped he would never have to again. The lights were in strips on the ceiling, they were unusually harsh and they flickered and hummed. The place smelled strongly of disinfectant and, for some reason, boiled cabbage. Muggles in their strange version of healers' uniforms ran to and fro while patients lay on trolleys in corridors, or sat out in the plastic seats, waiting their turn. The whole place had an aura of sickness and misery and frazzled energy about it. The ambulances had pulled up right by the doors, and the overawed Muggles had jumped out, while Muggle healers came to meet them. They all jabbered away at each other very fast and then Sirius was wheeled away inside. Remus gripped hold of his suitcase and followed on, chasing them down the hallways, not wanting to let Sirius out of his sight. But when they reached a big room with a table in the middle of it, they slammed the doors in Remus's face, not allowing him inside. He peered anxiously through the window, watching them transfer Sirius onto the table and then get to work. He saw more red blood trickling out of bags, and into Sirius, and tried not to worry about what it would mean. It would not matter if Sirius was not magic, he told himself firmly. It would make no difference. After all these Muggles had turned up from nowhere to save the life of a complete stranger. Meanwhile their own ministry was hunting them down and planning to throw them in prison, maybe suck out their souls in the process. Muggles were every bit as good as wizards, he thought furiously, and if Sirius couldn't do magic anymore then Remus would just do it for him. My mum was a Muggle, he muttered to himself angrily. And he had loved his mum more than anything, it would not matter if Sirius could not do magic. And it was better by far that Sirius be a Muggle and not a werewolf, like him, he decided. Sirius was better by far if he was not broken and contaminated and dirty, the way Remus was. Anything but death was preferable to Sirius becoming like him. He stared anxiously through the windows, there were all sorts of Muggle machines beeping and blinking, and they seemed to tell the Muggle healers something because they paid close attention to them. Eventually, they seemed to fall back, and one of the Muggles came to speak with him.
English,
she said. He nodded.
Your friend is stable. We gave him blood.
Remus gazed through the doors, wondering again what effect that blood would have.
But his own day is so strange. I have never seen anything like it in 20 years as doctor. How did it happen?
He stared at her, not knowing what to say. He got cut.
I have never seen cut like it,
she said simply.
I do not know how well it will heal. Or if I will have full use of arm. But I will live.
And Remus breathed a sigh of relief and nodded his thanks. Those last 4 words were all that mattered in the end. He had sat in the seating area, on a hard plastic chair, drinking a tepid cup of coffee out of a little plastic cup while Sirius was wheeled up to the ward. He went up to see him just as soon as he was allowed to visit. Sirius was sitting up in bed, looking pale but perfectly cheerful. His arm was strapped up and wrapped in bandages and then held in a sling. "How are you?" Remus asked, his voice was still shaky. "Frigging amazing," Sirius grinned. What? They have these painkillers, Mooney, there. He ran out of words and just grinned. His eyes were glassy. "I feel like I'm walking on clouds. This is the best I've ever felt. You should ask for some." "Well, I don't think they just hand them out to anybody." "Then splint yourself to get some, it's worth it." "I'll give it a miss, thanks." "How did we even get here?" "They brought us here in an ambibibula blum bus, a big white van with a blue light on top. It ran straight through all those red lights that stop Muggles in their cars, like they weren't even there. I wish I'd seen that. I wish it didn't have to happen. You know I love you, Mooney." Remus, who had been settling himself down in the visitor's chair, froze. "I think you're still out of it," he said stiffly. Sirius threw his head back onto the pillow and giggled for much longer than was normal. "I'm completely out of it, it's like I'm flying, but that doesn't mean I don't love you. Well, we've been friends a long time. We don't really have anyone but each other." "Oh, Mooney." He shook his head slowly from side to side and made tutting noises. "It went on a bit too long. You just don't listen, do you? You're just too busy feeling bad about the whole werewolf thing to see what's going on right in front of you." Remus looked around in alarm. "Shush," he said. "We're in front of Muggles, don't talk about my furry little problem." "Oh, they don't speak English," he snorted dismissively. "Anyway, it's not the fur that's the problem." His voice had become a bouncing sing-song and was overly loud. "Shush. It's how you feel about it, and how you think everyone else feels about it." "I know how everybody else feels about it, thank you." "Not me." "No, not you. So why aren't you listening to me when I tell you that I love you?" "Because you're high on some Muggle painkiller and don't know what you're saying. You're just talking nonsense, and will not mention it when you're yourself again because it will be less embarrassing for both of us." "Oh, Mooney," Sirius said again sadly, and then promptly fell asleep, snoring loudly. He didn't wake up again for hours, and Remus was just drifting off to sleep in the visitor's chair. The Muggle in charge of the ward had tried to make him leave, he'd confounded her and she'd left him alone, when he heard a voice say, "Ow," very distinctly. He pried an eye open. "Painkiller wearing off?" he asked. Sirius was now sitting in bed looking sour. "Ow, yes, ow. I want some more. Or, better yet, let's apparate out of here, take me to a wizard hospital and get me sorted properly. Half my arm is missing, I need to grow it back." Remus took a deep breath. "We can't apparate out of here. If you're worried about me splinching again." Remus shook his head. "It's not that." He took another breath. Do you know how they got you to wake up again?" he asked, hesitantly. "No, I don't remember anything from lying on the street to waking up here." He winced as his injured arm twinged with pain. "Ow. Well, you lost a lot of blood," Remus said. He was fighting to keep his voice even, calm and neutral. And he was suddenly reminded of the morning he had finally woken up after he had been bitten. Of his father sitting beside his bed, talking to him, explaining what had happened and what it meant, trying not to cry, trying not to let little Remus see how upset and worried he was. What he was feeling now must be something akin to how Lyle Lupin had felt on that spring morning all those years ago. So. Well, Muggles don't have blood replenishing potions, you know, they don't have potions at all. Sirius looked nonplussed. "So how did I get new blood?" "They gave it to you." He stared down at his hands, examining his nails, not wanting to see the moment Sirius realized what he was saying. "They already had it, in a bag, like they'd taken it from someone and stored it." "That's disgusting." Sirius, they gave you Muggle blood." There was a long silence following this, as Sirius digested what he said, thought about it and worked out why Remus was looking so heavy-hearted. The air between them felt heavy and oppressive and Remus still did not dare look up from his hands, he just felt the weight of the silence, of Sirius understanding what he was telling him. And then, "Give me my wand," Sirius said. His voice had a shake in it, though he was clearly fighting to hide it. "Sirius. My wand." He held his hand out. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't make a difference." "What does it matter? These Muggles saved your life, what does it matter if you're like them? You should be proud to be like them. What other choice was there? To use my blood? To be like me? Just, give me my wand. Don't make a fuss. Don't make a big deal out of it, and it will hurt less." Remus looked up then, recognizing his own words from the night of the full moon. Sirius nodded at him. Now you know what it feels like to be me, worrying about you. Just give me my wand. And reluctantly, Remus handed it over. Don't try anything too big. I won't. He gripped the wand in his hand. Aguamenti, he said. Nothing happened. Remus swallowed, and looked down at his hands again. Sirius gave his wand a shake. Aguamenti, he said more fiercely. A few drops of water dribbled out of the tip. Aguamenti, he yelled so loud this time that the Muggle at her little station looked across at them. A short burst of water shot from his wand and then splooshed onto the bedspread. Well, that's something, Remus said encouragingly. It was rubbish. No, really, it was fine. Yeah. He passed his wand across. You do it then. Sirius, no. Go on. He nodded in angry encouragement. Remus sighed. Aguamenti, he muttered. A clear, blue fountain of water arced through the air and tumbled gracefully to the floor, forming a puddle. He blushed bright red and muttered Evanesco, and the puddle dried up. See, that's what's supposed to happen, Sirius said. But something happened when you did it too. You produced way more magic than a Muggle ever could. If a Muggle had tried that, all that would happen is the wand would backfire in their hand and knock them out. Great, I'm a squib. You're not a squib. Well, I'm not much of a wizard. You're alive, Sirius. And nothing else matters. Well, you would say that. You can still do magic. You don't have to be able to do magic. Remus cried in exasperation. I can do it all for you. Like my dad did for my mum. I mean, he blushed furiously. You know what I mean. And what about your transformations? Who's going to look after you then, if I can't? Nobody's been looking after me for years. There was a moment of sullen silence and then, give me my wand back. Sirius. But his hand stretched out again and Remus passed it across with a sigh. Sirius then sat there, his face screwed up in concentration, brandishing the wand and muttering. Aguamenti, over and over again. By the time the hospital finally released him, Sirius could manage a short arc of water, not as graceful or as long-lasting as the one Remus could produce, but a serviceable attempt. They walked through the streets of the Muggle city they had found themselves in until they found a cafe to stop at for a drink. Sirius's arm was still in a sling. The wound had been cleaned and stitched together, much to both of them's bemusement, but he was still very much missing a large part of his arm. And they planned to get to a wizarding town as fast as they could and find a proper healer. Maybe the healer could sort out his faulty magic too. How is it? Remus asked. Hurts like hell. Remind me not to get splinched again. And then his face fell, as he remembered he may never be magic enough to apparate again. How come we didn't end up in Zakharanivac? He asked bitterly. How did we end up here, wherever here is? It's a Muggle town called Zabblejack, Remus told him. He had discovered this and figured more out besides, while Sirius recuperated in the hospital. You know how the ink has run on our map? Well, the place we thought was Zakharanivac was actually this place. When I apparated I thought of this location, but the other name. And I got splinched. You got splinched, sorry. Sirius shrugged, and then winced, realizing he should not have used his arm. I was the one who found this place on the map. If anyone should be sorry, it should be me. But the wizarding town wasn't on there. This was the only place that had a name that came close. No, there's a bit where the paper has flaked away, just the other side of the mountain. I think the wizard town is there. It's on the other side of a mountain. Yes. And we can't apparate there because I'm a squib. You're not a squib. Practically a squib. So, we walk. We walk. Chapter 17, A Trace of Magic. Aguamenti, the water sputtered out of Sirius's wand and then died. Aguamenti. Remus eyed him wearily. Why don't you give it a rest, he said, keeping his voice gentle. You're getting better at it, you are, but maybe if you gave yourself time to recuperate, instead of wearing yourself out, then next time you try your magic will be stronger. Or it will have vanished forever, Sirius said darkly. But Remus shook his head. That isn't going to happen. You still have enough magic blood to do magic, that isn't going to change. They obviously didn't put in enough Muggle blood to outweigh your own. Just to leave me virtually powerless. And alive. Sirius ignored him. Aguamenti, the water sputtered out again. Remus sighed. They were struggling their way up a mountain pass. Even though it was the height of summer, and Montenegro, same as all the Balkan states, was unbearably warm, this high up there was snow on the ground, patches of crystal white powder that must surely never melt if they were not melting in this sun. There were large boulders littered around and, to their right, was a sharp cliff face comprised of loose scree. They hoped it would at no point become necessary to scramble up that. Especially as Sirius did not have use of his right arm. The air was thin, the path was steep, and the going was hard. But, difficult as this was, they had agreed going over the mountain would be quicker than going around it. Muggle hikers kept passing them by, giving their robes and Sirius's arm funny looks. The boys were most definitely not dressed for mountain climbing and, between the recent splinching and the recent full moon, neither were in peak physical fitness, and both needed to keep stopping to rest. But every time they did, Sirius would take out his wand and practice the water charm again. His success rate was variable and he was downcast. Why don't you at least try something different? Remus asked him. A first-year spell or? No. When I get this one right, I'll branch out. But until then. Remus sighed again. Show me again, Moony, Sirius said. So I can compare. Comparing achieves nothing. I want to compare. Do it. Another deep sigh, but with Sirius looking at him like that, and the fear that maybe Sirius was blaming him for his current predicament, that he should have stopped the Muggles from giving him non-magical blood, meant that he could not say no. He took his wand from his pocket and gave it a miserable flick. Aguamenti, he muttered. Immediately an impressive fountain of water shot from the tip, into the air, curved down and splashed against the rocky ground. Aguamenti, Sirius said, copying him. A very short burst of water shot out of the end, and then plummeted to earth. Sitting there together, conjuring the water and watching how far it could spurt, Remus was suddenly reminded of all their contests back at school, up against a wall, when no one else was looking, the ones he had always won. Even when it was the four of them. He coughed, uncomfortably, and flicked his wand to stop the fountain. Sirius seemed to be thinking along the same lines. It always was your special talent, Moony, he said glumly. James and me could hex you before you'd even grabbed your wand, but you always hit the highest up the wall, and now I can't even hex you. You will again, anyway. The, measuring contests weren't the only ones I won. Remember when we used to see who could get the highest up the girls' staircase before it turned into a slide and pushed us back down? I got the highest on that too, I managed 6 steps one time. I got to the 5th once, I'd lifted my foot to get onto the 6th step, before. I was just faster. His brow furrowed. You would have thought James would have been the one to win those, the fastest of us all. He was the Quidditch player. But he could barely get off the first step. You know, and Sirius seemed to have forgotten about his current problem and was beginning to smile. I always wondered about that. I always wondered if maybe the stairs could sense intent. And that affected how quickly they reacted. What do you mean? He asked, utterly bemused. Well, you and me, Moony, we had no interest in actually getting into the girls' dormitory. It was just a competition as to who could get the highest. Our intentions were totally pure. But James. James was actually trying to get to Lily. There came that bark-like laugh. Exactly. I wonder if the stairs could tell he had nefarious intent in his heart, and so threw him out as soon as his foot touched the first step. But for us, there was nothing up there for us. We had everything we needed in our own dormitory. Remus felt himself blush. He didn't know exactly what Sirius meant by that, but he knew that he couldn't possibly begin to know just how true his words were for Remus. "What about Mary MacDonald?" he asked, and his voice sounded thick and strange to his ears. "What about her?" "Well, weren't you ever trying to get up there to get to her?" "No, I kissed her behind the broom sheds. Not in Gryffindor Tower. And I only did it to see what it was like. And because James wouldn't stop banging on about her. She liked me, and he had this idea that Lily might be more willing to go out with him, if I was going out with Mary. I only did it to shut him up, really." "So, you didn't like her?" He didn't know why, but his heart was battering against his rib cage. Which was ridiculous. This was one kiss, 20 years ago, and meant absolutely nothing now, whether Sirius had liked her or not. But he still found he was holding his breath as he waited for the answer. Sirius shrugged, and then the look on his face told Remus he immediately regretted the action. "Yes, she was perfectly nice. I liked her well enough. No, I mean liked her. Like James liked Lily." "Oh, no," he gave Remus a funny look, which Remus did not understand at all. "I mean, she was very pretty in everything but, not really my type." "So, was Lily's Muggle cousin more your type?" "No. She didn't quite hit the spot either." "So why did you kiss her?" "I don't know, practice." "Practice for what?" "For if I ever kissed someone I did like. I did not want to know what I was doing." "You only get to kiss a person for the first time once, Mooney. And, back then, I thought maybe, I hoped. Well, we all thought we had futures back then, didn't we? We couldn't possibly know what the future held for us, or how completely alone the two of us would go on to be." The smile had well and truly faded from his face now. "I was always going to be alone," Remus said. "Well, once upon a time, I didn't think that would be the case." "For you or for me?" "For both of us." Remus shook his head, and stared out across to the horizon. "No one would ever want me," he said, trying not to sound bitter about it. "That isn't true. Now, come on, we need to keep moving." They stopped again less than an hour later. Once again, Sirius got his wand out and started practicing the water summoning charm. Remus watched him for a few minutes and then turned his back, conjured some goblets and filled them with wine. He wasn't quite sure why he turned his back to do it, maybe because he was afraid he would look like he was showing off. This must be hard for Sirius. He had always been so powerful. Way more powerful than Remus. To now be struggling like this, but it was better than being dead, he thought fiercely. He handed a goblet of wine to Sirius. "Here you go. Show off." He rolled his eyes. "You know, I've been thinking," Sirius said. "That's a first." "Ho ho, no, I have, about what that witch said, about Peter stinking of rat and asking how far this next town was to walk to." "What about it?" "Well, she said he was traveling incognito. And he doesn't like the ministry hanging about, which, when you fake your own death, I can see why they would be an inconvenience. He's hiding from them every bit as much as we are. He doesn't want to use magic in Muggle places in case it draws attention to himself, in case they think he's us and go and look into it. So, it's obvious, isn't it? He's traveling as a rat. That's why he's barely ahead of us even though we keep having to stay still for days at a time. Because even walking, we can still walk faster than a rat can scurry." "You might be right." Sirius gave a satisfied smirk. "I'm always right." Then he lifted his wand and tried again. Aguamenti. They settled down for the evening once they were near the peak. It was cold, with the sun setting and this high up, but, with an apologetic glance at Sirius, Remus conjured them a fire and soon it was blazing away merrily. Sirius said nothing about it. Remus conjured them more wine and they sat there, drinking together, huddled up close for extra warmth. Every so often, Sirius would flick his wand and try the water conjuring charm again. At least point it away from the fire, Remus said to him, flicking his own wand to restore the flames after Sirius's latest attempt had doused them. Sorry, when you're a squib you don't expect to have much luck conjuring water. You're not a squib. I'm not a squib. You're not a squib, you're not a muggle. You're a wizard who has had a nasty injury and isn't at his peak at the moment, but will recover in no time at all. Yes, and then next full moon you'll go for a stroll in the moonlight and be completely unaffected. Remus gave him a dark look. What has happened to you is nothing like what has happened to me. I'm cursed, you're injured, it's completely different. Something flickered in the corner of his eye and he glanced towards it, frowning. Sirius hadn't noticed. Yes, it's completely different. You're a werewolf and a wizard and I'm completely ordinary and unmagical. I probably can't even see dementors anymore. Lucky you. Remus said, not really listening. He was still frowning. There was something. Something wasn't right, the air kept flickering, like some kind of glamour or charm had been cast, like something was hidden, just out of view, just out of reach. But this was the top of a Muggle mountain. They should be the only wizards up there, there shouldn't be any traces of magic here except their own, and yet. Did you see that? He asked. See what? I don't know, it was blurry. There's something out there. I didn't see anything. It was like a trace of magic. Well, no wonder I didn't see it, being a squib and all. You're not a squib. He turned back to the fire, but every so often would check over his shoulder and peer around again. He was sure there was something out there. If Sirius didn't need the rest, he would insist they keep on walking through the dark to get away from it. As it was, he intended to stay on his guard and keep his wand very firmly in his hand at all times. So are you going to conjure up the sleeping bags? Sirius asked. I'd do it myself only. Remus rolled his eyes. Don't say it. Not saying it doesn't make it any less true. It isn't true, and saying it over and over again does not make it more so. Well, have it your way, but I'm still incapable of conjuring the sleeping bags. He shook his head, but he couldn't face their continuing arguing in circles anymore, so he let it go and conjured a pair of purple, squashy sleeping bags and a couple of pillows. I think a mountain top is the most uncomfortable place we've found to sleep so far, he said. And that includes the night I recently spent locked inside a cage. And it's the most exposed. And that includes the night I recently spent completely naked locked inside a cage. He smiled, but he glanced again at the flicker of the shadow, which he kept catching sight of out of the corner of his eye, that trace of magic that left him uncomfortable. Sirius had leaned back, his hands behind his head, and was staring up at the sky. The stars out here were incredible, a thick, twinkling blanket of fireflies that spread as far as the eye could see, and they reflected in Sirius's eyes. But Remus stayed upright and alert, still watching for anything untoward. And yet, despite his wary guarding, it was Sirius who spotted something coming towards them. There's something headed this way, he said. What? Where? He twisted and peered around, thinking it must be whatever was causing that flickering magic. But Sirius raised his arm and pointed to the sky. Up there. Something white, it's headed straight for us. Hedwig. And sure enough, Hedwig materialized out of the darkness, her white feathers gleaming in the moonlight, and swooped down onto the mountaintop beside them, where she hooted affectionately and stuck her leg out for Sirius to take the letter. But with his arm all bandaged up he couldn't manage to untie it, and Remus took over. "Read it to me, Moony," Sirius said, settling back down. Remus broke the seal on the envelope and unrolled the parchment. "Sirius." He read. "I hope this finds you. I'm back with the Muggles now, but even I'm hearing rumors. They say you were cornered in a town in Bosnia, you and Professor Lupin. They say you escaped, that you apparated but that you got splinched. I didn't know what that meant but. Ron says it's when apparition goes wrong and you leave part of you behind. They're saying one of you must be terribly injured. It's disgusting, but they said after you escaped all they found of you was a big hunk of raw flesh, lying on the ground, oozing blood." They both looked at each other and winced. "I never did stop to think about the part of me I left behind," Sirius said. "How awful, at least the kindly, blind which won't have seen it. And this is the really disgusting part, the ministry official, who had cornered you, scooped it up and brought it back to Britain as a trophy." They exchanged another look, this one disgusted. "I really hate that ministry hag," Sirius said. Remus shook his head. "That's twisted on a level that I didn't think was possible. Keeping it as a trophy? That sounds like something even Voldemort wouldn't do. I didn't like her because she was getting in our way and trying to arrest us, and a little bit because she's ugly. I never realized she was sick. You should have done, after the way she acted when you found out you were a werewolf. She showed herself up then, to be a nasty bit of goods. Nothing should come as a surprise after that." But that actually made Remus laugh. "If I assumed everyone who reacted badly to my being a werewolf was a nasty bit of goods, then that would cover most of the wizarding world." His brow furrowed as he remembered the moment Hermione had revealed what he was, how Ron had reacted, "Get away from me, werewolf." He dismissed the thought. Ron had recently got into trouble for hexing someone in defense of Remus's honor, according to one of Harry's letters. Whatever the boy's initial reaction had been, he had got over it. And that was why Remus didn't usually hold grudges, sometimes people got over it. But then sometimes, people turned out to be Umbridge. If I thought everyone who reacted badly to my being a werewolf was the type of person to take a hunk of disembodied human flesh as a trophy, then I would have spent my life hiding in a cave, refusing to talk to people. That is beyond the pale levels of awful. "Well, I still think we could have guessed," Sirius muttered. Remus went back to the letter. "They say it's the closest they've got to finding you and is proof that they're closing in, because you're getting sloppy, if you're getting injured. The paper says they took it to St. Mungo's, and the healers say it probably came from an arm, and that whoever lost it would have lost a serious amount of blood. They're even saying it's possible one of you died. Sirius, I really hope Hedwig can find you, and I really hope everything's okay. I don't know what you're doing in Bosnia, but please, if you're not dead, come home safely. Both of you. I really don't want either of you to be dead. Please write back as soon as you get this. Harry. You should write back to him." Sirius glanced down at his bandaged and strapped up right arm, and Remus nodded, admitting he was being stupid. "All right, I'll write back to him." Though they didn't have parchment or ink or quills up on the mountain top. With an apologetic glance at Sirius, Remus conjured an empty inkwell and then waved his wand over Harry's letter, siphoning off the ink. It flew from the page in a liquid ribbon and poured itself into the pot. Then, with an apologetic glance at Hedwig this time, he reached out and pulled out one of her feathers. She hooted sharply and nipped his fingers with her beak. "I know, but this is an emergency, for Harry." She hooted again, but it was less sharp, more reproachful. He used his wand to sharpen the nib of his makeshift quill, dipped it into the recycled ink and then began to write on the now blank parchment. "Dear Harry. Don't panic because it's me writing to you, not Sirius. He is fine, but it was him that got injured and it was his wand arm. He's not yet up to holding a quill. He did lose a lot of blood and for a horrible moment I thought he was going to die, but we landed in a Muggle town, I won't say where, and the Muggles all rallied around and patched him up brilliantly. They took us to a hospital in an ambulance. It was a big, white van with a blue light on top, maybe you know what it was, as you were raised by Muggles. They stitched him up, literally they sewed his arm back together, I've never seen anything like it, and gave him some painkillers which, well, we're not talking about the stuff he said while he was high. The Muggles had never seen anything like his injury, of course, though they didn't ask too many questions and they did the best they could, they saved his life, but we still want to go to a real healer and see if they can't grow his arm back properly. Though I'm not sure how we'll manage that, as we now have wanted posters of us stuck up all over the Balkans, which is how we got cornered in the first place. Now that we know that our photos are out there and there is a reward on our heads, we will be much more careful how we go. Try not to worry, I won't let anything happen to Sirius and we will find a way to clear our names and come home. My best to Ron and Hermione. Remus, you don't have to keep calling me Professor Lupin, I'm not your teacher anymore. Did you tell him I'm a Muggle now? Sirius asked, as Remus rolled up the parchment and stuffed it back into the envelope. No, I still think it's early days to publicly announce your retirement from the world of magic. He crossed out Sirius's name and wrote Harry's on instead. He tied the letter back onto Hedwig, apologized once again for stealing one of her feathers, and then she flew away, leaving them alone once more. But, while he had been distracted reading and writing the letters, Remus had let his guard down over the flickering magic, and it was only now that he remembered and looked around anxiously. The shadow of enchantment was clearer than ever and, worse still, he thought he could see shapes moving behind it, getting clearer. Do you see that? He hissed. What? There are figures back there, getting bigger. Sirius craned his neck. No. Well, I'm not imagining it. Something's coming. Get up, get your wand out. What am I going to do? Yell Aguamenti at them and get their feet wet? But he still scrambled to his feet and drew his wand. And that was what mattered. Whatever was coming did not need to know that Sirius's magic was faulty, as long as he looked the part of a wizard, Remus could do the actual work of holding them off. Protego, he muttered, casting a shield charm in front of him, just as the figures grew so large they must have been right in front of them. And then it was like they suddenly emerged from behind an invisible curtain, stepping out of a haze. 1 minute there were 3 shadowy shapes, difficult to discern, and then there was a woman and 2 men, all tall and pale with thick, black hair, and as plainly visible as the 2 of them. The woman smiled at them. Her teeth were sharp, and her eyes glittered strangely in the firelight. Her skin was waxy, and yet her clothes were fine and there was something undeniably attractive about her, even though she didn't look quite human. Good evening, she said in a refined but very strong accent. We thought there were wizards on our mountain top, and now we see that we were correct. The boys glanced at each other. Your mountain top? Remus asked. Well, we live here. They looked around. The place was desolate and deserted. Where? She laughed, it sounded like a tinkling bell, otherworldly but once again undeniably attractive. Well, we have hidden our home from the prying eyes of Muggles, of course. Our castle is hidden behind enchantments, but you are wizards, you are welcome at our hearth. Come, we will give you food and a place to sleep. It will be better by far than lying on the ground out here, like animals. They looked at each other again. What do you reckon? Sirius asked. Could be a trap. They weren't even bothering to keep their voices down. The tinkling laugh came again. Gentlemen, I understand you have no reason to trust us, let me introduce ourselves. I am the Countess Orlok and these are my nephews, Yonut and Florin. We made our home here in the mountains after we were forced to flee the Carpathians. Hospitality has been very important to us, the kindness of strangers, and now we wish to share some of that, pay it back. Do not insult us by refusing. Remus wasn't sure what to say, he just gripped his wand tighter. Come, you do not want to spend the night sleeping rough on a mountainside. You must be cold and hungry. Yonut, take our guest's case. One of the men picked up the suitcase. Like his aunt, he too had waxy skin, his cheekbones were high and he looked gaunt, but at the same time deeply attractive. He walked off with their case, and after that, the boys felt they had little choice but to follow. The group headed to the flickering wall of enchantments that Remus had kept catching sight of out of the corner of his eye, and the three strangers disappeared inside, swallowed up into shadows once more. The two men looked at each other. We could just abandon the case and run for it, Remus said. It's got the map and our money in it. Is the map and the money really worth dying over? We're not dead yet, and we've fought more monsters than we can shake our wands at. Whatever's happening we can chance it. But you're about to point out I'm a squib, aren't you? I'm about to say your magic isn't 100% and we shouldn't be getting into unnecessary fights. But Sirius sniffed at that and looked offended. Come on, Mooney. He took a step forward and then hesitated and looked sheepish. Maybe you should help me through the enchantments. I'm not sure I'm magical enough to get through alone, like the barrier at King's Cross. Anyone can get through the barrier at King's Cross. My mum managed just fine. But he took hold of Sirius's arm, took a deep breath, and then guided him through the strange, shimmering haze that only he could see. Chapter 18, Vampires and Vukodlaci. Their mouths fell open when they reached the other side of the hidden enchantments. For where there had been nothing but empty mountaintop before, there was now a grand and Gothic castle silhouetted against the waning moon. It had tall turrets and towers, battlements and balustrades, great arched windows glazed with bright stained glass and narrow, slitty windows, open to the elements, to fire arrows from flag poles and flying buttresses and thick, stone walls that looked like they could withstand a besieging army for 6 months. A moat circled the whole fortress, a silver ribbon in the moonlight, snaking through the rock, and on the other side, they could just make out the 3 figures disappearing through the bailey, with their own suitcase. Meaning, no matter what their misgivings, they had no choice but to follow. They crossed a bridge over the moat and followed their mysterious hosts through the large, arched gateway of the keep. A couple of feet of portcullis hung down from the top of the gateway, and though there was plenty of room, both men ducked their heads as they went under it. For some reason he wasn't quite sure of, Remus was inordinately relieved that the barred gate did not slam down into place behind them, once they were through. It was good to know, while so much was still unknown, that the exit was unbarred. You know what this reminds me of? Sirius muttered under his breath, as they crept inside. That moving picture we watched back in Luxembourg, about Jonathan and the creepy, old man with the shadow that moved by itself. Yes, the Countess and her nephews do seem, rather pale, don't they? Do you think we're going to get crawled all over by half-naked women with fangs? Wanting favors. Remus shuddered. Merlin, I hope not. Yeah, you don't want your first kiss to be with a vampire girl. I'm pretty sure it would prove to be my first and last. Whatever you do, don't put your wand away. Inside the keep, they found themselves in a large and very grand hallway. The ceiling was high, and supported by vast pillars of stone which had been ornately carved, so that gargoyle-like faces peered out at them from all angles, eldritch and unsettling. There was a fireplace so tall and wide that it reached high above the height of a man and measured almost the width of the entire hallway. A roaring fire of green flames crackled away beneath the mantel, which, like the pillars, was made of stone and carved with hideous grimacing faces, some demonic, some human but twisted in terrible pain, like souls in torment. The emerald flames were heavily perfumed, and they seemed to cast a sickly somnolence into the atmosphere which made Remus feel slow and sleepy and stupid all at once. Above the fireplace was a massive coat of arms, a crescent moon and a raven on a dark blue background with the motto, Sanguis Noster Primitiva Sua. Remus stared at it, not understanding the words. Blood is our birthright, Sirius muttered to him in an undertone, translating. He looked at him in surprise. Sirius was terrible at languages. Not that he was any good, himself, but Sirius point-blank refused to try. But Sirius only raised an eyebrow and gave him a smirk. "I'm from the house of Tudgers Per," he said. "I know how to translate a pretentious coat of arms." Remus nodded, and tore his eyes away, looking around the rest of the hall instead. It was not any more comforting. There were finely woven tapestries on the bare, stone walls. The little thready figures entwined with the background acted out stories, mostly showing scenes from battles, or mobs besieging castles. There was one depicting a troll hunt, and another where a pack of slavering wolves were being chased by cloaked people who appeared to be flying. Despite the movement, and the clear noisiness and violence of the scenes, they emitted no sound. The woven figures fought and warred and hunted and died in silence. Their mouths opened in screams, but they were screams no one could hear. Portraits lined the sweeping staircase, oil paintings of people in old-fashioned clothes, who had the same waxy skin and strange eyes as Countess Orlok and her nephews. The boys could feel the hungry way the pale, painted people watched them as they entered, and it made them shudder. A long, wooden table stood beneath an elegant chandelier, which was lit up by what seemed like 1,000 candles. But the brightness in the center of the hallway only seemed to make the shadows around the edges deeper, darker and more menacing, and Remus eyed them warily, as if half expecting something else to materialize out of the gloom, the way their hosts had materialized out of their enchantments. There were candles lining the table too, in finely wrought silver candlesticks, and it had been set for 5 people, though how their hosts had known how many of them would be dining tonight, the boys did not know. "Please, please." The Countess smiled her sharp-toothed smile at them again, and waved a hand towards the table. "Take a seat, we shall get you wine." Florin, she clapped her hands, and one of her nephews brought out a dusty bottle of green glass, and poured something thick and red into their goblets. Sirius picked up his own and gave the contents a sniff, before deciding it definitely was wine and taking a sip. Remus, on the other hand, reached out, and then drew his hand away, as if he had been burned. Is there any chance I could have another glass?" he asked. He felt himself blush, heat flooding right the way through him, as he risked exposing himself with his aversion to silver. And he glanced miserably down at all the silverware laid out in front of him. Different everything else, as well. Silver is. He trailed off and blushed some more. Countess Orlok gave him an appraising look, but then smiled once again, as if she saw nothing untoward. "Of course, Yonat, fetch our guest silverware which is not made of silver." "Thank you," Remus mumbled, and flushed yet again. He could feel Sirius's eyes on him, and he looked up and shrugged at him. There was nothing he could do. He could not touch any of the fine things that had been laid out before him, not without burning and blistering his hands. Once some pewter knives and forks and spoons had been found, a proper glass and a porcelain plate, the nephews brought out bowls of soup. Like the wine, it was thick and red, and, once again, Sirius sniffed it suspiciously. "Beetroot," the Countess told him. "Is that right? What else would it be?" She smiled sweetly at him, but every one of her sharp teeth were on view. Remus coughed. "Not to be rude," he said. "But, you are vampires, aren't you?" He glanced between the woman and her 2 nephews, noting once again the waxy paleness of their skin. "Is that a problem?" "No, it's just, we don't meet many vampires." "Well, my nephews and I are quite harmless, let me assure you. We are, ourselves, the victims of a most unjust persecution. We have been forced to flee our own home for what we are. We have set ourselves up here, in safety, and find it most pleasing." She gave a little tinkling laugh. "That is, it was most pleasing once we had cleared out the Vukodlaci." Sirius furrowed his brow. "Vukodlaci? Oh, horrible, dark creatures," the Countess told him, pulling a disapproving face. "Barely more than animals." "No, not even that, animals. Pure and simple. Monsters. Local beasts that used to make the mountain their home. Outcast from the town beneath, you see. We could not be sharing our new sanctuary with their kind. Rough, hairy brutes of things. But we hunted them all down in the end. Killed many ourselves, caged the rest, and now we enjoy watching them kill each other. It is our monthly entertainment. She laughed again. Sirius and Remus looked at each other, their faces troubled. Sounds fun, Sirius said slowly. But Remus was frowning to himself. The word Vukodlaci seemed familiar, like he had heard it before and should know what it meant. Only he couldn't quite place it. So, that is our story, the Countess said, still smiling disarmingly. What is yours? We're traveling to Albania, Remus said. To meet up with an old friend. How wonderful, but you are wizards, why are you walking? They exchanged another glance, not sure what to say. But Countess Orlok did not give them time to come up with a response. She leaned across the table, from her place at the head of it, and sniffed at Sirius. You haven't much magic, she said to him. Barely a wizard at all. He blushed bright red as his beetroot soup. I've been in an accident. Yes, your arm, quite nasty, you bled a lot. Her voice became thick, there was almost a growl to it as she spoke of blood, and Sirius's eyebrows shot to the top of his head in alarm. And now you have lost your powers, your blood is common blood. She sniffed again. You have lost your purity. I'm not sure I ever had much of that, he said stiffly. And you, she turned suddenly from Sirius and sniffed at Remus instead. Are allergic to silver. Yes, he felt the blush come back, but he stared at her determinedly. A pity, she commented. Silver is so very beautiful. It is a shame to be denied beauty. She sniffed again. But your blood was never pure. We don't believe in that nonsense, Sirius said, his voice was calm, but it had an edge to it. We know everyone is as good as each other, no matter what they are born. Magic or Muggle. Her strange eyes seemed to flash dangerously in the firelight. Perhaps what you are born does not matter, but what about what you may become? She looked between the two of them. But Sirius gazed at her stonily. If it's not your fault, then it doesn't make a difference. The strange light in her eye seemed to vanish and her smile became broad again. But of course. You two young men are wise beyond your years. If anyone should know that birth is not destiny, it is we persecuted vampires. What about the persecuted Vukodlaci? Sirius asked, rather snidely. By now the soup had been replaced by a white bean stew and more wine had been poured. The nephews flitted around the table silently, only sitting down to eat once Remus, Sirius and the Countess had been served. The Countess laughed again, the unearthly tinkling, silvery bell that made her seem simultaneously frightening and desirable. Surely even you boys don't think animals are equals. It is one thing to believe in a fraternity of equals with all beings, but with the beasts? There's a big difference between recognizing beast status, and thinking something deserves to die because of what it is, Sirius said. Or that it should be locked in a cage and baited for the entertainment of its betters. Remus, meanwhile, was pretending to take a great interest in his stew. This conversation was cutting a little too close to home for him to want to be a part of it. When he chanced to glance up, it was to see Sirius's eyes on him. When he saw Remus looking, Sirius gave him a swift and comforting smile, and then turned back to the Countess. So, how come it's you and your nephews? Where are their parents? Her eyes flashed again in the firelight, and for a moment she looked quite dangerous, as if she found Sirius's question impertinent. But she answered with the same aristocratic courtesy she had shown them throughout. As I said, we have been persecuted and forced to flee our home, to come to this distant land. There was an altercation. An angry mob? Sirius asked her. Yes, I suppose, my sister, her husband, my own dear husband, the Count, were all killed. Though of course it is against ministry policy to have us hunted that way, as if we are common Vukodlaci. Perhaps one day we will see justice, perhaps those that killed my husband will be punished and we can return to our true home, but still, the castle does us for now. It is safe, its walls are thick and it is most comfortable. Have you sought justice from the ministry? Her smile grew wider, nastier, her teeth looked sharper for a moment. When we seek justice, we shall seek it in our own way. Remus and Sirius glanced at each other, thinking they understood only too well what she meant. The white bean stew was finished, and one of the nephews brought out dessert, a rich summer fruit pudding which, like the beetroot soup, oozed suspiciously red. So, Remus cast his mind around for something to say. Whenever the hall went quiet, the perfumed flames seemed to grow stronger, making his eyelids heavier, and he became more acutely aware of the pale portraits watching him closely. "Is the wizarding town close by?" he asked, in the end. "You said it was at the foot of the mountain." "Yes, Zakharanivac. An enchanting little town, though we seldom venture in ourselves. We prefer the private solitude of the mountaintop." "And is there a healer there, do you know?" he asked. "Only, we would like to get someone to look at Sirius's arm." Sirius gave him a dark look that quite plainly said, "Thanks," as the vampire woman raked her eyes over him and took in his wound once again. There was just something in the hunger of her expression that suggested all too clearly she was thinking about all the blood that had spilled from the wound when it was fresh. "There is a healer, I believe," she said. "Though I would be happy to take a look at it myself." "I bet you would," Sirius murmured. Remus kicked him under the table and he coughed and said out loud, "No need. The Muggles have cleaned it and done everything they can without Dittany. Now all I need is someone magic to grow back the missing part for me. So, unless you have any Dittany lying around." He shrugged and then winced, remembering too late he should not use his arm. An awkward silence fell across the table once more, and Remus felt his eyes grow heavy again, as the green flames of the fire spread their sickly perfume over him. But then the stillness was destroyed and all the cobwebs blown away by a terrible wailing and rattling, and the sound of iron clanging. Both men looked around in alarm. "What was that?" Remus asked sharply. "Nothing at all to worry about," the Countess told him, and her voice was as smooth as silk, though her eyes still flashed. "It is just what remains of the Vukodlaci, sometimes they get rambunctious. Yonat," her voice became more like a bark. "Go and shut them up." Then she returned to her more honeyed tones. "And Florin, why don't you show our guests to their rooms? They must be tired and wishing to rest." "Rooms?" Sirius frowned as he took in the plurality. "We don't need separate rooms, we're used to sharing." "Nonsense, the castle is large, it would bring shame on our family, if we made guests share chambers when we could easily offer them their own quarters. And grown men such as yourself should not share a room like little boys. Really, we prefer it." But she would not listen, and waved away their protestations. "Florin," she said again. "Escort our guests to their rooms." Her nephew seized two of the silver candlesticks and began to carry them up the sweeping staircase and, feeling Countess Orlok's eyes on them, Remus and Sirius felt they had no choice but to follow. They kept shooting alarmed glances at each other, though. It was not just reluctance to spend a night apart, their preference to sleep curled around each other staving off the loneliness of the previous 12 years, that worried them. This castle felt dangerous, their situation precarious, and they did not fully trust their hosts, and Sirius was still struggling to perform magic. If it all went wrong, he would not be able to defend himself, and Remus couldn't help but feel that this was why the Countess wanted them in separate rooms. It was nothing to do with hospitality and family honor, it was because they were both weaker and more vulnerable when they were apart, but right now, Sirius was especially so. The higher they climbed up the sweeping staircase, the darker it became, as they traveled further away from the grand chandelier of the dining hall. The darkness pressed in on all sides and the flames of the candles flickered and guttered, although the air was still and there was no breeze. The eyes of the portraits followed them all the way up, the paleness of the painted faces being the only thing that loomed out of the encroaching black. They reached the landing, which was no less gloomy than the stairs, though the stars peered in through the narrow windows. "In here," Florin said, coming to a stop outside a door. It creaked loudly on its hinges as he opened it. Florin went inside and placed one of the candles down on the bedside table. "For you," he nodded at Sirius, beckoning him inside. Sirius gave Remus one final look of alarm, and then went into the bedroom. Florin bowed his head, and then left, closing the door. Sirius's worried voice was cut off as he was shut inside. Remus made as if to open the door, to get back to Sirius, but Florin shook his head. "This way," and he led Remus further down the landing. For a moment, Remus looked at the closed door, thinking about ignoring Florin and just going to Sirius, spending the night together, but then he felt the vampire's eyes watching him, and realized that, if they were in danger, behaving in a way that would annoy their hosts was not likely to make it any better. He hurried off down the landing, following the taciturn vampire. "You know, we really do prefer to share," he said. But Florin shook his head and remained silent. They reached another door, and, like before, this one was opened with a creak, and Florin went inside and placed the candle on the bedside table. "I hope you will be most comfortable," he said, before bowing and leaving the room, shutting Remus inside. Remus looked around by the light of his candle. There was a large four-poster, with red velvet drapes and yet more gargoyle faces carved into the wood. There was a large window that looked out straight onto the waning gibbous moon and, shuddering, Remus pulled the shutters closed, blocking out the pale light it cast. A portrait hung on the wall, yet another pale, waxy-skinned vampire, and though it pretended to sleep, Remus could feel it watching him through eyes only opened the narrowest of cracks. He didn't want someone watching him. If he was going to escape, he certainly didn't want a witness. He flicked his wand and the picture flew from the wall, its inhabitant yelping. He caught the frame and then placed the whole thing down on the floor, turning it to the wall so it could no longer look at him. "How dare you?" The vampire in the painting started to protest, so he flicked his wand again and muttered, "Silencio." The portrait might still be yelling at him but, like the creepy, moving tapestries downstairs, it was now yelling soundlessly. He sat down on the bed, and finally saw something that made his spirits rise slightly. The suitcase was already in here. So he had their map and money back. He could just take it now, go and grab Sirius and then they would try and sneak their way out of the castle, through the enchantments and then run down the mountainside all the way to Zakharanivac. He grabbed it and got to his feet, but just as he did, the door swung open again with an almighty creak. His heart leapt, hoping this was Sirius coming to escape with him, but then sank when he saw the Countess standing in the doorway. She was clutching a goblet, which he hoped was pewter, because if it was silver he wasn't touching it, no matter how much it annoyed her. "I hope you find your room to your liking," she said to him, smiling her sharp-toothed smile. "Yes," he nodded, letting go of the case. "Very nice. Very comfortable. I took the liberty of preparing you a potion to help you sleep. Essence of papaver. Thank you, though I usually sleep quite well. I'm sure it won't be necessary. Come now, you are used to sleeping with your companion, are you not?" He flushed at her words, but if she saw, in the darkness, she did not comment. Sleeping alone when one is used to company can be so very difficult. "I should know," she sighed sadly. "I was with my husband, the Count, for over 300 years. I find the days very lonely without him." She held out the goblet, and must have seen his hesitation. "It is not silver," she assured him. He took it from her, not knowing what else to do. "Well, Sirius and I have known each other a long time, but not quite 300 years. He sniffed at the potion. It smelled strongly of poppy seed, and he felt his eyes grow heavy just from the fumes. "You are still young men," the Countess said to him. He frowned, there was something hungry in her voice again. I think only people who are over 300 would class us as young, he said. We're definitely past our prime. Nonsense. I can sense it on you, the youth, you are both, untouched. Remus flushed again. Again, she did not comment. Now, make sure you drink all that up. She watched him intently, and he raised the goblet to his lips and pretended to take a sip. Thank you, he said again, and faked another sip. She nodded in satisfaction, and then backed out of the door. Good night, she said to him. Good night. Once the door was shut, he crossed the room, opened one shutter for just a moment and tipped the strong scented potion right out of the window. Then he put the goblet down, picked the case up again and went to the door, pressing his ear to the wood to listen for footsteps or voices, to check he was alone. He heard the Countess talking to her nephews, her voice was low, but in the quiet of the night he could hear every word. Once the dirty Vukodlaci is asleep, grab it and cage it with the others. We can have ourselves merry sport watching it be torn apart at the next moon. And the other, one of the vampire men asked. She snorted. It's powerless. Virtually a muggle. You boys can drain it, if you wish, though I doubt its filthy blood will offer much sustenance. It has been long enough, check on the Vukodlaci. And then Remus heard footsteps coming back towards his door. He fled back to the bed and flung himself down on it, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. The door creaked open, he forced himself not to look. And then it was closed again. Its breathing is not regular, it is not yet fully asleep, he heard one of the nephews say. Pity. And then came the sound of footsteps walking away, getting quieter. Alone in his room, Remus sat up again, his eyes wide open. He remembered now where he knew the word Vukodlaci from. It had been on his wanted poster. It was the word he had been willing to bet all of Sirius's money meant werewolf. These vampires were hunting and killing werewolves, and they meant to do the same to him. The wailing and rattling they had heard had come from the men they had imprisoned, men they were going to watch tear each other apart next time they transformed, and they intended for Remus to join them. And from the sound of it, Sirius was fated to little better. They were in every bit as much danger as Remus had feared they would be. They needed to escape. Chapter 19, A Not-So-Damp Squib. Remus acted quickly, he didn't have much choice. He grabbed hold of the suitcase and gripped his wand. Hominum revelio, he whispered, and felt a burst of energy whoosh out of the tip. He saw the shadow of a figure, like a brief outline picked out in small lights, appear in front of him, Sirius in his bedroom, but no other people were revealed. He and Sirius were the only people up here. But still, he was going to take every precaution. He flicked his wand towards his own body and cast a disillusionment charm over himself. There was an unpleasant sensation, like an egg being cracked over his head and the yolk dribbling down his neck, and then he was camouflaged, chameleon-like, blending in with his background. He cast the silencing charm on the creaky door hinges, took a deep breath, and then stepped out onto the gloomy, star-lit landing. Keeping to the shadows, although he couldn't be seen, he hurried along the hallway until he reached Sirius's door. He was sure he could feel the eyes of the paintings following him. They couldn't see him, but maybe they could just catch a glimpse of the movement, a ripple in the air as he passed them by. His knock on the door was only gentle, and he held his breath, praying that Sirius would hear. He didn't want to knock any louder, for the portraits would hear even if the Countess was out of earshot, and no doubt they would inform her the dirty Vukodlaci was out of bed and on the move. The door opened, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence of the corridor, and Remus, with his heart in his mouth, cursed himself for not casting the silencing charm on them before he had knocked. "Who's there?" Sirius's voice hissed, sounding suspicious. "Padfoot, it's me, let me in." He pushed past and went inside. Sirius's room was much like his own, except the creepy portrait of one of the creepy Orlok ancestors was still on the wall. Remus silenced it and took it down, putting its face against the wall as he had with his own. Moony. I can't see you. I used a disillusionment charm, here, let me do you. He flicked his wand again. And suddenly Sirius was as invisible as he was. What's going on? We're escaping. You know those things they hunt, the Vukodlaci? They're werewolves. It's the local word for them. How do you know? It was on my wanted poster, I just realized, when I heard them talking. The Countess tried to give me a sleeping potion, she was planning on caging me up with the others. Sorry. That's nothing, she was going to let her nephews eat you. Oh. We should probably escape then. Come on. This time, he remembered to cast the silencing charm, and the door opened much more quietly, and together they crept out onto the landing, making their way towards the stairs. They sped up a little, bats flitted past the open window. They had just rounded a corner, and the stairs were in sight, when a bat flew through the window, and suddenly one of the nephews loomed out of the darkness. Going somewhere? He asked. He raised an eyebrow, there was a dangerous smirk on his face which showed every one of his sharp teeth. Perhaps the Vukodlaci grows weary of the nice room we offered him, another voice said from behind them. The boys whipped around, the other nephew was stalking closer towards them, looking at them as if they were very much his prey. Perhaps it wishes to join his brothers, in the accommodation more fitting to his kind. Well then, we would be remiss, as hosts, to not give him what he wants. And Remus suddenly felt himself seized by Yonut, while Florin lunged at him from behind, pushing Sirius out of the way to get to him, so he was now held tightly between them and unable to raise his wand. He struggled of course, but it was no good. They were strong, far stronger than Remus, far stronger than any human. Let him go, he heard Sirius yell, though he could barely see him because of the disillusionment charm. Let him go right now or I'll. Or what? The vampires laughed at him. Go back to bed, Muggle. You have no power to protect your dirty friend, and you have bigger things to be worrying about than him. They began to drag Remus away, he fought and kicked but it was no use, his wand was trapped uselessly by his side, and though occasional sparks shot out of it, it could do no damage down there. And he was powerless in the vampire's iron grip. He could hear Sirius's footsteps pounding after them. Get off him. Let him go. But the vampires only sneered again. Mudbloods don't give orders, you have no magic. You have no power. Stupefy. Remus heard Sirius yell, absolutely nothing happened. The vampires only laughed louder, as they dragged Remus away. Patrificus totalis. Again, nothing. And the vampires were howling with laughter now. And then Sirius bellowed a charm at the top of his voice. Aguamenti, he screamed, jabbing his wand with so much force, Remus could actually see it moving through the air despite the disillusionment charm. There was a split second of nothing, and then with a great, roaring sound like a tidal wave, a huge flood of water exploded from the tip of his wand, bursting forth and gushing out like a geyser. The force of it knocked the three of them off their feet, it was like a fire hose had been turned on them and the vampires fell to the floor, gasping and floundering. Keeping his wand trained on Remus's captors, the water still pouring forth in biblical amounts, Sirius slipped and slid his way through the puddle, grabbed hold of Remus, hauled him to his feet and together they fled down the stairs. Remus squelched with every step, he was soaking and panting, he was breathless, and bruised from the fall, but he was free. They ran down the stairs, jumping 3 at a time and landed in the great hall, where the sickly, green flames had long since been extinguished. The portcullis was still raised and they ran towards it. The large moon hung in the sky, just outside the gateway, and as they headed for it, a bat was suddenly silhouetted against the silver disk. It flapped its leathery wings, growing bigger and bigger, until it flew right inside the keep, and transformed into Countess Orlok. She did not look remotely beautiful now. Her hair was no longer smooth and slicked back, but snaked around her head in wild tendrils that seemed to move independently. Her waxy face was corpse-like, but her cheeks were mottled, and her lips were dark, blood red. Her eyes were angry gimlets and her already sharp teeth had elongated into fangs. "So," she said. The portcullis slammed shut behind her. The two men froze. "You think to escape? You think the magic of a Vukodlaci is enough to get past us?" She clapped her hands, and the disillusionment charm on them vanished. They blinked at each other in surprise, now they were both clearly visible. The Countess looked at them almost pityingly. "We are as ancient as the darkness. We commanded magics and armies hundreds of years before you little boys were born, no wonder you cling together like children, in your sleep, for you are powerless in the face of us. It must be so terribly frightening, to be so terribly powerless." Remus raised his wand. Countess Orlok threw back her head and laughed, wild and long, sounding almost deranged. "Take your best shot," she spread her arms wide, inviting attack. Stupefy. Red light shot out of the tip. It hit her square in the chest. She didn't even blink. "When you are as old as us, a simple wizard's curse can do no harm. We have grown beyond that. Only a stake through the heart can harm us now. You are trapped, little boys, and while both of you have filthy blood in your own way, the fear should add a fine bouquet, make the taste of you most piquant, well, the fear and the deliciousness of men who have never been touched. It's not often we get that. Not these days. Heroes with their virtues still intact are rare, morals are so much more lacking than they used to be." There was a noise on the stair, and then the two nephews appeared, still soaking wet. Their aunt frowned at them. "You let them get past you, but, no matter. I was here to stop them." Sirius was looking between the vampire men and the Countess. "You said you were harmless," he said to them, his tone was almost accusatory. "You said you were wrongfully persecuted." "We were, we never took what was not ours to take." "You were planning to kill us." No, we were simply planning to drain you. You could have been like us, little boy, immortal, eternal. Bloodthirsty. And what about Remus? A Vukodlaci can never be a vampire. It is a beast, we are not wrong to kill them. And the people who chased you out of the Carpathians? The angry mob. She flushed angrily, her mottled cheeks becoming a dark purple. We never took anything that was not ours to take. Sanguis noster primitiva sua. Blood is our birthright. Indeed. Your blood, filthy and tainted with Muggle as it is, became ours for the taking, as soon as you straggled your way onto our mountaintop. We only take from those who come willingly to our hearth. If the humans do not understand that, it is not our fault. Our ways are as ancient as the darkness. Yeah, we heard. And yet you think to escape. It cannot be. You drank our wine, you ate at our table, your life is ours now. Sustenance for sustenance, we struck a bargain. But you didn't tell us. You didn't ask. She raised her voice. Grab them, she commanded her nephews. Immediately, Remus was seized, but once again, Sirius whipped his wand out and bellowed Aguamenti. Curses might be powerless against the ancient hide of a vampire, but they were still subject to the laws of physics, and a tsunami of water, focused straight on them, would knock them off their feet, same as any human. Sure enough, Florin went down like a bowling pin, and Sirius turned his wand and took out the Countess, who fell to the ground with an angered shriek. The spray hit Remus and the other vampire where they tussled, and they too fell to the floor. Remus threw a punch. If his wand wouldn't work against a vampire, he would do some Muggle dueling. Yonut punched him back, and they rolled over in the puddle of water. Now the vampire was on top, and Remus raised his head off the ground and head-butted the man square between his eyes. The vampire cried out and clutched his face, and though Remus too was seeing stars, he took the moment to roll them over, so once again he was on top. He threw another punch. He was aware of Sirius yelling at him from behind him, telling him to get up and get out, and of him maintaining the flow of water, keeping the other two vampires at bay. He started to struggle back to his feet, but Yonut grabbed hold of his left wrist and yanked him back down. And then he wasn't quite sure what happened next. It was like a panicked blindness descended, like a fog on his mind, and, unbidden, his grip shifted on his wand, so he was holding it in a way he had never held it before. He now had it clutched tightly in his fist, around the middle. A wand could not cast curses at a vampire successfully, but it was still sharp, and made of wood, and without even meaning to, he brought his right arm back, his fist raised high in the air, and then plunged it down with all his might, driving the tip of his wand straight through the vampire's chest, and into his heart. The vampire shrieked in agony, his eyes rolled back in his waxy face, he began to spasm and jerk on the floor, his legs kicking uncontrollably, and then he went still. Remus pulled his wand out of Yonut's chest, and then it was like the fog lifted, and he was aware of the man lying dead on the floor, in a puddle of water which was slowly turning red. And then he was aware of the Countess shrieking in pain and anger. "Murderer! Murderer! You had no right. You'll pay." And he was aware of the shocked silence from Sirius, the sound of the water summoning charm sputtering out. His hand began to tremble, the blood thrummed through him, so every inch of him was flooded with heat and tingling, and he backed away from the body. He hadn't meant to, hadn't knowingly done it. This was so much worse than killing an Earthling, he fought the urge to be sick. More blood seeped into the water. Murderer! Murderer! And the Countess was suddenly crawling towards him across the soaking floor, tears were falling from her face, but when she reached him she simply pushed him aside and collapsed, sobbing, on the chest of her nephew. Yonut! My Yonut! Florin was beside her, stroking her hair, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Remus scrabbled away backwards, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean." He felt Sirius take hold of his elbow and haul him to his feet. "They were going to kill us, you had every right to, come on." And with the two remaining vampires now lost to their grief, he pulled Remus towards the portcullis, lifted Remus's wand hand for him so that his wand was pointing at the bars and murmured Reducto. Sparks shot out, and the iron gate was reduced to nothing but dust. Remus was still numb and bewildered, but Sirius grabbed the case and towed him out of the keep and back across the moat. The Countess's desperate cries of "Murderer! Murderer!" followed them all the way back through the enchantments and out onto the Muggle mountaintop. They kept on walking through the night, though Remus was barely aware of it, his mind was still frozen in horror, his thoughts still in the vampire's castle, like he was still staring at the man he had just murdered. He was very vaguely aware of Sirius at his side, holding on to his elbow, guiding him. His own wand was raised, and the tip was glowing, and he could only assume, like back when they had escaped, Sirius had given the command but borrowed Remus's magic to make something happen, for he had no recollection of saying "Lumos." He stumbled and staggered as his numbness caused him to struggle to put one foot in front of the other, and had it not been for Sirius's strong, guiding hand, he was sure he would have tumbled from the narrow mountain path and fallen. Possibly to his death. "I know it looked bad, Moony," he could hear Sirius's voice as if it was coming from a very great distance. It was unusually gentle for Sirius, but persistent. "And I know there are rules against killing vampires. But those three were trying to kill us. They have killed many humans, so much that they got chased out of their real home. And there are rules about killing werewolves too, but they boasted about doing that. Honestly, Moony, no one will blame you, even if someone finds out, no one will blame you. And no one will find out. No one ever needs to know. We won't tell anyone, we can keep it a secret. I killed him. He would have killed you," and Sirius's voice had become firm. "Don't think about it, forget it ever happened. But, he's dead, because of me. He was a vampire. He was already dead. He died hundreds of years ago. What was left was some ghoul walking around in his corpse, killing other people to keep itself alive. Believe me, Mooney, the world is a better place with him not in it. But if the Countess complains, to the Ministry, they'll come for me. I'm a werewolf, no one will listen to my side. The Ministry are already looking for you, you're already in serious trouble. But I'm not guilty of that. Sirius. He stumbled to a stop. I just murdered somebody. That matters. That's important. Look, Sirius came to a stop, gripped both of Remus's elbows and peered intently into his face. His voice was urgent, as if he were determined to make Remus understand. We were perfectly happy to spend a night in our sleeping bags by our fire. That crazy old bat and the moron twins invited us inside specifically so they could murder us. It was kill or be killed. You didn't kill anyone. And then Sirius had let go of Remus's arms and pulled him into a tight, one-armed hug. Forget it, he said. You did nothing wrong, they started it, you did what it took to get us out of there alive. Countess Orlok can't report what happened without admitting what she was doing, and then the Ministry would find all the werewolves she has caged up in the basement. You heard her, she seeks justice in her own way. Because she doesn't want the authorities checking up on her any more than we do. So we're going to get to the bottom of this mountain, we're going to get the hell out of this godforsaken country and we're going to forget all about it. And no one else will ever have to know what you did. Okay? Remus didn't move. Okay? Sirius asked more forcefully, and he broke the hug so he could peer into Remus's eyes, demanding agreement. Eventually, Remus sniffed, and then nodded. Okay. Sirius hugged him again and then picked up the case and started walking. Remus followed on after him, trying to do as he had been told and put the whole thing out of his mind. Well, he said after a while, trying to fight his way through the fog in his brain and latch onto something else. At least we can safely say you've mastered the water summoning charm. Sirius gave his bark of laughter. Yes, it's time for me to start practicing something else. Maybe something easier, Wingardium Leviosa, or a simple transfiguration. It's going to be a pain in the backside if I have to go through the whole 7 years of the Hogwarts curriculum just to get back to where I should be. His brow furrowed for a moment, and he looked awkward, as if there was something he wanted to ask but wasn't sure he should bring it up. What is it? Remus asked him. Nothing. If it's nothing, why are you frowning? I was just thinking, wondering, about something she said back there. Remus blanched, as his mind flew back to the castle on top of the mountain, and the dead body he had left there, the man he had killed, lying in a pool of reddening water. Forget it, Sirius muttered. We don't have to talk about it. No, it's all right, he said, closing his eyes and trying to force away the visions of Yonut's death spasms. If we're going to pretend we were never here, then we can't still be wondering about things that happened here. Once we're off the mountain, we'll never think of it again, or talk about what I did. But until then, I suppose we can't forget while we're still here. We may as well talk it through. It wasn't your fault, Mooney, Sirius said, his voice was soft, but had the same urgency from before. But Remus just shook his head, not wanting to get into it again. He was too tired and too horrified and the fog was too thick, he couldn't face it, he couldn't face talking about it. What was it you were wondering? Well, it was just when she said we would taste nice because, well, because we'd never been touched, what do you think she meant? He blushed, and some of the horror receded to be replaced by embarrassment, but his voice was calm and matter-of-fact when he spoke. I think she meant that neither of us had ever. Well, you know. Which we haven't. Sirius, however, did not seem remotely embarrassed by this. Yes, I thought that's what she meant as well. His voice was thoughtful, his eyes were distant. I wonder how she knew. Well, I certainly didn't tell her. There came the laugh again. Ha! I didn't think you did. I wonder if everyone can tell. How could they? Can you tell who's, and who hasn't? Unless they have children. I suppose that's a bit of a giveaway. Anyway, it isn't anyone else's business, is it? No, it isn't. And I'd say it doesn't matter at all, anyway, only. Only what? Well, if we taste nicer because we haven't, Then maybe we should, for protection. Against vampires. Remus stumbled to a stop again and looked around. We're on the side of a mountain, he said incredulously. There's only us here. Don't you think we need some girls? And anyway, no girl would ever touch me, and it turns out you didn't even fancy the 2 girls you've kissed. So we're about as far from square one as it's possible to be. Sirius was just shaking his head. What are you doing that for? Remus snapped. Between trying not to think about the man he had just murdered, and the sudden overwhelming jealousy as he realized that Sirius was seriously considering making love to some woman somewhere, he really wasn't in a very good mood. Clueless, Sirius said to him. What? You're clueless. Utterly clueless. About what? He sighed. Nothing, come on, Mooney, let's keep going. They reached the foot of the mountain just as the sun began to rise. An hour later, and they could see the spires and rooftops of Zakharanivac, and wearily, they limped their way towards this next wizarding town.